on, doing my own thing. They spin off, big boss, you working for me, or you could kick rocks. I built this shit from my sound. You've been away, I've been around. I built this shit from the ground. Look, no authority loitering, no impurities forming. Only the purest of formulas for my brothers at war with all of the terrorists. They born with only the rarest. Move forward, they try to tear us, destroy us. I hope you bear through the storm. All that shit, and I ain't talking about my past yet. All I used to do was smoke an ounce and flip a 10 sack. Mama's house, daddy's house, all with loan, rent, check. Anything to get it, I was moving like a franchise, trying to be that guy. Mad high, ask why. I got problems, you got problems, I got mad supply. Smoke it, flip it, re-up, stay carping on them DMs. Your girl be in my DMs, I can't wait to see them. All this shit, and I ain't talk about my past yet. All I used to do was smoke an ounce and flip a 10 sack. Smoke an ounce and flip a 10 sack. All this shit, and I ain't talk about my past yet. The pinnacle placed high among the cynical, clinical. When I write these bars that I deliver is art. For all the ones that support, we really made it this far. We just beginning though, get ready for that winning flow. Spit it like 0 degrees and heat it like it's furnaces. Burning shit, all I really knew as a younger kid was unworthiness. I'm unlearning it, unburdened by the turbulence. Man, I love that shit. Me and some nasty beats, man, that's a perfect fit.
All aboard!
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
From the WX8BK studios in the depths of North America, hot off our 1-year anniversary, it is the Night Train. You heard the conductor. The train's about to leave the station. Jump on board. Find the lounge car. Don't worry about the tickets. The ride is always on us. My name is Bits. Got my man Willie down there. Willie, how you doing tonight?
Good, good, good. I feel like a professional radioist.
You like that? I'm trying.
You got the music intro. You got a professional intro thing going on there, like sound clips.
Do we have to like copyright that? You radioist? Is that a real word? Or is that
It is now. I just
All
said
right.
it.
Well,
on
we
the
did.
internet.
You just said it now. That's us. So if anybody uses it, we're going full Gene Simmons on this, and we're going to put copyrights on that.
Do I have to do it old school where I have to like write a letter to myself and then mail it to myself?
I don't think so. I don't think we have to do that anymore. But yeah, I remember that. It used to be a thing, right? To make sure.
Yeah, something like that. And you had to keep the envelope sealed too.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I think that was part of it. You had to keep the envelope sealed and then open it in port. Like, look, I mailed this, 20 years ago.
I guess that makes total sense. That makes total sense because then
my Nike swoosh design, whatever the hell it is.
Awesome. I like it. All right. Well, we copyrighted that, radioist. I'm trying. That opening track tonight was off of Jay Byrne's new EP. It was the first track that he's released. It's called Ten Sack. The EP is called Gather Round. He did everything this time. For y'all that know anything about Jay Byrne loves to collaborate with other artists for the visuals, and he does a lot of the audio, but he also works with other musicians and producers as well. But on this particular EP, he's been working all by himself. He did everything from the cover art right down to the recording the tracks. So that's up at the top there if anybody's interested in it. It is still available. It was just released last week. Second track off the album is coming up this week. Yeah, I collected that. I like the Jay Byrne.
EP, does that stand for Ethereum play, or what does EP stand for?
No, it's a Tezos release, so no, it's a... I did hear something, and I can't remember what it was, so it was like last week, how extended play... Oh, I can't even remember it now. Extended play was so many songs, and it had to, and that was when it became an EP, and then it became an LP after so many other tracks. But they had to change it for modern day because, a lot of tracks, you can have really, really short tracks, right? So you can have an album that has... Anyways, not going to blab on what I don't totally know about to quote, but yeah, they changed it. So if anybody wants to Google it.
I was hoping that was a subject you did totally know about, though.
No, I'm trying to remember it. It was actually just popped into my head. Like, and I was like, even when I heard the even when I heard it, I was like, well, I had no idea. I knew an EP was an extended play, but I didn't know what the parameters were around that. But anyways, but they had to change it for modern day now, so it's a little bit different. It goes by time now instead of how many tracks are on the album. I mean, nowadays, I mean, geez, a typical radio track. I mean, back in the day when I started DJing years and years and eons ago, I mean, to have a 3-minute, 40-second song, 4-minute song was absolutely typical. Now, if you hit 3 minutes, that's amazing. That's like Tool standards.
Yeah, you're losing engagement, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's better for you can keep it quicker.
Shorter attention spans.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you get onto like the EDM channels on Sirius, and then it's 30-minute sets.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Or if you listen to Tool, there's a band that's never ever conformed to any of that. That's why they don't get much radio play, though. But they do. I mean, some of the older stuff does now. But
yeah, unlike Rage, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, except for make my songs the exact amount of time you want to hear on the radio.
Yeah. Coolio. Yeah, he's I'm still picking out picking out confetti. I've got half deflated balloons around the studio here. From last week's 1-year anniversary show, which was just fire. Like, that was an amazing show last week. That was so much fun. We stayed up way too late. Fendel was part of that. He kept promoting that. Like, what? It was 1:30 in the morning for me when I went to bed. It was crazy, dude. But yeah, there's still like streamers and there's still a little confetti stuck here in the mixing board. It's like all over the place. It was a good show last week. For those of you that didn't catch it, it was an amazing show. The listener audience was tenfold. I mean, all of our audience down here that listens to us every week is amazing to begin with, but to have a packed audience of superstars like we did last week was like, I was speechless. Well, I wasn't speechless. When is Bits ever speechless? That was good. That was good fun. And it was brought up.
But Studio Brook was fairly speechless, and that is saying something.
Yeah, well, I mean, even with that, even with me and with other people, I mean, it was kind of hard to get words in edgewise. I mean, we had so much going on. And I mean, you and I didn't have we didn't have to care about listening to anybody, so we just talked and talked and talked and relived the memories.
Yeah, I think that was the fun part for me, was not having to worry about it.
It was super fun. As casual as these spaces have become over the past year, and I guess we're in season 2, as everybody likes to call it. Now, this is our first episode of season 2, as I do air quotation marks. I don't know where I was going.
Oh, is that what we're calling it? Is that
well,
a thing?
I'm just
no,
just
we gotta come up with something.
I don't know. Everybody was calling
like the bullet train or
you
the
want
electric train.
You want to change the train? I don't know.
I mean, we're no longer in the coal era, right? I guess this would be the coal era. Steam would have been the first, and then now we're in the coal era. So now it's the coal train.
Steam would have been coal fired, right? I guess wood fired in some areas, but steam would have been coal fired. Okay, we'll work on that. We won't call it season 2. It's just the night train. Let's just roll with it. Let's just let the night train roll. But yeah, that was dope last week. That was a really, really killer space. I listened back to. I haven't listened back to the whole thing, but I kind of jumped through it, and it was like every time I stopped at any point in the space, it was just amazing. I'm like, I couldn't believe it. You actually took a few good screenshots of all of the audience we had that night, because that was surreal, man. To have basically damn near every person that we had interviewed over the last year, plus all of our fantastic listeners that join us every week, all in one space, was just nuts, man. It brought tears to my eye a couple times for sure. Let's do it again. Let's do it again next year. That's what I want to do. It was suggested to me by more than one person. I know Pop Lazarus was one of the people that had mentioned it. I can't remember who else. But kind of said that we should maybe do that once every couple of months. We should just have one of those spaces where we're just kind of casual. And it might be an idea, because it was fun. I don't know. We could think about it. We'll plan it. We'll figure it out. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we kind of do every couple months, anyways.
That's
or something that's kind of off topic where we don't have just an artist.
fair enough. That is very true, Willie. That's very true. Got a good room in here tonight. We got Mike Nash down there, our homie Mike Nash, Mr. J Burn, who the opening track was made by down there. Thank you for joining us. Lexi Hartz, Fendel, Sister Sage, Iteration, and our AR department is down there as well. The Chick Threes, thank you very much for being here. And there's also 2 more people that are listeners that aren't identifiable because they're listening from they're either shadow banned or they're listening from the internet. Who knows? But thank you for joining us. It's going to be a good night tonight. We also have our guest of honor, PURZ, up there as well, whom we will definitely be getting up here very, very shortly. Did you collect anything good this week, Willie, on the old Tezos? What's going on in the Tezos world?
You sent me some pretty cool drops. Some AR enabled stuff. That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, dude, that was so crazy. I never even knew about that stuff until I downloaded that silly rubber ducky with the ghetto blaster, I think it was, with the boombox.
Which now has a random floor of like 69 tabs. I'm like, what?
And it's not even me.
Yeah.
I was trying to buy them all. I think it was a series of 5, and I was trying to buy them all, and then somebody scooped one up underneath me, and I was like, oh.
I hate when that happens.
I know. I was trying to do it, but that was so crazy.
Was it the person we all know that does that?
No, it was not.
Okay.
No,
right.
Certainly no. It was not. It was not. Oh, actually, no. Sorry. I guess there was a couple other ones because it was a 10. It was a series of 10. But yeah, I downloaded that piece. I'm actually going to be really good here and actually get the artist's name that I call it. The piece was called "Cool Stuff" by Moranicle.exe. Moranicle.exe. And it was cool because it's a little 3D guy that you can like spin around on your phone and look at him and everything. And then I noticed the little box in the bottom right corner. And I was like, what's this? And I clicked on it and it's like AR. And it's like scan your phone around the room and on the floor. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then all of a sudden this little duck dude is like in my living room. And I thought that was so cool. I mean, I shouldn't have been impressed because I should have known, of course, this could happen. And then I found an oven. Who was the oven by? I can't remember who the oven was by, but somebody had like scanned an oven on the side of the road that their neighbors were giving away. And same thing. I mean, that was so cool. It's the little things in life that just, that's awesome.
Have you've obviously never played Pokemon Go?
Oh, yeah. No, but I mean, I knew about AR. Obviously, I've played with AR before, but I didn't know that people were dropping NFTs that were in AR. And then later on, we'll probably be talking to PURZ, and PURZ will be like, dude, really? Get with it, homie. We're into holograms now.
Hey, that'd be dope.
Yeah, that would be dope. Yeah, the AR things. And did you buy anything?
I bought one piece this week by Fielder. He's like a very, very early Tez mentor. And he had a new drop today that I picked up. Pretty cool piece, kind of 8-bitty, kind of trash arty, I guess.
8-bit trash art, can't go wrong with that.
And then Texadelic dropped the Backstage Passengers piece.
Yeah, he did.
That's all I did for the week.
Imagine Wonders was the piece that he dropped. And if any of you all don't know the Texadelic, you don't follow Texadelic, highly recommend it. Even if you're not a Backstage Passenger pass holder, Texadelic drops some great stuff, and he is very appreciative of his artists. And there's something for everybody in his collection because that man does not stop. I highly recommend you give him a follow if you have not. But yeah, I bought one of the. I got that airdrop from him, and I bought one of his dead turdies today, as well.
Is that a new collection? Are we dead turdies now?
Well, it's still on the turdy. It's still the turdy collection, but he's now doing these dead ones.
Sub-collection?
Yeah, and it was funny because last night I was like, oh, I'm gonna go buy all those. Like I think there's 3 of them that he's done. It's actually number 44 is the one that I bought, which is the latest one minted. So there's 44 in the collection, but the dead ones, I think there's only 3 or 4. And I was like, oh, I remember those were still available, I think. And I went and looked, and no, of course, Mike Nash had the first one that I looked at. You know, that's Mike Nash.
Mike Nash.
When you think you're a trendsetter and you found a new artist and you're going to share it to the world, hell no. The super collector.
Check those owners, and Mike
That's
Nash
right.
will be there.
And if you want to find some good art, you follow the Mike Nash and check his wallet. It's all there. I won a physical collage piece from Jen's a Little Loopy on the weekend.
Oh, you won that?
Yes, I did.
I saw that. Very cool.
Yeah. Actually, sorry, it was the WX8B account that won it, honestly.
Okay.
But I figured we're going to split that one up this time because I gave you the nearer one, last one. So I'm going to take this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
all
it's good.
good.
Yeah, she collage artist. Jen is an amazing collage artist as well as a crochet artist, IRL. Amazing lady. We got to hang out with her in Miami this past November on the Wagme Wines catamaran, and she was just awesome to sit and chat with, really down to earth. We've also had her as a guest on this show. And it was International Collage Day on Saturday, I think it was. Could have been Saturday or Sunday was International Collage Day. A lot of the collage artists were celebrating it, PB, Jen's a Little Loopy. And she had made this collage piece, and she's like, it's an open edition. Whatever you offer, I will accept, and you'll be entered to win the actual physical. So I entered under the Bits account twice, and I entered under the WX8B account once. I was really disappointed. I mean, obviously it's summer. People are out there doing things, but I mean, I wanted her to sell. I mean, obviously I want to win, and I did, or we did. But I mean, I wanted more. I wanted more people to jump in on that one because she does some really cool work. And I mean, hey, you know, when you can drop a Tez and possibly win a physical, like why the hell not? Right?
Yeah, I totally missed that.
Oh, didn't you? Oh, yeah. Well, you were busy this weekend. I didn't see much of you this weekend. Willie,
what was I doing this
Willie,
weekend?
where were you?
I don't even remember.
All good. Yeah, and other than that, I didn't do too much. I also won a second edition of Tensac from Jayburn. He posted up a killer video on how to roll a proper joint, I do believe it was, and was asking for comments, and the best comment was going to win. So, and I amazingly enough had one of the best comments.
Master joint roller that you are.
Well, I kind of did the whole my thing was I said, yeah, I watch a DIY video on the internet, and then there's me, and it was I found a GIF of a unicorn all tangled up in a bunch of stuff with pictures and tape everywhere, like, right? So, yeah. So that's what I did. But anyway, so I was very appreciative of that. That's actually going to go into the WX8BK NF Tunes wallet, is where that's going to go. And for those of you that don't know what NF Tunes is, Willie's been trying to push me towards it for the last 4 or 5 months. I announced it officially last week that we were going to be starting. I wanted to have the first episode done for last week, but it's going to be done for this Friday or this weekend because some things popped up and I had some ideas with some new tunes. It's going to be a broadcast that's dedicated to music that's on the blockchain. It's not going to matter whether it's Tezos, Ethereum, Bitcoin, doesn't matter. It just has to be minted on the blockchain, and that's the big important thing. And it's going to be a 20 to 30 minute, basically a podcast is the way that I'm doing it. It's going to broadcast on Twitter as a Twitter space. It's going to be on Spotify as a podcast. It's also going to be on YouTube as a visual and audio piece as well. The first episode that's coming up is going to feature a track from Jayburn. It's going to feature a track from Mi Retratito, Max Utton, Fendel, and also Jolly Roger X will be on this future space. And I'm going to hopefully do it. I would like it to be weekly someday, but it's definitely going to be bi-weekly or as by the seat of the pants to begin with. But I just think that this space is this Web3 world is lacking focus on music in this space. There are amazing artists from rap to soundscapes to EDM to experimental to jazz. There's all kinds of music, and I don't think it's brought together very well. Most of the spaces that I listen to are very good, but I just find that they end up being kind of like the bro shilling spaces that we all kind of tend to hate. So that's where I want to kind of package it up into a 20-minute, 30-minute episode. It's not going to be interactive. There will be interviews with artists and stuff like that, but it's not going to be like everybody has a microphone kind of thing. It's just going to be something that people can listen to and in their cars on the way to work or at their desk and just, hear some good music and hopefully find themselves somebody new to follow and buy stuff from. That's the whole goal with that. So NF Tunes, be on the lookout for it. It's coming this week. Big time. Can you hear that? Can you hear that buzzing? Or is that just me?
I was watering my tree. Sorry.
Oh, what are you watering your tree with? What?
I didn't know you could hear that.
No.
You can't hear a goddamn golf cart when it's at full blast. You can hear a little tiny watering in the background.
Ah, fuck. So, anyways, yeah, that's all the updated news I got for this little blah blah blah. You got anything else you need to bring up? Pressing information?
Hello is still available. That's all I got.
You go.
Tex wanted me to talk about it last week. It's my own mint, but I told him I sent him back a DM that that's my artist site. I don't self promote.
Yeah, you do.
So,
well, you should pin that up at the top. You should pin that up at the top, Willie, for people to get a look at it. If you got a second there,
I kind of try to bury it so that it's not so much work on me.
Man, it should be your pinned tweet, homie. It should be your pinned tweet.
It is my pinned tweet.
Oh, well, there you go. So jump on it.
Yeah.
I could do it for you.
Yeah, it's my pinned tweet.
I could do it for you if you don't feel like promoting. I'll promote Willie. And if you want to do an extra promote, we'll also promote intentwines.com.
Oh yeah, that will push all day.
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it
wine drinker?
Is it Intent Wines? Is it Intent Wines or is it Intent Wine?
It should be wines with an S,
Okay.
but we should own both of them.
Right.
I would hope somebody was smart enough to buy both the domains and point them both to the same spot.
All right. Well, you better check with your.
Nobody in the audience is mean enough to domain squat on me.
I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that crap. Cool, man. Well, I think it's about time. I think we've definitely done enough housekeeping here. We've done enough chatting, and our guest has been very, very, very patient with us. And I'm ready to jump into the world of PURZ. I can tell you that right now. I'm a little overwhelmed and don't even know what to ask because I'm just like, where the F do you start?
Dude, that is exactly where I'm at, actually.
All right. Well, I'll invite him up to speak. Now we got this. We do this. We've been doing this for a year. We're pros, man.
Figure it out.
Professionals. Again, if everybody could retweet out the room, that would be really, really super helpful to us and appreciated if you haven't already done so. And we'll get that up there. Cool. Oh, he's up now here. So I'd like to welcome up our guest tonight. One Wheel Willie. We'll definitely give One Wheel Willie the accolades for getting this guest on. By yelling at one of our past guests to get him on.
Well, it was either way. I was going to yell at a past guest. I think I came across PURZ through following Wonder Mundo's Twitter and stuff, and saw him in the feed and things like that. Definitely somewhere around that circle.
Cool.
Quite a while ago, though. I mean, obviously around probably closer to a year ago when we talked to Wonder. But then, yeah, had some interaction with him, and then as Twitter DMs start to go silent, I'm like, what the heck, man? And then we talked to, who was his cousin?
Rich Sanders.
Yeah, Rich Sanders.
I think PURZ is married to Rich Sanders' cousin, or PURZ is Rich Sanders. Well, who knows? We can answer these questions. We got PURZ up here on the microphone. PURZ, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hello, I'm great. How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Thanks.
Awesome, cool. Right on. It's my AirPods. I don't know if they only work like a third of the time.
Willie has that problem sometimes too.
Yeah, technology. Our
It's
good
fun.
friend
Hey,
technology.
technology makes life quick and easy. Doesn't everybody know that? Come on.
Yes. I spend my whole day making my life quick and easy.
Well, thank you for sticking around through all of our housekeeping and our blah blah blah. We appreciate it very much. In being patient, we ran a little
Oh yeah,
longer
no,
with that. Yeah,
it's
so
cool.
good.
I'm glad to be here. Cool to hear all the stuff you guys are up to. It's awesome.
Thank you. And we're excited to hear the stuff that you're up to for sure. So our so just we'll get it right off the top of the bat. You are Rich Sanders' cousin's husband, or you are Rich Sanders' cousin?
That's my that's my wife's cousin, Rich.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a fellow artist.
Yeah.
He's awesome. I love Rich.
Super positive guy.
Are you
Super
Canadian
nice
as
guy.
well then?
Yeah. Very much.
There you go. Bits loves talking to fellow Canadians.
I didn't know that, and I didn't even put that together. Right on, Canadian homie. Oh yeah, the Canadians.
Oh yeah, eh? Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, bud. Go light a dart up and have some Canadians.
Damn fucking right.
Cool. It's just one of those things, there's not enough of them in the space. Fendel's just loving that shit. He loves the Canadian stuff. He's in the Pacific. He's in Seattle, so I mean, he's an honorary Canadian.
Oh, yeah.
He's an honorary Canadian. Cool. Awesome. Well, I'm really happy to hear that. Just all of a sudden, I was going to go and, just tap out here, but now that I know you're Canadian, I'm going to stick around for the rest of this for
Oh, that's great.
Right. Good.
That's
Super. Cool. Well, so to start off with, if you don't mind, just kind of give us a little introduction, little kind of backstory on yourself, some info, whatever you want to give. You don't have to. You
Sure,
can
yeah.
give as much or as little as you want.
Yeah, I'm PURZ, 3D artist, musician. I don't know. I kind of do everything, and I've always kind of done everything. So I don't really. I'm just an artist. I just make stuff. I make music and I make visuals to go with the music. But lately, I've been getting into AI and more world building stuff and trying to tie everything together, like beyond just visuals and audio, but like all of it. So that's basically where I've been. I've been a musician for years, professional touring musician, drummer, making visuals for our music. But then pandemic happened and went nuts learning Blender and Houdini and going crazy with the 3D software stuff. So you just to make more stuff to play at the live shows, but after after the pandemic sort of cooled down, it's still really hard to get gigs. Most of my bands are busy and stuff, so I've really been focused on the visual side of things and just producing music with friends and with the bands, but not focused so much on touring and trying to get out there and playing gigs and stuff. So it's been a big adjustment, but it's allowed me to really dive into 3D and AI and NFTs and all that stuff. Started on NFTs, I think in May 2021, I think 2 years ago. Yeah, and started on Hic et Nunc on Tezos, and then moved on to Ethereum, and now I live on both blockchains, and I love the community. And speaking of Wondermundo, that's one of the people that got me started. She's one of the most supportive people I've ever met in this community, and we've been homies ever since. Empress Trash, everybody in that crew is just incredible, amazing people. Mike Nash too, one of my top collectors. So that's me basically. I'm just a big nerd.
So you say Wonder got you started. Where did you know her prior to NFTs, or she's just
No,
one of the first
she's
people
one of
you
the
kind
first
of
artists I
found?
met.
And
Yeah, we met each other on actually on Matic on Screensaver World. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Screensaver World, but we had a whole crew there. We were doing auctions and stuff on Screensaver World, and then we all just sort of like got together on the other blockchains and tried to help each other get into shows and things like that. So it's good to have a community in this thing, and it's one of the best communities I've ever been a part of.
Very, very true. The community is just through the roof in this world. Like it is unbelievably amazing. The love and the sharing that happens between artists and everybody is just
Oh yeah,
it's wild. We've talked about that numerous times. It's come up in conversation where it's like anywhere else in the world, if you walk into a shop and go, hey, can you tell me how you guys do this or what's going on with this? They tell like, get the F out and buy one if you want it or get out, right? You know, whereas here it's like, oh yeah, here, let me send you a script and here's how I do this and here's a video. Let's have a chat. Like, it's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's totally beautiful.
Yeah, and you know, people aren't afraid to share their process. Not that you have to, but it's super cool that people are willing to be so open with the way they go about things. Because, like, you know, how cool is that? And it also empowers people who might think that they're not artists to just try some creative stuff, because you don't have to be a quote unquote traditional artist to be an artist. You just have to make stuff. And, you know, making stuff is easy. Making stuff is easy to start doing.
Absolutely. And then when you have a community like this that pumps you up after and gives you tips and you know, pushes your stuff to the top, is so worth its weight in gold. That's it's cool. I'm happy we finally got you on here, and that was really cool. I did not know that Willie had been DMing you. And then until it came up.
Neither did I. My DMs were like in the heat of all that. My DMs were just like crypto scam after crypto scam after crypto scam, and I looked in one chat for like 6 months. If Twitter's DMs weren't so awful, it might be easier to keep in touch with people. But oh man.
Yeah, no, I brought that up with Empress Trash last week when she was speaking.
Yeah, she's hard to get a hold of too, because hers must be 5 times what mine is.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, and she's like, yeah, they're an absolute effing train wreck. Like, I could just imagine. It'd be nice if you could filter it, I guess, right? But, I mean...
Yeah.
How do you...
I've taken to using Telegram now for anyone who really wants to get a hold of me. Just hit me up on Telegram or poke me on Discord or something, because I can't keep up with
Right.
Twitter DMs.
Well, now we know. See, the Telegram, Paper Buddha, he's big on the Telegram too. And
yes,
now, and then
Paper Buddha is another incredibly supportive person who helped me out when we first started. This community, I tell you,
well, they've
so close knit and loving.
Absolutely. You know, you can pretty much, if you met any of these people, you know, live and in person, you know, you're probably going to get a hug. Like, no doubts. Absolutely. I was going to say with the Telegram now, so with people like latching onto it and using it, I mean, I get it, it's new, but is it just because it's not as cluttered that people are really digging it right now, or is it just going to will it become?
It's just group chats. It's
okay.
It's just chats. It's not like a social media thing.
Okay.
It's literally just better DMs with like images and stuff.
Gotcha.
So like you can have a group of people basically, and you know, with replies and threads and stuff like that in the chat. It's literally just a messenger, but it's just a better messenger than the Twitter DM system, basically. So.
Is it better than MSN? Yeah. MSN Messenger?
Marginally, not as good as ICQ.
For those of you young kids out there that don't know.
MSN Messenger. God, it was the worst.
It's really funny, actually. My original MSN Messenger password that it assigned me, which was like a big 14-digit number or whatever the hell it was, is actually I still use it as a password every once in a while, because it's just funny. It's like a 14, like it's like nobody's guessing this shit.
And it's burned into your brain.
Oh, it is, man, it is. I can't remember. I was trying to remember some of the sounds. I should really find some of those old sounds.
Yeah.
Be fun to dig into those.
I had a coworker once who used to leave typewriter sounds on ICQ, so it'd be like clack 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 ding, clack 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 ding. It's like, man,
that's terrible.
Please turn that off.
And then people that don't know what a typewriter is be like, is that a train going by, or what is that?
Loud sounds and dinging.
There weren't a lot of people who know what ICQ is and not what a typewriter is.
Right, fair enough. And for those of you that heard that cracking open of a can, it's actually a soda water. It's not a beer. I got a wine next to it, but it's not a beer. It's water.
Too early for beer.
Well, I've got a wine. I'm not going to be drinking a beer. Man, I'm still feeling a little bit gun shy after our 1 year anniversary last week. Jesus.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, dude, at the end, I mean, it's just at the end, I was like, oh, Willie's getting lit. Willie's partying over there. Willie's Willie sounds like Bits does every once in a blue moon, but Willie didn't fall asleep. Willie stayed up the whole time.
I was out. I was out pretty quickly after that, though.
Yeah, no doubt.
I did not last very long.
So PURZ, how did you get into art? Were you always, when you were young, going to school? Were you always a really artistic person? Was it something you gained later? No.
No. I mean, I've always been a musician, producer, and drummer, but like, I have aphantasia, which is like the inability to see. Like, I don't have a visual imagination. I just see black when I close my eyes, so I can't like imagine visuals. So I've never been good at drawing or painting or anything that involved like putting like stuff down on paper and trying to recreate stuff. But with the advent of computers and stuff, and being able to like plug the wrong stuff into stuff and just make cool patterns, or like write programs like, or Winamp. I don't know. Another old thing.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, I used to go crazy with Winamp visualizers and just like editing the code and editing the presets, and trying to make my own sets for my own, like, I'd make a set with visuals and then just like perform that and like things like that. So
we were talking about the visualizers a couple weeks ago, actually.
We were, yeah.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's still cool. There's still a bunch of stuff that still works.
Yeah, do you have stuff that still works?
I don't have anything from the old days, but all that stuff like Milk Drop and the visualizers and stuff, they still exist. You can actually still download Winamp. You can still do all that stuff. So if you were ever like sick with it, you can just pretty much do it again, because it all has hotkeys and like presets and stuff, and you can write scripts and basically make your own visuals out of it. And they run amazing on today's computers because they're just like, they were made to run on potatoes back in the
day. Exactly.
That is facts. I mean, it was like, yeah, you could run Winamp, but boom, you'd get into some of those visualizers and you'd be like, oh, shit.
Oh, I do have a crappy computer. All right.
Yeah. Everybody had a crappy computer back then. They were all crappy. That's really cool to hear. When we were talking about visualizers there a couple of weeks ago, I have this old Mac laptop that I only keep because there's this real-time visualizer on there called Disco Brick or Disco Ball or something like that. And it's like, I don't ever want to lose it. Like I pull it out every once in a while. Like during COVID, my ex was really big into. She always liked going out to clubs and stuff like that. And I mean, I don't mind that stuff either. But I'm into a club at 9:30 and I'm out of there by 11. But when I would do stuff in the house just to like, because we couldn't go to clubs, and I would set up projectors, and I used that all the time, that visualizer. Nice, yeah. It was really fun to do. And you just don't, I don't know, you'll probably tell me differently, but I just don't find you find very many of them these days. Like,
no, you have to make it all yourself now.
Yeah. So that's kind of why I've hung on to this laptop.
Touch Designer or code or make pre-made stuff in like Blender, and it's not reactive, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's the fun stuff about the old stuff, is it just reacted to the the audio, so you just get it running and then leave it.
Yeah, like this Disco Ball or Disco Brick, whatever it is that I have, like you could select whether you wanted it to focus on them. You had like an equalizer, so you could focus on what you wanted to focus on. And yeah, no, I keep it to this day, because whenever I use it, man, it impresses me still to this day. And I bet you it's probably 21 years old now, at least. It's not Winamp old, but it's old.
It's cool though, because it would be very unique in a live setting, because like nobody's probably even heard of it, let alone still using it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, months and months back, we had Denver Donkey on, and Denver's big into that kind of stuff, and he was very impressed with the fact that I had that. So yeah, I'm keeping it.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, but I'm gonna Google it after this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was an app. It was an Apple app. Like, who would have known?
Oh, really?
But yeah, literally, this laptop computer that only runs when you have it plugged in, and it takes like 45 minutes to fire up. That's the only reason I keep it, is because that's on there. I guess I could probably transfer it, but that
Nah.
Rex part of the nostalgia for me.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to recycle this computer, and we got memories. We got memories.
Yeah.
So how long? So being a musician, being a drummer, were you a drummer when you were in school?
Yeah, pretty much since I was a little kid.
Cool. So did you start off drumming, or did you start off that they gave you like the triangle or the cymbals?
With piano, and then drums after that.
Oh.
And I stayed with piano for a bit, and then because I was doing like conservatory piano, it was so dry and like didn't thrill me. And I had drums in the basement, so like, am I gonna play these like long piano pieces when I can just go bash the drums? So I pretty much gave up on keys at that point, and then just became full on drummer. And then I got the production bug like a couple of years later, and then the keys were really helpful because I could just read music and play stuff. So that's been great. So like, I would say piano, then drums, and then back to multi-instrumental.
Right. The piano, that's one thing I wish I had picked up, because I do find that some of the most creative people that are in the musical space, they all know how to play piano, and whether they still do actively play it or not, it's like you said, it's very good to be able to read the music and understanding it from a piano point of view, where you can be playing two parts at once, kind of thing.
Yeah, it ties into the drummer thing too, because drummers, like, you have 4 limbs, so you have 4 limb independence. But with pianos, like, you have 10 limbs almost. So it's even more complex and interesting and nerdy when you get deep into polyrhythms with your fingers and just like playing cool phrases against each other, or playing a bass line and a lead at the same time, or bass line and chords.
Yes.
It's fun to break your brain into sections.
Yeah, I know when I get multi hands and fingers and everything going on, and I'm actually doing something, there comes a point where I kind of stop and go, holy fuck, how did I just do that?
I know. It's like, what's happening right now?
It all worked, and it sounded good too. Sorry, what was it called? Aphantasia?
Yeah, aphantasia.
Yeah, aphantasia. That's very interesting that you brought that up about not being able to envision things, because literally at Sunday night dinner, my uncle was like, he's like, if you guys think of an apple and close your eyes, can you see an apple? Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, and everybody's like, yeah, and then he's like, I see nothing. He's like, I black or whatever, and then we were talking about it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting or whatever, and so there you go. Now next Sunday night dinner, I'm gonna bring this up and go, well, here you go, dude.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because he's an engineer.
People don't even know they have it sometimes. Like, you'll mention it, and then they'll be like, well, what do you mean? And it's like, nobody can see an apple. It's like, ooh, I hate to tell you. People can definitely see apples. It's just we can't, but.
Which makes it even it makes it even cooler for the things that you create and what happens that you produce now. Like, that just makes it, it's part of the story that just adds to it now for me.
Yeah, well, a lot of the stuff I do begins with like a generative process. So or a parametric procedural thing where it's like I'm really just making systems that make art, and then making art from that and sort of curating it from there. So it's a different approach than a lot of people. I don't really plan out my pieces because I can't. I can do mood boards and stuff, but that really just pushes. I really have to just start jamming and then cutting away all the stuff I don't like.
Which is cool. I mean, that's a dope process. You can't argue with that. I'm actually got one of your pieces up on the screen here, Neon Dreams 15, which is like really mesmerizing. A lot of your pieces are quite mesmerizing. Everything is mesmerizing that you do. It really is.
I'm having a really hard time visualizing all this.
Yeah, for real. Welcome to the club, man.
I love it.
Well, now I'm trying to see an apple too, and that's not working either. I'm like, but I dream visually.
Yeah, I dream experientially. Like I can remember a bunch of stuff that happened, but I can't remember what any of it looked like. It's very strange.
That's wild. I mean, that's something to wrap your head around. Like,
well, and I'm trying to figure out. Wait, you make things that then make the art. How does that?
Yeah, like geometry nodes in Blender, like P5, like code-based generative art, like FX hash stuff, things like that. Like, I really like making systems that make art, and then defining the parameters and what the random values do to so I can basically just make something that makes stuff and feed it different seeds. It's kind of how AI works, actually.
Right. So do you have you always made your living from art or drumming or music, or
No.
or do you do something else?
No, I just do this because I love it, and
Sure.
Try to. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think if you are lucky enough to make a living making art, that's fantastic. But that's very hard to do, especially in Canada. And I think if you just have a job that you like and you have time to make stuff, it becomes less desperate. Like, you don't have to worry about it for survival, so you can retain the fun and happiness of just making stuff to make it. And when it sells, that's a bonus, and that's great. And you get more collectors and you get more fans, and that's awesome. But I think it's hard when I was thinking of it more as a survival thing, like trying to make art to survive. It got a little toxic in my brain, so I had to back off a bit and just sort of make stuff because I wanted to make stuff, and mint stuff because I wanted to mint stuff, as opposed to feeling like have to like make stuff to put food on the table.
Right. I mean,
yeah. So
it is a big advantage with having the internet and this world that we have in now, that you can have access to a lot more people than you normally would. Where and especially like you said, being up here in Canada, it's like I when I got into this Web3 world as a collector, I'd always have to explain to people. They're like, "Oh, it's only one Tez. That's like less than $1." And then I'm like, "Yeah, but you also got to think that I'm in Canada, so it's not an American dollar that I'm spending. So it's like $1.25 that I spend.
Yeah.
Plus, then when you do all the conversions and crap like that, it's like all of a sudden that less than $1 cost me $1.50, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And having access to cheap shipping and cheap transportation and stuff like that, like happens in America, right? Which
exactly.
We get gypped on that up here big time. Like, I mean, shipping, that's the one thing. I mean, for an artist in the States to ship something to somebody can cost, nothing. Like, really, like seriously nothing. It costs nothing to ship stuff around in the States. That's why eBay, people that sell on eBay, that's why they can do it like a garage sale down there, because shipping is absolutely nothing. Up here in Canada, we get raked over the coals for stuff like that, because, well, I mean, we only populate the bottom 8% of the country.
Yeah.
Right.
And other things, touring here is impossible. It's not impossible, it's just awful.
Yeah.
Is it because like venues are so far apart, or?
Yeah, and it's just if there's only like 4 months of the year, you can really actually tour.
Facts.
And everything is 6 hours apart, so it's far enough that you have to like make a day of everything. Like, it's in the States, there's sometimes you can get 9 cities in a 6-hour bubble, and like that's incredible. Just be able to walk around there and hit that. But here you gotta, I don't know, it's an event to get to each place. So I don't know.
And
it becomes so cost inefficient, and like you're spending so much in gas, transit. People have to take that time off work. You know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. Even when it comes down to things like cell phone service and what plane tickets cost up here too, like it's all
Yeah,
it's but I wouldn't trade it for two.
it's cool to be virtual now.
Yeah, it is. It is. It really opens it up. It definitely opens it up. I mean, with Willie and I in this space every week, like the over 9 countries that we've had artists come on from, and we talk to people, constantly every day. Like all of us in here, you can talk to people constantly every day, where it doesn't matter how far away they are. They're like your next door neighbor. They're like your buddy, right? Like
Yeah,
it's a beautiful thing. It's like I always remember back in the dawning age of the internet when I was getting into it, and people are like, "What is this voodoo?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, but it's
Yeah.
cool. But here's how it is." And like, if only 1% of the people in the world are interested in what you're interested in, you can connect with them via the internet, and you can feel like a big giant group of people, which is awesome.
absolutely.
Just think of how many introverts and people that don't do well, going out and doing things. Many of them have been guests on our space. I'm definitely one of them that it's hard to believe sometimes when you listen to how much I talk, but like it allows people to come out of their bubble under their own terms and their own comfort zone, in their living room, on their patio. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
for sure.
All right, sorry, I'm mucking around here. I got to get a new charger on my phone. My one phone's dying here. So if anybody hears anything horrible, or if we hear something drop, it's me falling off my stool. So I was gonna say, like, with as I was looking through your stuff last night and really kind of catching up on everything. Like Willie and I don't typically dive too deep into an artist when we want to have them on, because we like to have the real natural conversations, right? And not know everything, and like TV interviews that people are like asking questions, but it's not genuine because they know everything about the artist they're interviewing. So, but anyways,
I did do some light googling on Aphasia today,
oh, did you?
or however you pronounce it.
Yeah, you can think no worries. I mean, I think it is. I don't even know if that's right.
Well, we'll go with that for now then. Yeah, I did do some light googling on that, figure out what that was, because that was pretty interesting. And then just having collected you for months, I think I've got some FX hash pieces. You're one of the few people I collect on multi chains.
Oh, awesome! Thank you.
Yeah, because I've got the drop that you did with Zero X Thulu.
Oh yeah.
Which is some really cool pieces there.
Another dope community. They're really cool people.
Yeah, it's big time. Wonder Mundo's, she's a big part of that.
Them,
yeah, she's a big part of that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What I was gonna say though, as my phone was dying, there was that you. It's probably fair to say, like, I mean, you don't really have a style. You like to grab into everything. I could be wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I was kind of noticing. Like you're very capable of doing it all.
Yeah, I would say the thing I'm trying to do is manufacture nostalgia in your brain for things that did not exist.
Whoa.
That's sort of my whole thing. Is I like the idea of making people feel nostalgic for something they've never seen before. And I don't know if that's by just eliciting feelings of the 80s vibes or just, I don't know. That's what I try to get, that feeling whenever I render something or finish something or work with something. So I hope that shines through at some point.
Cool.
People will be able to see that sort of like, this looks like something I can't put my finger on. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
It's a sort of it's a sort of ephemeral sort of. I'm very obsessed with like David Cronenberg films, John Carpenter films. It's sort of hyper reality of like this strange sort of 80s, 70s, almost industrial technological thing, and I try to stick to that vibe for most of my stuff, but also sometimes I just like to make pretty things. So yeah, you're right. It's like I like to explore, I think, mostly, and if I make something really cool, then it might. I feel. I guess the biggest thing is my ADHD pushes me in so many directions. That's why I ramble just like this bit. But like, as a result, I think that there's stuff for everyone in my collections because what I like one day, I might not like the next day, and that might attract a completely different type of new collector or new friend or new fan or new whatever. So I try not to limit my style too much. I've always sort of played everything. As a drummer, I've always played. I play in a hip hop band. I play in a progressive metal band. I play in a. I did covers, like cover band stuff. I like. I pride myself on being a bit of a chameleon in that sense. So
Now,
being able to kind of hang anywhere.
When you say you played covers, do you mean that you took Neil Peart's seat? Rest in peace, Neil Peart.
I saw him once, only once. Amazing.
I do like that the creating pieces to make somebody realize or somebody think. Oh, sorry, hang on. I'm actually out here doing things 12s at once. I'm trying to talk, chew gum, and all these things. But creating. And I just dropped my phone.
What's your you said I'm just not on it today. John Carpenter films.
Yeah.
What's your favorite John Carpenter films? Because I feel like he's someone who has spanned several genres himself.
Yeah.
That's a hard question, Nate.
I think it's They Live. That's the one I watch the most. It's perfect. It's awful. It's perfect. I love that movie. I also really like that Prince of Darkness, the one in the church where they have the big vial of goo that is the Antichrist. That is a crazy movie. Alice Cooper's in it.
Yeah, I was going to say the Alice Cooper one. Yeah.
But just more specifically, there's this like dystopian it is so depressing and melancholy. The vibe of his movies, they are like, it is a world that's like not worth saving a lot of the time, and that really resonates with me. I don't know why.
Yes. Didn't he do like Escape from New York too?
Yep.
Which is a very
Thing,
why would like
the thing is,
just bomb it?
The Thing is incredible. Like his remake of The Thing is that's the one with Kurt Russell, and it's next level. I think it's like 1982 or something. It's incredible.
I don't think I ever saw that one. I know I saw the original.
Oh, gotta see that.
Maybe I'll check that out. But the Prince of Darkness, I knew that one because I'm.
Yeah, Prince of Darkness is a wild movie.
Yeah, I was big Alice Cooper fan, so that's where I fell into that back in the day.
Right on.
But yeah, as I was going to say earlier, just before I had chaos there and feedback and dropping phones and doing things, but I really dig the creating the nostalgia of things you've never seen or experienced. Like I love that. And as I'm clicking through your stuff now, I'm going, yeah, okay, I get that. That's probably where last night I was vibing, going, yeah, like I know this. It's kind of like that that movie that we all remember, that really good movie, Business Huskies, right?
Like, yeah, the Business Huskies. Netflix gave me 3 seasons. Can you believe it?
Oh yeah, do it.
Yeah, let's go.
So the
I can't say I know that one. I don't know that one.
Oh, he just put it up. He put it up yesterday. I think it was. It was one of his creations. Business. Oh man, it's fucking awesome. That's
Runway Gen 2. That's text to video.
Yeah.
That technology is wild.
That is.
I literally typed in stuff like adorable husky conducting a business transaction and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just cut it together like a little trailer, but I mean we are on the like the cusp of something incredible with AI filmmaking and animation and VFX at home and just generating Marvel level content in your living room.
right? And I mean, you've been mucking with that like the last couple of weeks. You've posted up a few things where you're doing that text to AI. Well, what did you?
Yeah,
What's the program called again? You said it was
it's called Gen 2. It's
Gen
by
2.
Runway.
Okay,
Runway
Runway,
ML.
Runway. So
They're pretty cool.
when you're doing those, okay, so like there's the business huskies, and then you did the there was one you had a couple weeks ago there that was kind of like a Matrix kind of feel, or I'm not even sure what it was, but when you're doing those pieces, I mean, how much of a script are you writing? Like, how much are you actually writing to get those, couple of moments out of there?
I generated, I don't know, maybe like 60 or 70 things with different prompts, and then I'll go in and take all those clips into like Resolve, and then, or like a video editor, and then just cut it together like it's a movie. But yeah, there's no script, there's no there's no plan. That's the other thing is I always really like the way like the cut and paste style of working, where you just generate a ton of samples and then you make something out of it. So it's almost like collage work or cut and paste, or that sort of poetry where you just pull words out of hats, but then suddenly just the act of choosing them in that order gives them significance, or there's a new significance you pulled out of it by just placing two clips side by side that you didn't even think would work together, or imagine why, but then all of a sudden you can weave a narrative through them, and that kind of stuff fascinates me. So
Yeah.
being able to generate like a million samples and then just make a movie out of it is like, it's heaven for me.
Right. So when you're doing those, yeah, because each one is a clip, obviously you've put it together. So like when you like, one is it literally one clip? It's just like regular AI where you're like, I want a husky sitting at a desk and
Yeah, the right now Gen 2 is in beta, so you're just generating like 4-second clips, I think, to 3-second clips.
right.
So that's basically the limitation right now, is you can only generate 3 seconds. That's why all those videos cut really fast, because it's all I'm allowed to generate in a row. But once Gen 2 comes out to the public and it's available, it'll just cost credits to use. So you'll be able to render entire sequences with it. So
So
it'll
cool.
be really interesting to see what people make once that tool's available for long videos. Because like you could pretty much generate a 2-hour movie if you wanted.
Right. For anybody that's interested, I did pin up Business Huskies up the top. If you haven't seen it yet, Willie, you should definitely check it out.
I found it. I can't push play on it right now, but
Oh yeah, I guess you're on your phone. It's just freaking awesome.
just the thumbnail was pretty interesting.
Oh, dude, it's so killer. My favorite part is when there's like the one husky. It looks like he has one ear, and then the other ear just kind of pops up out of nowhere.
Appears, yeah.
And then the next husky has 3.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I run around. It's so funny because stuff like this, like, and especially yours, what you've been creating with the AI. I run around at work at lunchtime, and and even on the floor when I'm supposed to be working, I'm showing people this stuff, and they just think I'm whacked. But it's kind of once I started showing them like your stuff, they're like, holy shit, like this is really, and I'm like, oh yeah, like you guys don't even know what's coming down the pipeline here. Like this stuff is about to get like off the hook.
Oh yeah, there's another one that you can just pull people out, pull people out of footage, replace them with other 3D characters.
Right, and that's cool.
Yeah, the sky's the limit there. Like once you can pull actors out of scenes and stuff, just replace them with whatever you want, with whatever motion captured animation you want. I mean, come on.
I love it. I was 2 weeks ago. I was mucking around with the AI with audio, where you can get like Donald Trump to you can write out a script and have Donald Trump say it, and then I mean, some of them were really bad, but some of them I was like, oh my god, like this is just too crazy.
That's another side of AI I'm really interested in, is the audio AI. And I've been experimenting with RVC and SOVITs, which are voice replacement models trained on as little as 10 minutes of someone's voice. And this is all for research. Like, I'm not gonna obviously release this stuff on Spotify or anything, but you can just say, like, you can take the vocals out of a Frank Sinatra tune and replace them with Ariana Grande singing an octave up, and it sounds like it sounds incredible. It still sounds like AI. You can still hear the little bits of AI here and there, but the where it is now is so much further than it was even like 3 months ago, and there is some crazy stuff coming on the horizon with AI audio, and like these things, the AI audio replacement is 50 times the speed of real time already on just my machine. So you could real time replace yourself with Ariana Grande if you want. Like, I could do this call as Ariana if I wanted to. Like, we're already
that's hilarious.
we're already there.
It's yeah, that is far out wild. We're gonna get into that, Willie. That's gonna happen.
Sounds like we might be having some celebrity guests on soon.
Yeah, right.
What did you say the name of this app was?
Yeah. There's a few of them. There's
two models. There's one called Sovitz, Sovits, and there's one called RVC, and the RVC is the superior model right now. And there's a really sketchy Discord you can join where they have trained voice models on pretty much everybody now, and they even have pictures of them and stuff. It just feels so wrong. So wrong.
Yeah, I was mucking around with that a couple weeks ago, and it was just fun. Like, just like showing these guys that have no concept. I mean, I'm at work, and there's one guy that does like real world investing in stocks and stuff like that. So he kind of has a grasp on the NFT world and all this. But when I start laying this stuff out, he's like, "What?" So I've been doing to show him. I actually do AI stories using him and stuff that happens during the day. And then I write these AI stories and then show it to him. Like, I'll sit there, coffee break, and it's like this just took me 30 seconds to write out, and here you go. But we did it I was doing it with the voices a couple weeks ago, and it just, like, he didn't even know what to say anymore. Like, he's like, I don't even know what's going on, or I'll whip out a video at lunchtime. Like, I'll be like, oh, hey, check this video out, and he's like, okay, yeah, so it's a backhoe digging dirt, and I'm like, yeah. It's not real. It's all AI. That backhoe's not real. The dirt's not real. And he's like, what? He's like, why would you create that? And I'm like, well, why not?
Is it, man?
Or is it? Yeah, right? It's actually people living in your computer. But
Or was it once real?
Oh, yeah, right? That's true, too.
Flat circle.
Eternal questions.
We're going full circle, people. Oh, I just realized one of the dogs in this business huskies has human hands. I was just
there's no actual rules in the business huskies world. Some of them are full dogs. Some of them are humans with dog heads. Some of them have paws. Some of them have human hands.
This one's wearing a Rolex.
I'll have to.
Oh shit! This one's got one. It got one paw and one human hand. Oh man!
I'll have to talk to the costume department about that. That's a hilarious oversight.
Do you program it in that way? Do you tell it like, hey, no rules, or it just
that prompt is like adorable husky conducting a business transaction, or adorable husky sitting at a desk. They're very simplistic prompts, and it's just making crazy stuff out of its brain.
It's typical.
Okay, so
typical AI.
That's just the output. That's not something that you were like, yeah, it'd be funny if they all had human hands.
No. That's just it's just what happened in latent space. The cool thing about Gen 2 is they have a temporal layer as well. So instead of just creating image after image like we do with AI animations, like Deforum and the Stable Warp Fusion and stuff, they have 60 frames of an animation, but they would also know that what point in the animation that frame happened. So they're able to actually generate things that have a temporal time frame to them because all the input data has temporal mapping inside of it. It's a really cool process of making things like super cohesive because you can if you train it on a bunch of short videos, then it knows how videos work as opposed to how images work. so it can sort of figure out where water is supposed to go, or like how a tree would sway in the wind, because it has footage of trees swaying in the wind as opposed to just pictures of trees swaying in the wind.
Folks, if your minds aren't blown by now, of course, a lot of the people, of course, a lot of the folks in the room tonight, though, too, as well, are also very savvy with this stuff.
Yeah, most of these people already know all this anyway.
Right? But they're all here. We all still want to listen. I mean, it's cool to pick up on everybody else's experiences and hear it from the mouth. As I click, the one thing I found with your stuff as I was clicking through your collections last night and today is that I could go broke with your stuff. Because, I mean, there's just so much really cool shit that you do. There's something that I'm sure if anybody gets pointed to your collections, people are guaranteed to find something that they like. Like, there's no doubt in my mind.
That's cool. Thanks.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I think Bits. I think it was actually the PURZ bots collection that brought me back to the ETH side after such a long hiatus. I think that was my first, like, all right, I like these. I'm gonna pick up on this drop after not being on ETH or holding any ETH for months upon months.
I was worried that wasn't like that was PURZ bots was a gift to all my collectors, and I was worried it wasn't gonna like even mint out the gift stuff, and that went out so fast. I couldn't believe it.
It's amazing how that happens sometimes. I mean, that's something that's been echoed by a lot of our artists. We're like, I wasn't even going to do this, and then all of a sudden I did it, and it fucking flew off the shelves.
Yeah, I mean, the profile picture projects, they just attract a completely different audience than my normal audience. So, like, I wasn't prepared for the questions. Like, I'm very much on the art and just collecting art side of things. Like, I don't understand DeFi very much, and I don't understand, the PFP scene that much. I like them; they're cool. I have ones that I like, but I don't really follow the PFP market. So I got to meet a whole bunch of cool people that have a totally different outlook on NFTs and stuff, and it really opened my eyes, and it was cool. But I got a lot of cool contacts out of that, and a lot of really cool people just ended in my circle from that. So I'm really happy that all worked out. But yeah, that one was a scary drop, because I was dropping in a AI profile picture collection like when it was not cool to be doing that.
Groundbreaking.
So
Everyone was like, "Oh, I thought these were handmade." Blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, why do you think that? It's AI everywhere.
Yeah, I think the first two letters of any descriptions are AI on it. So what were some of the questions that you didn't know or you weren't ready for?
Oh no, they were just sort of like, what's the plan? What are you doing with this? And I was like, oh, this was just a gift. I didn't have a roadmap or anything. Like they jumped in my Discord, and it was very like, how the
they want to know the roadmap,
I just wasn't ready for that.
When's
those
the token
questions.
coming?
And they're like, where's the roadmap, PNG? Where can I see the what are we doing with these things? Are they going to be 3D? And I was like,
no, they are what they are.
I just made some cool stuff. I'm glad you guys like them. They were free. I don't know what more you want from me.
When Lambo. Does it?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Does anybody even say that anymore? I don't even know if anybody says that anymore.
Everybody says Win Lambo. Nobody asks how Lambo.
How Lambo. Yeah. Right? Dude. I'm digging some of the I'm going through as we're chatting here. I'm clicking stuff and putting it up on YouTube as we kind of go by, and some of the I'm gonna call it retro wave, kind of like 80s vibe kind of stuff is really really cool. I really like and maybe it's. I was just gonna say the one that I'm going like Club Neon Dreams is a dope piece. It's
that was really fun. Those are yeah, that's Blender animation, and then I made the shader so that would like be like an animated shader on everything.
Cool. And that's the lines that are cruising
Yeah.
across everybody's bodies. That's good. I mean, you're again, like I'm sitting here, like I'm pretty, for anybody in here that's not familiar with what PURZ does and some of the collection, go check it out. Load your Tez up. If you go the Tez route, if you jump onto his Tez stuff, like I guarantee you're going to spend 20 Tez in less than a minute, easily. I think that was the biggest problem with me last night. I was up till 11:30 last night, and you were part of the problem. So,
I love to hear that.
yeah, no, I don't regret it. I did this morning when I woke up, but I don't regret it. It was cool. Okay, I just found the PFP stuff. Okay, right on. I just clicked over there.
Yeah, that's on E.
Okay, yeah. No, I had to go to the dark side.
OpenSea.
Yeah, actually, I
Brokens.
really like both blockchains. ETH is hard now because gas is so high. I feel bad. I like to release like multi editions of like 0.02 and stuff, and I hate it when people have to pay more in gas than they get for the piece. So I'm just sort of focusing on Tezos right now because people collect for peanuts basically.
Mhm.
Gas wise, you can just do your thing. You don't have to worry about something costing more than the piece.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I haven't collected much on ETH, and definitely not recently at all. But yeah, that was the thing that I remember the very first time that I bought on ETH, and I didn't even know. I knew there was these gas fees, but I didn't really know how to look at it or anything.
You didn't know what it could be like.
But I remember it was like, you have nothing left in your wallet, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I just bought something
Sweet
that
summer child.
I just bought something that was $12, and I had $100, $100 worth of ETH in there. What the fuck
And
happened?
it's gone.
Yeah, 80. Oh, that was an $80 gas fee. What?
Yeah.
That's crazy. So you're a fan of?
Yeah, we're getting back to that.
Is it really like it's really going that bad again?
The other day it was really bad. It's gotten a lot better the last 2 days, but it's still 40, 60. It's pushing. I mean, Guai. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's meme point season, man. Where you been? Meme point season.
Whatever. That shit went over my head. I don't even know. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
It means a lot of transactions that happen very, very quickly.
I like
because
that.
they're trading meme coins back and forth, so it
meme coins. Yeah.
pushes gas through the roof.
I like that.
I assumed that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, Pepe and Gensler are the couple that I'm familiar with. Not
Manifold Solution is like, you can just mint in Pepe now. It's fine. But it doesn't solve the gas problem.
Right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. You still pay gas and ETH.
Just
All good.
people jumping on bandwagons, man. People jumping on bandwagons.
Yeah, the blockchain's for everybody, right?
It is.
It's like, you have fun, man. Do you think?
It is. Oh. All right, Willie's making me do. He's DMing me. He's like, "Hey man, we got some Tez in the old WX8BK wallet. Here's what I want." So we're gonna do some purchasing tonight. I like it,
Beauty.
especially when we're using the WX8BK.Tez
I was
wallet.
trying to just pick up one before on my own, but I didn't know if I could get my wallet connected. So
I got it, Willie. I'm working on it right now as we speak. We'll make it happen. It really actually it's good because it soothes my purchasing needs. Just nothing like spending the company's money.
We love invoicing.
Right? Yeah. I'll see if I get it.
Yeah, send me an invoice.
Absolutely. I gotta send this out.
It's just me and you that put Tez in that wallet.
Yeah, I know, totally. But anybody else that wants to drop Tez or art pieces, feel free. WX8BK.Tez. It's right there. We're accepting donations. We're like PBS. We've talked about that we're kind of going to have to do the public funding drives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scolding people for listening.
So now we're going to take a break in the PURZ interview, and we're going to stop for a second and go, hey, Do you like what you're hearing right now tonight? Do you want some more of this amazing program? Well, here's how you can help us out. With a 200
And everyone laughed.
I mean,
right?
if we could just get our shit together and mint the stuff that we've been saying we're gonna mint.
I
anyways.
did that too. Yeah. The for a 200 TES donation, we have this wonderful bookmark that you'll receive in the mail.
You're gonna love
200,
it.
200 Tez, I'll pour you a private wine tasting, but you got to come to me.
Oh, there you go.
You're not gonna send the company jet?
No,
The company jet's more.
no, that company jet's an Allegiant Air
Yeah,
737.
Allegiant. I love Allegiant. I love Allegiant. It's like you pay for everything, and it's like I remember the one
When
day I was
when
on.
you thought Spirit was bad, fly Allegiant.
I was coming back from Hawaii this one day, and I always splurge for the emergency row, spend the extra $20 for
Yeah.
the emergency row,
Oh,
right?
it's worth every penny.
Yeah, well, and I mean,
It's so amazing.
and I mean it's saying something because I mean I'm only 5'5", but it's like those Allegiant planes are freaking tiny, man. Like I look at some of the people, like I get on and go, holy shit, this is really cramped, and then I look at some of the people that are like 6 feet plus getting on the planes, and I'm like, oh fuck, I feel bad for you. And it's not like other airlines where you can kind of like once the plane takes off, you can go and sneak into those seats. It's like they're on you right away if you do. They're like, no, you didn't pay for that. Psst, get out of here. But there was this guy. He was he owned a forest firefighting organized company, and like this dude was larger than life. Like he was just as soon as he got on the plane, it's like this guy was like, yeah, I'm here, and like but he's like, you be guaranteed that if that oxygen level drops when we're in flight, when those masks fall down, there's going to be a credit card swipe on those. So, yeah, true enough, buddy. True enough.
You gotta tap to live.
Tap to live. Allegiant. I love Allegiant. Allegiant actually gets me to Vegas very cheaply. But I have to drive. To Kalispell, Montana, to catch it. So.
You have to hang on to the side of the plane, but it's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever, you know. The people are, oh, you want some free peanuts? Here, you can have these ones. This guy didn't finish 3 of his peanuts. Here you go.
Here you go.
Here you go.
There you go.
That's okay. Air Canada, they'll just leave you on the runway.
And it'll cost you a fortune.
Yeah, and it'll cost you a fortune. Trying to do this purchase, Willie. It's just not trying. We'll get it done here. I got to make sure I use the right phone. Otherwise, I'm going to cut this space. I got to stop touching the good phone here.
All right, just don't mention the piece.
So, from a music,
I don't want Mike Nash in that owners list. I gotta get a couple for myself.
He doesn't own it yet. Oh shit. Oh,
No,
I
there's only-
see.
there's-
Oh, all right. Okay, all right. I'm on it. Gotta get on it. Okay, you man the fort, Willie. I'm switching over to my other phone here. We'll get this all done.
So, PURZ, I was, breezing through your bio on your webpage there.
Yeah.
And you say you're an AI beta tester.
Yeah.
Like, is that just because you use it a lot and it's all in beta, or it sounds like you're actually on the beta
I've been
testing side of some?
Yeah, I've been in every single major testing group for Midjourney, Stability, Genmo, Runway, Dolly, Wave 1 of all those. I don't know why. I've got a horseshoe up my ass or something. Somebody loves me, but I've gotten into Wonder Studio. Every single beta I've basically applied for, gotten into. So I think it's because I tweet so much. So I'm good. I'm a good person to have. Like, I'm gonna test the stuff and I'm gonna tweet about it. So
You're a good marketer.
it's good. Yeah. It's like I'm not. I don't work for them, but I might as well.
Right.
I get so excited about this stuff. I'll render 8 things and then tweet them all back to back and then disappear for 3 days. I'm really good at Twitter.
How did you even find out about that? Like,
I'm just a big nerd. So I've been doing AI stuff since 2017. So it's like not. I've known about all this stuff, I guess, a little. Like my first my profile pic is an AI picture from 2017.
I thought I feel like it. I thought your profile pic was newer because I thought you had a different one for a while there. Maybe you
yeah,
had a PURZ bot
switch back.
for a
Yeah,
while.
switch back. Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
did. Yeah. I did feel like me without my big dumb mug staring back at me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've always been into AI stuff. But the notebooks were scary. The Python notebooks were always a little scary. And then a friend of mine, another NFT artist at the time, Chris Allen, Zippy, he's also an amazing oscilloscope artist. His stuff is incredible. Like he makes like 3D models inside of his oscilloscope.
Yeah,
you're gonna the right frequencies.
That's
It's
cool.
We'll try to explain that a little better.
That's nerd.
Yeah,
that's nerding at the like nth degree.
Yeah, but it's so like cool. Like it's super dope. Hey, but he got me into like he tried to get me into disco diffusion, which predates stable diffusion. But I was too scared of the Python notebook at the time to try to attempt it.
You just didn't want to learn the language, or
the notebook was just scary. There was like 300 settings, and it all fell apart if you didn't have the right dependencies, and it was just like it was scary. I'm a bit of a programmer for work, but not like I'm not that kind of programmer. So it was daunting. And then I'd done a little bit of work with the Lion notebook, which was the precursor to Stable Diffusion. And then because of the Lion stuff, another friend of mine was like, "Yo, have you heard of Midjourney?" And I was like, "No." And then he invited me to the Discord, and there was like nobody on it. And then so we basically got wave one. And then I've been there since the beginning, basically, of Midjourney. So just being there kept my ear to the ground to all the new stuff that was coming out. So I would just apply to the betas as soon as I heard about them, get in on them, and that kind of thing.
Okay.
I've just recently started doing that.
Yeah. Anytime you see a beta, just sign up. You never know.
Yeah. What the hell, right?
Yeah.
I think
it's always going to be something fun to play with at the very least. So.
The last one that I just signed up for one, I think on Monday, and it's for, I can't remember what it was, but it's music. It's AI generated music and visual something or other. And so I was like, oh, okay, sure.
Sweet.
Let's do it. Let's see what it's about.
Nice one.
But yeah, it's like you might as well. I mean, it doesn't hurt to just sign up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and usually they have a cool Discord or a cool community, and you'll meet all kinds of interesting people doing crazy stuff. Because you can just sit in other people's generation channels, right, and just shoot the shit. So it's like I've met a lot of people on the Midjourney server, just just pushing prompts back and forth because I really like that collaborative spirit that exists on the Midjourney server. Because it's like you can just sit there and look at other people's prompts and remix them and try different words and work together to make something even cooler. It's really fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as insular as it can be, working by yourself and trying to like protect your prompts and all that stuff.
Right.
I was gonna lead into that. I'm glad you said protect your prompts. Have you ever seen anybody like basically take your prompts and then produce something and not give you credit and kind of steal it out from underneath you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, that's the nature of the game. I that doesn't bother me at all. I mean, that's the prompt isn't really the prompt is only 10% of where the guidance you're able to exert on these tools. Like even with my prompts, you're not going to get what I get because I use different checkpoints. I use different there's so many different ways to push the guidance away from the prompt or start from different libraries of stuff to work from, so it's like that was only a really big problem in the very early days of Midjourney, I guess, where the model's creating the same stuff over and over again with the same seeds. But that's pretty rare now, unless that person has the exact same checkpoint, the exact same hyper networks, the exact same LoRa's, the exact same all the all the layers that make up the diffusion process. So like
Okay.
and you also would have to have the seed as well. The seed is like the space, the coordinate to where the dream lands. It's hard to imagine, but you know how we have like 3 dimensions in our space? Latent space is
Yeah.
apparently 512 dimensional.
What?
So all these decisions, right? Like they can go 512 ways every time they happen. So like that, we can't even imagine what that's like in our brains. So that's why I don't worry about people yanking prompts and stuff, because this latent space is so vast and unwieldy that it's all good, man. We can all learn from each other, and I think it's cool if people use my prompts because they might end up somewhere I didn't. It's all good. It doesn't bother me.
And that was
Also, you can look up any prompt from any piece ever. You just have to look in the exit data of any piece posted to Twitter or anywhere. You can get people's prompts by just literally dragging it into the prompt window and automatically letting them.
I had no idea you could do that.
Yeah.
I'm one of those dummies where I'm like I stopped caring about that stuff when I, realized, oh, my location sharing's turned off. Like,
Yeah,
that's all I
well,
cared
I mean,
about.
yeah.
Is
The
do you
exit
know where I'm at when I
really-
took this photo? That's all I care about.
It just contains all the stuff that you use to make the image. It doesn't actually contain, thankfully, it doesn't contain like your address or anything like that. But it does contain, like, if you made the image with Stable Diffusion or Midjourney, it should contain the prompt, and it should contain the seed, and it should contain at least 5 or 6 of the settings that got it there. But like with Stable Diffusion, if you don't have the same checkpoint and you don't use the same weights, like, it'd be impossible to get the same image.
and this
Like,
is what we learned.
Similar.
What's that, Bits?
I said, and this is what we just learned today. Well, I guess that was a whole bunch of things that we just learned in the last.
Yes, I tend to info dump, so yeah.
No, that's
Apologies in advance for that.
That's awesome. No, that's no apology necessary at all, at all. I was going to say, who was it? It was Kush that we were talking to that was talking about his style and his prompts, like he was to create a brand, right? And
Yeah.
be able to use that, and if say big pop company wants to create an advertisement campaign, but in the style of Kush or PURZ, then they can,
Yeah.
okay, well, here's what we want to do. Okay, well, sure, we can do that. Pay us this money, and we'll hand you over the official prompts.
Mm-hmm.
Creating a brand.
Yeah, or even beyond prompts, like you could train
yeah,
check points on our work and stuff like that. Use that as a mixed, base for building new stuff. So you wouldn't even prompts alone. You'd be driving the style with your work, which is really cool.
Yeah.
That's another thing of AI that I really like, is taking work I've done before, running it through AI, image to image with ControlNet and all these other ways of controlling it, and like pushing it into a whole new place. Like, that is so exciting to me. Like, taking samples of your own work and remixing them, but AI, like image to image, and there's so many ways to work with AI, and it goes so far beyond just typing words into a website. It's almost reductive to consider just a prompt as a style, because there's so much that goes into it.
Mm-hmm. And that's
even in Midjourney, there's like 9 different models or something now.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, it's advancing so effing quick. Like, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that we've had numerous AI artists on here and non-AI artists, and in the conversations. It's the one thing that, like, what you just said there is that, like, it's you still got to be the creator. You still have to create. It's not like you can just like produce all this stuff instantaneously and think that it comes out the first time. Like, it doesn't, right? Like, you still have to be a person that knows that what you're looking for, and you have to be able to massage it out of the programs to get it to pop out the way that you want. But
unlike traditional art, like, you can just happen your way into an amazing piece by just typing a few words to the
Yeah.
website. So that, there is that side of it as well. Like, you can just happenstance yourself into something really beautiful by just saying beautiful show me a beautiful landscape. You know what I mean? Like, there is an element of beginner's luck to it that would definitely, I can see why it pisses off traditional artists. But I'm a traditional artist in the sense I'm a drummer, I'm a musician, and I'm excited for all the prospects of AI audio being able to remix my work into new stuff. So my advice is to get over it and embrace the future.
Drummers. I wasn't gonna say anything, but have y'all noticed how many times he's been drummer? I'm a drummer. It's like the drummers. They're always at the back, and they always got to be these people. I'm a drummer. Oh, no, just kidding.
Are they the vegans of the audio world? They're a drummer if they tell you they're a drummer, or you'll know because they'll tell you in the first 5 minutes. No.
That's just kidding. I'm just being teasing.
I don't play any instruments, so I do not talk shit.
I just remember. I remember back in my days of live audio, it was always like it was always, oh fuck, he's another drummer. Drummer. Oh, it's a drummer. It's gotta be careful with the drummers. Don't wanna step on their toes. But no, just kidding. Oh fuck! Now PURZ just left. Oh fuck! Great.
So going back, Bits, you said something that I was thinking, and
Oh, he really did. He really did drop out.
Oh,
See, I told you it was gonna happen. Oh shit.
That was weird. I got fully rugged. Everything went silent. I'm like, all right, never mind.
I was gonna say, I hope you heard the part where I was saying that that I'm just totally joking because I don't play any instruments.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I must have struck a nerve. Everybody went silent.
I know. Just throw the drummer out of the space, man. That could not have happened at a better time. That was truly comical. I love that.
Or worse, I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess comedy's all about the timing, right?
That's right.
Always.
Okay, so I want to go back to something that Bit said about, you visualize it and then type it in, but if you can't visualize, like how is your process if you can't visualize what you want?
Oh, I just describe cool stuff. I just think about cool stuff. I can't see it, but I can think about it. I've read books. I've watched movies.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm not like sitting there composing a scene or anything, but I'll just type in what I want to see. It's almost like it gave me an imagination. Like, that's the other really cool thing about the image generation stuff is it is almost like a replacement or a bionic version of the limb I'm missing. So like that, I went nuts with Midjourney when I first got it. I think I did like 5,000 generations, like way too quickly. I was, just all day and night doing it because it was like, oh, I suddenly have a visual imagination. Like, let's get to work.
Because you were finally like, oh, I'm thinking this thing. I'd like to visualize it.
See whatever I want to see. Yeah.
This can visualize it for me, and then I can actually see it.
Yeah. And that was like just crack. It was just like, I was a little worried I was getting like addicted to it. It calmed down a bit, thankfully, but I'm still obsessed with it.
I mean,
I love it.
It's got to be like a blind man seeing for the first time.
Yeah, it really
I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to reduce it. I don't want to reduce a blind person's experience to that because it's like obviously, I'm not like, it's just it is so cool to have this ability I was missing.
That is neat, and it's technology made it be that way.
Yeah,
I love hearing that. I got those pieces, Willie. Just so you know, I pinned it up.
Okay.
I pinned it up to the top there. We
cool.
we bought all.
Star Tech Saloon. Satisfactory Tech Saloon. I love that. Max Capacity told me to this series. Maybe he saw these back in the day, and he was like, "You need to mint all these right now."
Oh, that's really cool. But we had
I
Well,
was making
protect
a
the
Star
train.
Trek Western.
We had
That's
to
cool.
protect
You
the
know,
train.
here's a little inside baseball. That's Mid-Journey version 1, wave 1. Those very rare.
There you go.
Those are those are almost when vintage becomes a thing. Those are like literally the original edition.
And now the Night Train owns all 3 of them.
and we got all 3 of them
Nice.
of that particular
Thank you.
piece. Yep. And that we that's come up in conversation many times too. Is that being the OGs, being the original, the first generations of stuff like that's. I mean, a lot of this art that's coming out now, that's where it is. Like that's what it is. Whether any of the artists that have created some of these pieces in the last, say, year or 2 or whatever, even if they're not in existence, producing or active in the future. I mean, people are going to look back and go, "Oh, you remember this? Like this was totally PURZ. Like, man, where's PURZ now? Like he was OG and or Wonder Mundo pieces or any of these artists that are kicking around these days that are making waves in this world. Like this is ground level, right? Like these are real original pieces. Like these are very, very back. Do you remember when you couldn't get exactly what you wanted using AI and
Oh yeah.
right? Like
It was all hot dogs and eyeballs and dogs.
in 20 fingers on one hand
Yeah.
and stuff like that. That's how
I mean, I actually like that aesthetic, but it's obviously not, it's not, the end goal. But I love weird AI. I love broken stuff. Like I have so much weird art that I made that's like, and it's not even Twitter's not even ready for it. It's like absolutely disturbing stuff. But I just like I don't know. I like the way the AI puts stuff together. It's not human. It's decidedly inhuman. And the closer we strive for perfection, the further away we move away from this really creative tool we have. And I hope people keep these old checkpoints around because there's some magic in these weird latent spaces. I see it every day, like with people that are creating stuff. Like there are places we haven't accessed yet that are just weird.
Weird. We need like a big echo there. Weird.
Can you explain that a little bit better?
Like, I don't know. It's hard to describe. You got to do a lot of latent space exploring, but basically, like the way that it will put scenes together is so sometimes unnatural, or very natural, and in a very weird way. Like, yeah, I'm having trouble articulating and coming up with a actual example of this, but yeah, you know how all the stuff that's coming out now looks very clean and correct, and everybody has 2 eyes and their nose is in the right place, and they have they have 4 fingers and a thumb. When the AI in between when it first came out and what this is happening, there's a lot of cool stuff where it's just people with extra limbs or like 2 torsos and stuff like that. That's all going to get, pushed out of the narrative of AI, but it's undesirable. But I think it's cool. Like I think, when it builds a table wrong or it does a geometrically impossible building, like that stuff thrills me. I dig it. It's weird. It's cool.
Yeah.
It tickles my brain.
I agree with that 100%. And I believe Kush was one of the artists that said that, like he, using an older version of Mid-Journey or whatever is, more.
Oh, yeah.
Because that, if that's your style and that's where you found your groove, well, stick with it, right? Like, that's the one thing.
Just having it as an option.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like, I hope that it doesn't get like, everyone strives towards like the perfection. So all the models that will be available will always be looking more and more like photography and stock photos and realistic stuff and perfect art. I think there's a big space for imperfect art.
Yeah, no, I really like those imperfections too in the AI. In the AI too, I think it's really great. Like you have this most amazing picture, and everything is exactly the way that you would have figured you wanted it, and then all of a sudden over here, there's somebody's head's blasted apart, like
Yeah.
with 10 fingers coming out of it
Or
for
there's
no.
a figure just looming in one of
Yeah,
the building windows or something.
yeah, that's part of it. Like I mean, that's part of the create. That's just like an artist that only does monochrome stuff, right? It's just if people want, people dig that. You dig that. I dig that.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Oh,
people,
yeah.
and one day people will be going, man. Do you remember Mid Journey 2? Like I remember those days, man. Let's start creating with
Yeah.
that again. Let's get back there. Because now it's, I mean, eventually it's going to get to the point where it's like, yep, this looks just like a photograph, and like,
Yeah. Oh, it's already almost there. Like
right?
the Midjourney version 5.2 or whatever it is now, that stuff looks crazy.
Yeah,
Like absolutely mind-bogglingly good.
that was it was funny just thinking about it because I was mucking around with creating a new WX8BK logo, and I threw a few things at Willie the one day, and he's like, "Well, I don't know." He's like, "I can't like let's just stick with the old one. I like the old one. It's recognizable." Blah blah blah. And then he's like, "What is this anyway? Is this that new Midjourney version 4, or whatever the hell it is, or what?" And then I was like, "Oh, well, that's kind of flattering. No, it's I actually created these with Photoshop. Like they're legit. Like, but but thank you. That's kind of that's a compliment. That was a compliment to me, right? Like I was like, cool,
It's a compliment now, right?
right?
Like, oh, did AI make this? Thank you.
Other people will be like, "Fuck you, AI." No, it's not fucking
Yeah.
AI. It's me, man. I photoshopped this shit up. I photoshopped this with a hacked Photoshop from 1991 that I got from a Wares site.
I spent over an hour on this.
Right? Yeah, exactly,
Took me
exactly.
longer than that just to find the serial number.
Yeah. I had to go so many Wares sites. I had to spell Wares with a
You know how many
Z.
antiviruses you got to
Then I
run
had
to find a serial number? Jeez.
Kids, if you
How
don't
many
know
Wares
those,
is
if you don't know those days, kids, of going through Wares sites and stuff like that, you haven't lived. I don't even. Does that stuff even? I guess it's just the dark web and shit now. I guess does that still
No,
exist?
it's all still around.
If I knew, I wouldn't say.
That's there you go.
I heard it's all still around.
Yeah, rumor
Yeah,
rumor
a friend of
has
mine
it.
told me.
Somebody told me. I don't remember who it was.
I don't buy any hacked software. I just don't buy software.
Right.
Period. We're not rich like that. Well, remember, I mean, even Photoshop now, right? Like, I I don't even think you can like actually straight out buy Photoshop. You just have to have subscriptions to it now. I think, right?
Subscription based, yeah.
Yeah, it's wacky.
Yeah, Photoshop. Photoshop's like 10 or $20 a month, but then like the whole suite, I think, is 50 or 60.
That's wild. Good tools. But it's really funny though because even when I used this was a couple years ago, even when I used the most modern version of Photoshop, it's like I'm still using the same tools that I always used that are still there. It's like I don't use anything that's advanced or anything in it. I just I just want my smudge. I just want to smudge this. I just want to take my red eye out. That's it.
Have you ever used Photopea?
Yes.
PEA.com? Yeah.
That
it's
is
like,
that's
just Photoshop in a browser. For
yeah,
free.
yeah. No, and that's actually that is what that is what I actively 100% use now. Is that it's
They just made a automatic 1111 plugin extension that just puts Photopea in a tab, so you can go back and forth as you're generating. Just push it into Photopea, pull it back out, and then it's really really
smart.
Clever.
That's smart.
It's super cool.
Yeah, I love that. I found that and I was like, oh, I dig this because I wanted to get like I do some projection mapping for Halloween and Christmas on the front of my house.
Mhm.
And I was purchasing content and it's like, you know what? I would really like to create some things that are just for me. So that's how I found Photopea. Photopea for some people too, or Photopea, whatever the hell you want. Whatever people want to call it.
It's a vegetable.
Yeah, right. Tomato. And that's how I found it because I was like, well, I fucking don't want to pay $20 a month for frickin' Photoshop. Like it's just I don't like that.
Yeah, and it does everything you need Photoshop
Yeah.
to do, like in a pinch. It just doesn't do the like high-end smart object linking and bridge stuff. But
Yeah.
you kind of need the suite for that stuff anyway. So whatever.
Yeah. So I've been using that, and it's really great. And I'm really actually excited for this Halloween because it's going to be the first year that I've been doing this for. I've been doing the projection mapping for 11 years now, I think, something like that. But this will be the first year that I'm going to use just my own content, and I'm actually going to use a lot of AI
I would
because
say you should AI generate some scenes.
yeah, no, that's what I've been doing. Like I have, like a couple of the windows in the front of my house. I wanted some haunted house shutters, so boom, you go into AI and you go haunted house shutters, rickety rat or whatever, and it's like it just spits out tons of them. And then I got all this stuff, and then the other thing that I was doing was taking like say an example is an AI vampire that I created, and then I wanted to make him talk, and it'll go through an FM transmitter so people can hear it in their cars or whatever. But it's like, but I went and I created the vampire, and then I went into what the fuck is that site? Oh, it's that one you can make training videos. You can make AI training videos with it.
I think I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. I can't remember the name.
So I discovered that I could take that AI vampire, transfer him over into that program, and then I can write this script for him, and then it select his eyes and his mouth and everything, and then it animates and makes him talk. And I'm like, dude,
Perfect.
this is brilliant.
I know.
Well, now it sounds like you could pick any famous movie vampire, like a Corey Feldman or a Brad Pitt, and use that voice.
Sure.
Wait, what movie was Corey Feldman a vampire in?
Wasn't he a vampire in The Lost Boys?
Lost Boys?
No, he was a vampire hunter in The Lost Boys, was he not?
Oh, yeah, he
You
was.
might be right.
Yeah, he was. That's right.
He certainly wasn't Sexy Sax Man.
No,
So he's the star of The Lost Boys.
that's right.
You cannot convince me otherwise. Best scene in that movie.
Ever. Well,
Yeah,
that's
maybe ever is the underground bluesy sex vampire rave.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you didn't record that onto cassette tape and play it over and over again, I don't know, right? Was it just me?
Sexy Sax Man.
Sexy sax man. That doesn't sound right when you say sexy sax man. Visual. Nope. Not going to visualize that. Are you without doxing? Are you East Coast, West Coast?
Toronto, yeah, I'm East Coast.
You're TO.
Center-ish.
Oh, so you're the
Center-ish.
center of the world. Yeah, no, I get that. You're
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I exist in the center of the universe.
Yeah. There you're in the most northern part of the United States, right there.
Easily.
Cool. So you're out there with Proteon in Proteon's territory out there as well. He's
I
out
don't
there.
know if I know Proteon.
Oh, you don't know the Proteon? Proteon's out there. He's a Canadian homie. He's out there, and he's in the Toronto, I do believe.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's cool. That's cool. It's funny, y'all, all y'all Web3 folk that I meet that are Canadians all seem to be from the East. I don't know what's
Yeah,
up.
I've met a couple. I've met a couple in the city. It's been really cool. Yeah, I want to put a show together here pretty soon with a few local artists. I just have to find a venue and rent TVs or whatever you got to do.
Rent
I don't know how to show it.
TVs.
Yeah, I don't know how to show NFTs in a gallery to figure
I
it out.
never even thought about renting TVs.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, come on. Nobody's
Where do you rent TVs from? Like the
I don't
errands?
know.
a lot of these audio visual places will
Yeah,
have
those places.
stuff like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, they totally will.
It's like corporate AV stuff. You
Yeah.
rent it for a couple days.
And it'd be good stuff too. It'd be stuff that you wouldn't have in
Yeah,
your
they'll come set it up or whatever.
yeah. That's what I kind of want to do here too as well. I'm out in Calgary. I want to do it really badly here because there's nothing. I mean, really, basically, like there's nothing. What the hell happens in Canada?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And you know there's artists there.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. With Wag Me Wine, Willie and I are part of the Wag Me Wine project. We participate in it, and actually, our last artist that did the labels for us just so happened to be local, right here in Calgary, and I was like surprised. It was Poke Shaman, who's down in Florida, who's one of the founders of the project. He messaged me one day. He's like, "Hey, man, you're always going across the border to pick up your wine." He's like, "Would you be able to pick up wine and deliver some to ANTN? And I'm like, sure, where is he? I can ship it, no problem, whatever. And he's like, well, he's in Calgary. Are you anywhere near there? And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's like fucking, it's where I live. I'm right here, so no problem. So I was pretty happy with that. I'm very happy with finding out about the Canadians that exist. I think, I've been trying to think of a way how we can all, like, have our own little own little spot where it's like you come to find us. This is where we are. I mean, we should have our own Discord or something. I don't know. No, fuck, not another Discord. Jesus.
Yeah, I got enough Discords.
Not enough. Dude, I have wiped out my Discords. I can't even take Discords anymore, man. Like, I've wiped them out. I've got Wag Me Wine, Jayburn, and Pop Lazarus. I think are the only 3-4 Discords that I have. And I got rid of everything else. I just couldn't even take it anymore. I didn't even like seeing the notifications that I didn't pay attention to anymore.
Yeah, the badges get overwhelming.
Yeah.
And then you start joining Discords and muting them immediately. It's like, why am I here?
Yeah. Right? Totally. But yeah, I feel up here and I mean, you're in Toronto. Like, is there like, where the hell is NFT Toronto? Like, what it's...
Well, they had an event here. I was gonna go to it, but I don't know. I couldn't tell if it was like legit or not. You know how some of these things can be. And then it seemed like it was pretty legit. So I'm gonna try and go next year.
Mm-hmm. I think definitely.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I need to basically go see if there's any galleries doing NFT stuff and introduce myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do a show somewhere with some TVs.
Right.
I know there are some up in Toronto because I know Proteon's been in a couple up there. Yeah, he'd be a good person to get in touch with if you've never talked to him before.
Yeah, he would definitely know. He's got his thumb on the pulse up there. But yeah, like even here, like in Calgary, I finally found this NFT group that meets every Wednesday, and I've been trying to go and meet with them. They just meet at a pub downtown, so I don't know if it's really an NFT group or just an excuse to get together and drink. But either way,
probably both.
Either way, I'm okay. Either way, I'm okay with that. But it's like I've found
That's
out
what Tuesdays are.
Right. I'm hanging out drinking with my homies right now.
Yeah.
And that's honestly why I haven't been able to make it to one of these Wednesday meetups, is because, like, fuck, dude, I just stayed up till midnight and, polished off a bottle of wine the night before, woke up at 6 a.m. and went to work. Like, I'm not going to do this again. But someday I'll get up there. But yeah, I mean, I want to. I mean, and especially here because, and I think the one thing, which has definitely been a struggle with a lot of the NFT stuff and things like that, is I think that if I was to create something here and do something here, I would definitely push it to more of the art and entertainment side. Like, really promote that as opposed to, and have NFT as like the secondary words in it. Because I think that the NFT thing really steers people that might be interested away.
Yeah, I would just push it as an art show and then only show NFTs.
Right.
Like, have people just be like, wait a minute, I thought this was
Well, and I mean, I guess calling it a digital art show, or like PURZ just said it, like a crypto art show, maybe. I don't know, but
yeah, I don't know. It depends on what you want to do. I mean, like, television's in a art gallery is just an installation, right?
Yeah.
Like, you could just do an installation, and it doesn't have to be an NFT art show. But I don't know. I think having NFT stuff in a gallery starts to destigmatize it from the trad art world. And it's every time we're around in galleries, it improves visibility. And it's sort of like, yeah, we're here. Like, this NFT art is valid, and you just have to get used to it. Because, yeah, the gatekeepers suck, basically, and that's been a big problem with most digital artists trying to get their work in a gallery. It's been like, well, print something maybe. And it's like, well, my work is animated, so
right.
It's hard to print an animation.
Well, it's going to be a lot of printing.
I got an idea. Yeah, print a flip book.
A
Flip
flip
books,
book,
yeah.
big giant flip book, and
Yeah.
you have somebody
Flip
just
book would
standing
be
there
dope.
flipping it for you.
With gloves on.
Right? Yes. Yeah. Oh, gotta have the white gloves. Gotta have the white gloves. And I mean, I
like this idea.
to me, I guess, I mean, obviously, I'm right here. I'm in the midst of it. But I mean, to me, it seems like it seems like the natural progression for art. Period. Right? Like being digital and being like taking all of this audio visual stuff that we have these days. It just seems like the progression. Like, why wouldn't it be in art studios or galleries or whatever? I mean, it just seems like you say, and yeah, like I think that's kind of the right way to go about it too. It's an installation. It's what you got to call
Yeah,
it.
or it's just you're just showing digital art in a gallery.
Yeah, and I mean,
we don't have to get all labely about it.
yeah, and I think that's where the promotion and setting those things out and getting people interested. It's being careful with the wording of it, right? Because if you just say, oh, it's going to be an NFT.
You don't want people to think that it's like, well, maybe, I don't know, not necessarily like just like the I hate using the term bored apes because like there's nothing wrong in my opinion with people that are into the PFP and bored ape stuff, but that crowd can draw certain like, you know, comparisons when people think about NFTs and they think about like, you know, crypto bros and that culture, and it's like, yeah, it's, you want to not, I don't know, it's hard for me to walk this line because I don't actually have a problem with PFP stuff, but I know a lot of, you know, more like fine art artists do, and I don't want to get into anything about that. I just like, I think they're cool. I like profile pictures. I don't follow the lore of them and the like communities and stuff. I just like enjoy them, like looking at them and stuff. But I think a lot of people don't want to talk to just people that just collect PFPs and are like when Lambo about everything, because that finance crypto bro thing gets old pretty fast.
Yeah. That's like when I talk to friends and acquaintances now or introduce to people, like I tell them that I hold that every Tuesday night I host a space that's an art, about art, and I've kind of dropped in. And then I always go like art on the blockchain or whatever on crypto art, and then they're like, oh, NFTs, and I'm like, yeah, it is, but it's, you know, it's art. It's like I try to steer away from it, like the PFP thing. And again, not just like you said, not downplaying all that stuff, but it's like a lot of people have this ingrained in their head.
Different culture.
Yeah, they just have it ingrained in their head as to what it is, right? Like it's like, well, no, like believe me, you should see some of the shit that I see, or some of the people that I talk to, and some of the art that I've seen. It will blow your mind, like 100%. And that's where I think if you start off with, hey, want to come to this NFT art show, people just judge right away, right? Like right off the bat, they're like, I've seen a bored ape, right? Oh yeah, okay, you've seen a bored ape, but have you seen a PURZ? Have you know?
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, they don't like it's got a bad rep.
Yeah. Have you seen a Wonder Mundo? Have you seen seen an Empress Trash? You know they just sold at Sotheby's.
Yeah, for real.
Right? Like fucking drop that shit now. Like that's where it's at. I think here I would have I believe in Calgary that I have I know there's lots of great venues here, and there's lots of cheap space here, and there's lots of this stuff going on here, and I know I would be able to do it and pull it off. I'm just trying to build up the guts to do it, even though I know it would work, and it would take minimal cost and effort to do it. As far as
I don't have any idea where to start, so if you know where to start, just let me know.
Well,
in my something here.
I mean, the first of all is like if you got a space. That's the first key thing. Where are you doing it, right? A space, boom, no problem. It could be in a community center. It could be in an old warehouse. It could be in fucking, underneath of a gallery in their basement. Like it could be. I mean, getting the space is the first thing, and then going, well, let's curate it, right? Then you got to curate it and get some TVs. Gotta get some
TVs.
Apparently, you could probably rent.
Yeah, no, you could. Well, you would,
for
right?
The day instead of having to buy a bunch.
Yeah.
Of them.
Well, and you would. Like, that's the way it works. Like, I used to work back in the day when I DJ'd. We did video dances. That was our big thing. but we also rented our video screens out and stuff like that for people to use for displays or whatever they wanted to use them for. We would go set them up, go here's the power button, click it on, and here's what you do. Or we would leave somebody there to run the stuff, and we would tear it all down and take it away. Because I mean, especially for, you know, like back in the 90s, to have a 20-foot by 12-foot screens, like, where the hell do you get that stuff, right? Well, we had like 30, 40 of the damn things. So we would come, people, you know, even if it was just like a company that just wanted to do slide presentations on them, but they needed enough of them for the 2,000 people that were showing up, like we would do that. It totally exists. There's companies just waiting to rent out their TVs to you. All their fancy, super high definition 4K whamma jammas. We'll do it, Willie. See, this is where you just need to relocate the family to Canada. Yeah.
No big deal.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Just come on down just come on up. We're right here. Pick Vendel up on your way.
Yeah.
No, if anything like that's happening, I'm coming down there, bro. That's right. I just said that's right.
It's already over 100 down here. I don't know if you want to come down here.
Dude, it's been hitting hard here. We've been very hot. Like, we've been 15 degrees above normal temperatures, like, for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks now. And then, never mind, this morning I woke up and I thought it was still too early because there wasn't enough light coming in my window, but it's because the forest fire smoke was fucking covering the earth today.
Jeez.
Oh, it was brutal. Canadian problems, though. Anyways, I guess this is a good point too. Definitely to take a little stop and you know, definitely mention to PURZ that, you know, we know you have a real life and you got things to do and you're in a different time zone. So at any time, if you're ready to check out or whatever, feel free to do so. We're not kicking you out by any means, but we always like to make sure that we.
Yeah, it's gonna happen naturally, probably within the next 10 minutes because my AirPods just went.
Cool.
So,
Okay, well, I want to ask you something really quick before you get off. You mentioned
Well, he's
you're
getting off.
interested in world building.
yeah.
So, can we talk about that for a little bit? Like, are you talking about like video game world building or
Sort of,
like,
or just like a world to set all my stuff in. And like overarching narrative, you know, lore that only I know, things I can use to like tie worlds together, and also like I really I do a lot of well, I used to, and I want to get into it more, but I do a lot of augmented reality stuff. The AR stuff you were talking about at the beginning of the thing. I was doing a lot of gallery design and stuff like that for metaverse galleries because I think VR and AR are going to be wild. Apple's about to drop something insane on us. And I think that getting your shit together as it comes to VR and AR and XR and all that stuff is probably the move. If you're
what's
in that
XR?
kind of stuff. XR is just like the reality of the web. So like, you know, if I'm on the web and I have glasses, then I could, you know, enable AR with the XR plugin for the web. It's just another term for augmented reality, I guess. Just accessing it through like a website or whatever.
Like spatial.
Like spatial. Anything that has like a VR, like Enter VR, or like those buttons, stuff like that. And also, you mentioned holograms. I actually make holograms for Looking Glass, the people that make the holographic displays. I've done a bunch of those. They're really cool. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a Looking Glass, but it's like a little portrait that sits on your.
I think we lost him.
No, he's right there.
I think I'm back. We're gonna have to do the speakerphone thing till my phone dies. So yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen a Looking Glass, but they're like holographic displays for your desk.
Like you see, like a portrait, like they've done a Disney for like 20 years. Those, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I've been to Disney, but it's basically like a lenticular display. So like, I don't know if you remember those stickers from when you were a kid, where you could look at one side of the sticker and then turn it, and it would have like different
Yes.
stuff as you moved it. And if you ran your finger across it, it was like you could do DJ sounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's that, but it's a screen. So the image actually appears in front of the screen. It's really trippy. It's like 3D in real life, basically.
Okay.
That's
And so
cool.
yeah, I've been making stuff for them. If you go to blocks.glass/PURZ, you can see all the holograms there. But yeah,
That's
like
cool.
I'm really into augmented reality and basically trying to make stuff that, you know, doesn't exist yet.
Absolutely, and making people feel that nostalgia for things that they
So-
never experienced.
So are you saying that this space train heist and PURZ bots live in the same universe, like an MCU,
They could.
a
I hadn't
PCU?
gone that far, but maybe. Maybe that's who they're liberating from the planet. I'm not sure yet.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm not gonna sleep well tonight
I'm
either.
all about helping a creative process.
That's cool. That kind of
No,
holographic.
that's really cool. I was just thinking about that because Bitch was like, I don't know where Willie was this weekend. Oh well, Zelda's out.
Yeah.
The 6 year in the making.
That's
sequel.
where Willie was. He was playing Zelda.
Like, I was in Hyrule exploring somebody else's world building.
I want to get Zelda so bad. It looks great.
It is great.
I think I didn't play past the third one.
But it always fascinates me, like the people who can just create worlds like that out of nothing, which is kind of why I was bringing it up. Like, to have mountains and highlands and valleys, and it's just out of nothing.
Yeah, I've got a real appreciation for that too. I played pretty much every platformer that ever came out. I was never huge into RPGs, but I always loved Zelda and the Zelda games. A few RPGs, but like, you're right. It's such a crazy thing to build an entire world. Like, it's so cool.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
You ever notice it's really amazing? Like if you ever play an RPG or like go into these worlds, I always found it funny how I could travel through these worlds and knew these worlds better than I knew my own friggin' city that I lived in.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like I remember back in the early days of Grand Theft Auto, and it's like, dude, okay, yeah, you got to go down here. No, turn down this alley that's right here. Yeah, there's a little red building there.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
no, no. And it's like, I'm getting fucking lost in my own city when I'm trying to fucking go pick something up, and here I am.
Booted up the Vice City reboot
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago, and I was like, yeah. It's like I knew it. Like I knew it. Like I used to live there.
Yeah, right. Totally. I actually I play Vice City. I won't say quite often, but I kick it up every once in a while because it's the last one that I have, and I just same thing. Every time I fire it up, it's like within 5 seconds, I'm like, oh yeah, I know where I'm going. I know where I want to go play.
Oh, so good.
It is,
and it's the story and the voice acting and everything in that one is just so good.
Yeah, no, it's amazing world out of nothing to boot.
Yeah,
Right.
Rockstar, they're something else.
Oh yeah, that's they're huge.
Open world platformers are just a different level.
I stay away from that stuff. Like it's like Vice City was probably the last time that I really engulfed myself in that, and that's probably why I've never really upgraded or done anything else, is because I just spent too much effing time
Yeah.
in that stuff. Like and I don't hate it, and that's the terrible. Like it's like, man, like I never feel bad about spending 9 hours. Just in this,
I mean, there's people that sit in Grand Theft Auto 5 and role play like it's real life.
right? Yeah.
There's whole servers for that. People are like cops in the game, like they have jobs.
They don't
It's wild.
they don't pay well, but yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm sure their spouses love them. Oh, if they even have spouses, I guess you're playing that hardcore. That's wild.
Yeah.
Can't come to bed. I'm on shift.
Yeah, I can't. I'm working the night. I'm working.
Yeah, I'm working the night shift. It's like an actual detective, hard-boiled detective story. He's neglecting his spouse. The shit I've seen.
You don't know. As you're
It's
slamming
you're
back
you're just playing a game, man. You can stop.
You ever seen a man just glitch into the sky like that?
I saw two hookers get beat down tonight and killed in cold blood in front of me, and then the guy went in and got a burger and stole a plane.
Plane was just sitting there on 5th Street. I don't know. How'd it get there? I don't know.
That's facts. 100% facts. I just wanted to, if anybody else in the room this evening has any questions for PURZ and you'd like to come up, you can. This is definitely the time to do it as well. I figure we can definitely pop somebody up. I just grabbed Lily here. She's been down there waiting. Lily White hanging out with us. If anybody else has any questions for PURZ, feel free to request and come on up and ask your questions. Ask about how much a Canadian dollar is worth these days to an American dollar. Well, you're at par. You're in Toronto. You guys have your own money, right? You got Toronto money. That's different there, right?
Special.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's better. It's better than the rest of the country's money.
Yeah, totally.
Everything in Toronto's better.
Center of the world, man. Center of the world.
The streets are paved with gold.
If you've never been to the intersection of Yonge and the fuck is it, Yonge and Queen?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Go with it. Where's Much Music? Where Much Music used to be. Anyways.
Yeah, Queen and John.
Queen and John. That's right. Remember when Much Music and MTV used to play music? You remember that back in the day?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
That happened. I remember I was at my grandma's house the weekend that Much Music launched, and I watched Much Music basically for 24 hours a day for 3 days. And of course they did the 8-hour rotation, right? So you got to watch the same stuff over and over. But I remember like I was having nightmares and I couldn't sleep. Like when I went home, I was a little kid back then. My mom's like, "Well, I knew it. You were watching that. Well, you watch TV for freaking 3 days straight."
Yeah, like green jelly videos and stuff.
Right? Yeah. Or Helix, a little bit of Helix. Get some movies, shit in there. Rock You.
All the CanCon.
Yeah.
This is the Canadian version of MTV.
Yeah, it actually released it. Much Music came out before MTV did, and Much Music actually has the largest music video collection in the world. Facts.
Pretty cool. It is pretty cool.
It is very cool.
That is
like it turned into a caricature of itself, but it like back in the day when I was a kid, it was my lifeline to new stuff.
Right, it was, and that's how you got it. And
Yeah.
and just like we had talked about this, I think it was with Retromania about the retro and cassette tapes and things, and like recording on cassette tapes, right? Like if you wanted a song back in the day, it's like you would be on your favorite radio station for like the top 9 at 9 countdown, and hit record just at the right time. But for me, it was the same thing with Much Music. Like there was the 8-hour rotation. And I would watch it, and I knew when these songs would come on, so I would have a videotape loaded up, and I would record. And you know, to this day, these tapes are still at my dad's house. Like I've pulled them out every once in a while. The stuff that I used to record.
I bet you there's some stuff on there that's not on YouTube.
Oh, guaranteed, absolutely, and especially if you get into the CanCon, like hands down, right? But I mean, even you know, American musicians and stuff like that just never. You know, if they stopped existing before this era came along and nobody owns their catalog, well, then it's not out there, right?
Yeah.
Like there definitely are videos that I know do not exist anywhere on the internet, but I know I've got them on a VHS tape sitting at my dad's house.
Yeah, I actually uploaded a couple of Glue Leg videos that didn't exist.
Dude, love Glue Leg.
Yeah, they were great.
Fuck, because they had like the horn section in there and everything, right? Like
and the bass player played a Chapman stick.
Yeah. Dude, I have what do I have on my phone? Like I have like 3 Glue Leg songs that are religious. They're in my big huge playlist on my phone, and I caught them one night. by accident. We just happened to be going out for drinks one night, and we were driving by this one bar here called the Back Alley that used to, well, it exists again, but it's not the same as it used to be. But and I Mother Earth was playing, and Glue Leg happened to be the opening band, and that's how I discovered Glue Leg. And it was I Mother Earth on that very first album, like when they had Rain Will Fall and Levitate, or Levitate, I think might have been, or Dig, I think was the name of the album. But
yeah, Levitate was such a great song.
Oh, dude, Levitate. There's an acoustic version of that. That's just.
That's the first song I ever heard of theirs.
Really? And that's awesome.
Another Much Music discovery,
right? And I mean, so yeah, we were just driving by. We saw I Mother Earth, and we were like, "Oh shit, dude! Like they got that song on the radio, right?" So we went in, and Glue Leg opened up, and I remember like after Glue Leg came on, I was like, wow, where do we go from here? Because that was pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And then
I wouldn't want them to open for me. I don't think they were pretty wild.
They were awesome. They were totally wild. And it was really interesting because Glue Leg stayed, and they played the next night, but just by themselves. Like they didn't open for any, and it was really weird. I don't know what the reasoning for it was or whatever. So I went back the next night just to see them again because they were like fucking amazing. Yeah, the shtick. That dude totally played the shtick.
Yeah, those things are heavy as shit.
Are they really? They don't look like they would be, but yeah.
There's a whole back brace for them.
Oh fuck, that's crazy.
Yeah.
For anybody
I had to look that up just now.
It's an interesting.
It's like made out of a tree trunk.
Yeah. And they play it, and it's basically like piano, like a piano is more like what it's played, right?
I forget how many strings it is, but it's a lot.
Yeah, like it was like crazy.
But at least 12.
But if you saw somebody that knew how to play the shtick, like dude, you were seeing some amazing music. Oh, Glue.
Yeah, dude. Tony Levin from King Crimson and Peter Gabriel, he plays one too.
Oh, dope. Oh, I'm so happy you brought up Glue Leg. Do you know, like, you're probably the only fucking person that I have talked to in like 30 years that has any idea who Glue Leg was. But you're Canadian, you should know. I mean, you're in Toronto, so I mean, you're right there. You got that stuff happening. Canada used to have such an amazing music scene, especially when they came up with with the CanCon rules, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously when they came up with the CanCon rules, that a lot of shit came out too, because people were just trying to sign bands so they could make up for the CanCon. But there was some really great bands that came up here, and once again, they don't go anywhere because we don't have the population up here to support the album sales and
the music scene here eats itself every 3 years.
Yeah.
Like all the bands, they have fans, and the fans fade, and then the bands all support each other until the bands have to do something else. You just see it happen over and over and over and over and over
until they're like,
thought of it that way. That's interesting that there isn't enough population for it to support itself.
For a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it fades because it's unsustainable here. There's too much talent, not enough room.
Yeah. And
tons of room, but not enough like places to play.
Yeah. We definitely got room. If you need space, we got space.
Plenty of room. Maybe too much.
And then you get the few that you do get the few that happen to get signed right and trickle over the border but even the ones that do make it across, like sometimes they're still not entirely totally known, right? Like I mean I know
like the Tragically Hip, arguably one of the biggest bands in Canada, are only known in like the northern states,
right? And I mean, Jesus Christ, like it's the Tragically Hip, like are you kidding me? Like and it's sad now because if you introduce somebody to them and they love them, it's like, yeah, well, Gord Downey's not here anymore. They're not doing their thing. He's gone. I mean, but like even you said, Willie, like last week when Fendel was doing the Flash Canadian questions or whatever that he was asking me, and he asked me, what's your favorite Canadian artist? And I mean, right away, it's Tragically Hip if you don't say it. And then you said Rush was the only one that you knew. That's like and
Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, there's so many secret Canadians though.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like I'm sure so many Canadian bands. You don't even think about the fact that.
Yeah, they moved to the States and they don't.
I mean, if you were to take this year's Crown Royal commercial as fact, then the Foo Fighters are a Canadian band, according to everything that Dave Grohl was saying.
I didn't see that.
Everything Canadian. What?
Well, I was gonna say if the way the way that I look at America, right? So Dave Grohl's from that Pacific Northwest scene where Fendel is, so he's honorary Canadian. Anybody that's in a northern state is basically unaware. I mean, the rest of the states doesn't
like Minnesota,
or Montana, northern Montana. It's like
they're all Canadians. They just don't know it.
Yeah, well, they're so detached. They're so detached from the rest of the U.S. I mean, obviously not in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, Seattle and stuff. I mean, you got the whole West Coast scene going on there, but it's like northern Montana. No, northern Montana is so disconnected from the rest of the United States. Like, let's not even get into fucking Alaska. Like, that's just a total. But even actors too. That's another thing. There's a lot of Canadian actors that people don't realize that huge actors that people don't realize are Canadian, which is interesting. And you got PURZ, for Christ's sakes. I mean, we all thought up until this point in time. I didn't know you were cool.
Secretly Canadian.
I didn't know you were totally cool. I mean, I knew you were cool, but I didn't know you were cool.
Glue leg cool.
Glue leg. Dude, that is so fucking I gotta find that poster. I probably still have the I've got a, because whenever I would go to the back alley, they would always do those, like they had an offset printing press, so they would do their own posters, their own advertisements. So whenever I went to a concert, I made sure I would go around that bar and I would find like the most together intact poster that I could find. I would take it. And I know I have a Glue Leg I Mother Earth one.
Well, that's really cool. That's smart. I never even thought to do that.
Yeah. No, I always made, well, and it was kind of a thing too that it was kind of an unspoken rule that you didn't do that. And then by the time the show was over, most of the posters would be torn down or so fucked up that you didn't want one anymore either too, right? Like, but I always made sure. I was like, nope. I went in there, I'm like, nope, gotta have that, gotta have that, gotta have that. I've got me an autographed Lee Aaron one, for crying out loud. For going full Canadian here. But the Tragically Hip, folks, if you don't know the Tragically Hip, I encourage you to go and look up the Tragically Hip. Road Apples would be that's where you start. You start with the album Road Apples and get hooked, get into it, and then feel sad that unfortunately Gord Downey's not with us anymore.
He is possibly the coolest Canadian,
right? The most caring. Like, I mean, if there could be any more of a caring Canadian, like that guy. Everybody listened. Politicians listened. Politicians from other country listened to him. All kinds of groups, leaders like that. When Gord spoke, you listened. Like, it was just the man. There was no bullshit coming out of that guy's mouth. That was like true honesty and poetry, too.
Yeah, man, such a cool dude.
Yeah, he was a cool dude. I went and saw two of the final shows. The two final shows here in Calgary, I went and saw them.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We drove down to the lake and just sat in the car because they broadcast it over the entire country. So we just literally sat in the car and cried and listened to it.
That's the one thing I remember with that show. Like, I saw the last two that were here on that tour, and I remember that first night looking around. Like, there was a point in time where I just, like, he was talking and, like, tears just welled up in my eyes. And it was one of the only times in my life where I looked around and went, everybody here, every hard-ass metalhead biker dude that's here, every person wearing a suit here, everybody is crying because this.
That's your uncle. He's like,
well, and how many people get to do that in their lives, right? Know that they're on very, very limited time, super, super limited time. I mean, literally any one of those shows that could have been it right there and then, right on the stage. And it's like, but be able to know that your time is done, and to be such an icon and an institution for a whole country, and to be able to go and say, nope, I'm going to go do one more tour, and this is going to be it. And you know what? This isn't a fake goodbye. Like, this really is it. Like, I'm not coming back because I probably won't be around much longer, right? And that was really heavy to me when I was really grasping that.
Yeah.
And not a lot of people get to do that. Like, somebody passes away that's an artist or a musician or whatever. It's like you're always, if I only had went to that one last show, if only I had known. And it's like, at this time we knew.
Yeah, like Prince. Prince passed away like 2 months after I was supposed to go. I was turned down an opportunity to go see him.
Right.
I was
Yeah.
like, where'd that come from?
Yep. And the
But
last time,
so what did this Canadian guy die of that he knew
brain
that
brain
he was gonna
cancer
die, but
tumor. He had I believe it was brain cancer. He had a big, huge tumor in his head, and they operated because they basically, I think what it boiled down to was his doctor said, okay, we can leave it here, and you'll probably have some life left in you, but we can't guarantee you how the quality of life is going to be or whatever. Or we can do the risky surgery, remove it, and you'll probably regain, your function and all this sort of stuff, but your life is going to be shorter. And I can't remember exactly what it was that he had, but I just want to say it was brain cancer. I mean, everything's cancer these days, isn't it? So that's what happened, and he made the decision. He said, "Nope, do the surgery." And then they did the surgery, and then he had to like rehabilitate. He didn't remember his own songs or anything. Like he had to relearn all of that shit again in a very, very short period of time, because he wanted to get back up on the stage and do this all over again. Like it's a hell of a story. I think there's even a documentary on it, as a matter of fact. But yeah, no, he was a beautiful man. Like that guy, I like even right now, like just talking about it, like I get like Gord Downey was fucking, that dude was an amazing man, an amazing, amazing man. Anything he fought for the right reasons. Like and his song, and he was one of the last. I mean, like a lot of some of the great Canadian artists, like he's one of the last storytellers, right? I mean, a lot of songs, I understand a lot of songs have meaning and story to them. I get it. But like he told stories. Like a Tragically Hip song is a story when you listen to it. It's a short story. Like it's an art that people don't tend to produce music in very often anymore, I don't think. Personal opinion. This is not financial advice.
Yeah, I hear you. But Lily's had her hand up for about 45 minutes, so maybe we should.
It's been like 2 minutes maybe at the most. But hey, I've been driving home from my job doing processing human body parts.
Woo.
And it was really
Wow.
good to have some conversation. It's titanium parts that are going to be implants on people that have some need for shoulders and hips and knees and stuff.
Yes,
That's cool.
thank you for refreshing the rest of the crowd who wasn't here last week. We talked about.
But I love saying it that way. It's just so cool. Somebody was saying, "Why don't you just say cleaning body parts?" And I'm like, "No, that sounds like I work in a nursing home."
I immediately thought of the scene where they steal the human fat to make soap in Fight Club.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of interesting, I guess. I don't know, gross. But yeah, I had so many things I wanted to say, like all through the conversation. I was like, oh my gosh, I want to tell them that people are getting hired out of the Tezos community to actually be consultants and advisors and associates that deal only for different corporations, only with their new AI departments. Like they're having new AI departments at these big major corporations. And some people, Terry announced today, from Testtown, that she got hired to do some sort of position like that with AI. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think this business was called Skyrocket, which I haven't ever heard of before. But NASA hired somebody to like run their AI department, and they're going to hire team members for that AI department. I don't think it's all going to be art. They're any kind of AI, but then like I think I want to say it was IBM or some. I want to say it's IBM, but I could be wrong. Was hired somebody to run their AI department. They're gonna try to like automate, I should say, a lot of their customer service and stuff. So that was kind of a thing. And then another thing I wanted to say about the AI thing was we are having the third annual Fear for Tez in October, the 13th to the 31st. And I think with all the advances in AI since last year, I mean, so we're going to get some, I can't even wait to see what we're going to get when it comes. I mean, I hope we get a lot of traditional art too. I hope we get music. I hope we get, the glitch, everything. But but I can't wait to see what people come up with for AI for the Fear for Tez.
Third annual, huh?
Yeah, can you believe it? Can you believe I've been around that long?
I love Fear for Tez.
Well, I was going to say, like we always say, anybody in this space, like yourself, Lily, or PURZ, anybody that says hick at nunk, I mean, if stop, those people have been here. They've been here for an eternity as far as Web3 world, right?
Yeah, they know what's going on.
Yeah, no,
yeah. I was explaining Hickok-Nunk to some people in a room earlier today, and they were like, "Oh, really? There was there was only one choice." Like,
yeah. Either used it or you didn't. And I love that Hickok-Nunk's UX, like their entire sort of the vibe of their UX was "fuck you," like you figure it out.
yeah, that's right. Figure it out or don't. We don't care.
Yeah, it was so cyberpunk. I loved it.
Yeah, or as somebody said, he's like, what is this Hickok-Nunk? It looks like it's going to steal your money.
Yeah, but it was not the fun of it.
Man, those days. I mean, can you remember having to try 5 or 6 or 7 times to mint your thing because the tiny little 1-cent gas would go up or down, and you needed 2 cents right then, or I don't know. They just there was all these things, and I kept backtracking. Oh my gosh! If people only knew the horrors of it.
And here we are now. We have choices. We just point and click. It all just frickin' works. Most of the time.
Man, that was so fun though. I don't know. Coming from the Ethereum end, and I mean, if I moved my mouse wrong when I was executing a deal, I knew that it was going to fail. It was almost like this weird relationship with the platform. It was so I don't know, particular about things, or at least it's kind of the way it ended up with me. Like I had to do things a certain way that it enjoyed in order for me to make something happen. And it was like a relationship got started, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. Like a female.
Yeah. You had to become one with the Hickok-Nunk. Hey, Mike Nash, how you doing, man? Thanks for popping up.
Hey, man, I'm gonna make it.
Good.
I'm doing pretty good. I rolled into Nashville at about 10:49 last night. Been on a wild adventure. What's up, Lily? I haven't really talked to Lily in a minute. But yeah, I'm getting back in the swing of things, and things are going good, man. I'm catching up on a lot of stuff, dude. I was kind of off the radar for like, I don't know, a good
forever
2 months,
good couple months.
Yeah. And I mean, in this world, I mean, that's like 2 years at least. So,
hey, but did anybody forget about you?
No, they didn't. I don't think. Right? I mean, it's beautiful. No, it is good to know, because sometimes you get that fear, that and it kind of pushes you past, probably where you need to go. That you've got to be on it 24 hours all the time, or you'll get left in the dust. And I've been pleasantly surprised that I'm still around.
You are the dust, buddy. You're not getting left in it. You are the dust, buddy. See, you're a huge. So we heard tonight earlier. You're a big PURZ collector. We hear.
Oh yeah, I was looking that up earlier. So I saw that my first PURZ, and back then it was PURZ Beats all the time in my head. My first one was August 31st, the last day of August, the year of our Lord, 2021. I got 8-bit broadcast. What was it called? Something signs. it was a video, and a monochrome, and that's where it all began. And man, I love that, and I don't, when I look back or think back on what was going on then, I mean, obviously it was Hickok Nunk, but there were so many different, like, ancillary guerrilla tools back then. I'm not sure exactly where or how I discovered it. There used to be this really rad live feed that it was like all the free stuff and all the dude. Me too, man. It was rad, dude. I found some like artists on there that I vibed with that ended up like, I mean, you know, it was the discovering people and art that you vibe with, and that's it. Like finding your tribe and your corner in this whole weird world was so important to me, because it felt a little cold over on open sea, for me at least. But
it was like watching the stream of mints, and you could just like pluck stuff out.
Object still has that.
Yeah,
it's kind of like not very explored.
I don't know.
I guess
it was a little different, because I think if we're talking about the same thing, PURZ, it was like 2 columns, and it was live.
Biker's Tool back before Biker went crazy.
Yeah, and it was just like all the free stuff, and it was like buy at your own risk, you know, as is, no warranty, and then because half of it was I don't remember what he called it, but where he'd even flagged those things for you to purge them into another wallet. And I still have all those purges, man, because one day there might be some cool nostalgic thing about coffee mints, and it just reminds me. It's like looking back in a photo album or something. And
it's
then
also funny when you think you got like a piece for like a 1 Tez. You're like, I should have known. This is like a 300 Tez piece.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, I mean, that was the fun of it, man. It was like shooting in the dark. At that point, I don't think I'd ever heard anybody's voice, and I had everybody's handles like figured out as far as pronunciation in my own head, and I did not want to know the real one if it was going to fuck up my fantasy world. And it was just me alone in Texas in like a 1-bedroom apartment, just trying to figure this all out, with no real background other than I'd been in like crypto and shitcoins for a little bit, and I'm an artist. And when I heard about NFTs, the funny thing was, like, somebody asked for people to like show their NFTs, and I was like, oh, it's like digital and it's art. So I just like posted a bunch of like Instagram shit, because it was digitized and it was art. But I didn't understand the blockchain relationship and all that. I mean, it's just so, you're talking about the nostalgia and everything of it. I don't know, it just brings like warm and fuzzies. But yeah, that piece, man, that monochrome stuff really got me. The generated stuff, and man, that was August 31st of 21 when I got the first piece. And then from then on, and like getting in the communities with Wonder and Empress and the homies from like the first run down to Miami and all that. It's like the good old days. It's only been a couple of years.
I know, it feels the stretch of time feels so long, but it's not.
Right.
I think it's because we all just did so much in 2 years.
I gotta tell you, when the NFT biker live feed first came out, and I would sit there and watch the live feed like for hours on end, and every time I saw an artist I knew, and I mean I kind of started at the beginning, so I knew about everybody. Every time I would see an artist I know sold something, I would literally cheer and clap my hands.
It feels so good when I watch people make sales. It's like, it's so dope.
My hands hurt at the end of the second day. I was like, I gotta stop doing that. I'm such a nerd. I don't know. But it was so fun. Cool.
That's super cool.
It's beautiful. I think, and once again, we're right full circle back into like this the how comfortable this Web3 world is, right? And this is, hearing the stories from you guys about this, in times that I wasn't here. And once again, it sounds like fucking we're talking about the 70s or something, but
I know. Like 2 years ago.
right? I know, right? It's so, but it's like I love to hear that. I love to hear that because that's really cool. That's what the heart and that's what this is all about. Well, I guess in making money, but right, that's
Well, I mean, making money is part of it. I see a lot of new people in the space that are like so anti making money, and I'm like, I'm sorry for the language, but I'm like, fuck that. I mean, I want to enjoy the art, and I want to have fun with friends, and I want to make connections. But yeah, I want to stop working at the processing human body part place and get back into Tezos full time. Like, that's the dream, right? I mean, I was living the dream for 2 years. Yeah, for 2 years almost. July 1st, 2021 until 2 weeks ago. I'm on my third week at the plant. But that's the dream, isn't it? I mean, like, to be able to be full time as an artist, as a collector, as a community builder, whatever, in Web3, and particularly in our case in Tezos, and not have to do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the little hard work and stuff, but like, dang, mandatory 50 hours a week, plus 12 hours of driving. Ugh, it's I don't want to do this forever.
No, it's exhausting.
I was working in Teslas more than that, but I didn't have to drive 12 hours unless I was speaking at a conference or something. So I wanted to, it was a lot funner than processing human body parts.
Yeah, I've had the luxury of working from home, which gives me time to do this, and it's like without that, I wouldn't have the energy to actually do this stuff. If I was out of the house all day working, I would just be dead when I got home.
Yeah, no, that's facts. And I mean, in this modern day and time, in this space, anybody that's here doing things and not working a regular day job, like those people
that's superhero shit.
Yeah, it is, and especially right now. Like right now is hard. Anybody that's even doing, moderate sales. That's a big deal because I mean this space right now in the world economy period is not fucking great.
Yeah. I'm grateful I can still exist in this space. It's crazy to me.
Well, Willie and I we're still doing good. We're bringing in just as much funds as we were from the beginning. So I mean we're not hurting, right? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yep. Making the same today as we were a year ago.
But that's where with I've said it with many artists that we've had on the show and artists that I've just talked to in DMs and collect pieces from. It's like, hey man, like if we can all do this, if it's not hurting you to maintain this, then maintain it, because again, you're all groundbreaking. It's once again, you hear it a million times and you get tired about it, but it is true. It's still very, very early in this whole thing, and regardless if you think it or not, if you're making some kind of a splash now, in the future you will be one of the people that folks will at least look back on and collect pieces from, and you're writing the books of this modern era in this space. And I really firmly believe that. And it's just like I firmly believe that people will look back and they will, whether Willie and I are around here doing this at all in any way, shape, or form, WX8BK spaces will be something that people will look on. Because, I mean, if you know Empress Trash and you're into her stuff, like in the future, I mean, she was a Sotheby's artist back in 2023 and all this stuff, like, it's going to pop up. You're going to pop up. People are going to find you, like, especially if you're selling stuff right now, because you are somebody. If that makes sense. Was that not? I don't know.
Yeah.
No. I felt there should have been some. I don't know. I felt I should have had some flags waving there too and fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll work on that next time. I'll work on that next time.
On this, our Independence Day.
Applauding, man. And I was wondering what that little clicking, grinding sound was too.
PURZ is on his mouse, I think.
I was wondering if like you're setting the drag on a big old fishing line or something.
Oh fuck, dude! I
That's
wish.
not what it sounds like, actually.
And actually, I said that it was PURZ, and I don't know that for sure. So sorry if I jumped on you without.
Could be.
It could be.
My AirPods died, so I'm just speakerphoning it.
Yeah. Here I am.
I can actually hear you a little better.
That's funny. Let's go, Apple.
I'm in the car because last week we woke up my son when I was on the space. I didn't know that I didn't know I was in the living room, which is the furthest place in the house away from him.
Rowdy.
But somehow I was on speakerphone and it echoed through the house. It's an old house, I don't know. And he woke up, and when I hung, he didn't say a thing. And I felt so bad later because he gets up like at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work. So when I got off, like, I don't even know what time it ended last time, but when I got off the space, he's like, "Thank God I could finally go to sleep." I'm like, oh.
I swear,
so nice
I swear, my dog feels like that too with me. He's like, "Jesus fuck, thank God you're off it. Let's go to bed." Fuck.
Yeah.
I set up a chair in my computer room for my dog, thinking, okay, this is what he wants. This is what, and the motherfucker's out sleeping on the living room floor right now. I'm like, dude, I put this chair in here for you and everything.
So he's not a business exec, like we talked about before just yet.
Oh no, he's not. No, he's not. He's not business.
Or is he
husky.
like a member of the board?
No, he's not. He's slumming at my dog. He's the next series. He's the guy that panhandles down at the door where the business huskies come out.
Well, that's a few layers different.
No, he's a good guy. He's a superhero. He's a high performance machine. Actually, is what my dog is. He's got to rest up.
Hey, Mike, I gotta ask, Mike, how's your mom and dad? How are they holding out?
Dude, they're doing great. Everything is relatively in order. I've got to tighten up their landscaping here the next couple days. They've had a lot of rain and it's shot up, and a bunch of the winter rye is high. So yeah, I don't know. While we've got a little shadowing, I want to put down some Scotch triple coat maybe, and get a little germination, and then cut it down and get the roots to grow longer. But no, everybody's doing good. Everybody's
good.
on the right page.
I love talking to Mike's mom. Oh my God, I laugh so hard every time I talk to her. I laugh until I pee myself or cry or both. It's just like she's so wonderful. So,
there's a sound bite. I'm gonna say.
Please send my love.
I'm thinking it sounds like I need to FaceTime Mike tomorrow while in the daytime so he can look at my grass.
You live in the fucking.
Oh yeah, what are you working with, man? You about ready to bail?
He lives in the desert. He doesn't have any fucking grass. Yeah, anyways, do you live PURZ? Are you Metro Toronto, or are you suburb kind of dude?
Sort of both.
Oh,
kind of both. Just west of the city, so it's pretty easy to get downtown. But my little place is kind of suburby, so
right. You mow
kind of best of both worlds.
You mowing lawns, or do you have? Are you?
Yes.
Yeah. Nice, dude. Are you?
I just mowed it like a week ago, and it's grown again. Can you believe it?
Oh, dude, my lawn. I haven't mowed mine yet. It's easily a foot at the front.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but the thing is I'm looking at it right now. For us out here, I'm like, dude, my lawn should not even be growing right now. Like this is.
I know.
Alberta this is Canada for fuck's sakes. Like.
I know.
You're getting those roots deep, man. For those hot minutes, I guess they're really hot minutes that you find up there, so they don't burn.
Freeze.
Are you in like a owners association or something or a municipality where they pop you like when it gets to like 6 inches?
Nope.
Could you imagine?
Oh, dude, I don't. I mean, that's a big thing in the States, right?
Yeah, I could.
No.
Dude, yeah.
I would lose my mind in one of those associations.
I would be fucked. Like literally.
A
lady across the street. My dad used to own the house that I live in now, and the old lady across the street has been a scourge for the last 30 years. She is called bylaw on stupid things and like whatever. There's a few stories, but when I bought the house, I thought, okay, turn over a new leaf. Maybe she doesn't know it's me anymore, kind of thing, right? No, no, she's still not nice. And she came over one day, and I'm working in my garage with the garage door open. And she came over, and I looked up, and she's standing there, and I'm like, oh. So I ran over, I turned down the stereo, and I took my earmuffs off because I was grinding or something like that. And I'm like, hey, how you doing? I'm Anthony. It's nice to finally meet you. And I put my hand out, and she's like, you should move that car over there, and you should move your trailer over here because that blocks my line of sight, and I like to look out the window, and blah 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 blah. And I just looked at her, and I said, you should step back a couple steps because this garage door is going to hit you. And I started closing the garage door. And then she came right into the man door of my garage after, and she's standing in there, and I'm like, whoa. And she's like, this isn't a back alley and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yep. And it's not a gated community, and we don't have a homeowners association. So have a nice day. I said, at least I introduced myself with my name first before I started yelling at you. Like, fuck. I could never do that. A homeowner association? Oh, my fuck.
No, thank you.
Well, we don't have a homeowners association here, but we have a landlord who parks his RV in another trailer on our yard and then expects us to keep the yard mowed and then lets people like drive all over the grass, so that's just full of ruts. I've made my son take over the yard work, but it looks horrible because I don't know how anybody could mow as bad as he mows, but I'm not doing it. So I was like, I came out the house today to go to work, and I'm like, this looks so bad. Like, it was so bad. And he mowed, but I've never seen mohawks and oh god.
Oh man, I mean, just an abstract artist at work,
There you go. That's what it is.
It sounds like my mow jobs.
I thought he said blowjobs.
Wow, we just went south on the night train.
I took a minute.
The night train just derailed a little bit there. We'll bring her back. We got it.
Yard maintenance on the night train.
So, friends of mine just moved into an apartment, and there's an association there or whatever, like the apartment association. I don't know maybe it is a HOA still, I guess. But so the one thing they didn't notice when so friends of theirs bought this apartment for these other friends to live in, to rent out to them because they couldn't afford to buy a house of their own, and rent is stupid here, so they did anyways. The one thing they didn't notice is that the front door doesn't have a wheelchair access, like a button to open the door, and the wife uses a scooter to get around. So the person that bought the property went to the homeowners, and they're like, well, what is this? What isn't this? And they're like, nah, we're not putting one in. That costs money. Then there was a whole bunch of other stupid things. They were worried about these little tiny dogs that were living with them, which were allowed to live in their apartment. But they weren't worried about the humans. Like, they didn't have all the information on the actual people that were living in the apartment. And the woman's like, so you guys want to worry about these little tiny dogs that aren't going to hurt anything. They're basically cats. But you have no idea what humans that can really do harm are moving in. Like, you don't care about their names. Like, who are these people on the HOA? And the guy looked at her and said, lady, people on HOAs are kids that never got picked for anything in high school or junior high, and so they get onto homeowners associations when they get older. So you're fighting a losing battle. And I thought that was fucked up, but it's kind of true, right?
Yeah, it's 100% true. So anyone who craves power probably shouldn't have it.
But they're the ones that get it. But they're the ones that fight for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's that thing. Like, when you have a meeting about something like that, the only ones that show up are the people with grievances, right? I mean, the people that are happy, they don't care. And the only ones that are like overly involved, more than just showing up to the meetings and want to be in a leadership position, well, they're the ones that really have, like, some sort of rooted I don't know, animosity or something. And it's the model. I mean, we're not talking about how to figure out better manage property situations tonight, but yeah, it's I've been a president of a homeowners association before, and it's holy moly, those meetings, dude. I mean, you'd think
Mike,
that I was
does not
like
say anything good about you compared to what you just said.
or something. I don't know.
Probably
Mike,
the best one you'd want. Probably the best guy you'd want there is the one who doesn't want to be there.
right? Absolutely. Mike was the cool one.
Yeah.
Mike's like, just because I
I'm
built
sure
the
he
goddamn
was,
building, what the fuck do I want to do this for?
Yeah.
I'm sure he was the cool one, but after everybody says, yeah, those are the kids that didn't get picked for nothing in junior high and high school. Mike says,
Oh,
that was
well, I was
me.
the president because I was part of the development team, and we wanted to keep a standard for the community before it got turned over to the homeowner. But I was a homeowner in the development, that one. Yeah, but yeah, yeah.
That's kind of cool, actually.
I might be a little out of my mind tonight. Apologize to all of you for that.
You polished too many
Body parts.
Body parts.
titanium hips tonight.
Today I was working mostly on these like shoulder bones and what they call
Oh
base
boy!
plates. I don't know
So
what
so
the
you're
base of.
taking parts that were used like out of cadavers and getting them ready to throw into like new people.
No,
Yeah, they just blow on them.
these are brand
It's
new.
just like this is here we're good.
Yeah,
No, these are brand
them
new
off.
bits and pieces. Every time, listen, I'm gonna tell you, every time I work on shoulders, I say this might be the shoulder that goes in Mike's mom, and I gotta make sure it's clean as it can be. I run like a big dishwasher almost, but for body parts.
So you're sterilizing pre-owned body parts.
They're not pre-owned; they're brand new.
So you don't polish the knobs on the body parts?
Wow.
I don't know if I want to know what you mean by that because I think I better skip it. I might take it the wrong way.
No, we still haven't pulled the train back onto the tracks. We're working on it though, folks. Just
I do want to ask Per something before we lose him, and I know we're on limited time with him.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, my phone's at about 3%, so I might just disappear at any moment.
Okay, I want to know about I just lost the name of it. Damn it! Hold on, the encoded transmission series, because that was some pretty cool stuff. And
yeah,
how'd you come about that?
So those were experiments from when I was starting to learn geometry nodes. Basically, I was working with running textures over organizations of meshes. So it'd be like a grid or like a hexagonal grid or a triangular grid of like things like 3D objects, and then using a shader I would run a texture over them to light them up in different patterns, and it started to look like alien languages and glyphs and stuff. So I was trying to do like a augmented reality game type thing where I was like trying to get people to sort of like try and figure out what the patterns meant and stuff, even though I didn't know myself. I was hoping someone was going to start like, helping me fill in the lore there. So yeah, it's I really like that series. I'm probably going to go back to it. I haven't been doing that stuff for a while, but I love encoded transmissions.
So is that are you talking about the early stuff or the FX hash stuff?
That was the early stuff. Were you talking about FX hash?
Well, I was talking about the early stuff, but I was also
the FX hash project is an extension of that. Yeah.
But the FX hash stuff it looks a lot more just like waveform.
Yeah, and that was supposed to be the idea. Was they were new transmissions from the same source. Like the encoded transmissions were supposed to be coming from somewhere, but we didn't know where. And then the FX hash ones were supposed to be like recordings of them, but just the imagery of the recordings.
Okay, so did you actually record some audio and pull those waveforms?
No, they're created generatively by the FX hash seed.
Have you tried to play them?
No, because they don't exist as waveform data. They're just literally just
waveform data. So
they just look like waveforms. Yeah,
you couldn't play them.
Yeah, they're not actual waveform data.
It's not like a vinyl where you could like repress it.
Yeah, maybe you could, but there's not enough resolution. There's only volume data there.
Okay.
It would just
that would be cool though, man. That'd be cool. Like, there's some people out there that are like turning like crypto charts into music. Like
Yeah, I mean, you could
giving
just turn the
the
image
ones
into a
and
sound
zeros
and see what
different
happens.
values and stuff. I don't know. That'd be wild. That might be something
I can't
beautiful
find.
or something creepy as hell.
I
can
can't find the.
guarantee it's gonna sound like.
No, it's probably
Dude!
a extraterrestrial language. Man.
Hey,
Isn't that kind of the lore that you just told us though?
Exactly. Yeah.
hey, Willie, we had somebody else just beatbox, right? We had Kush beatbox, and I think PURZ just did too, or he coughed up a fur
Something
ball,
like
one
that.
of the two.
Oh man, you guys should grab like all those slices and put it together.
Make a beat.
It'd be wild. Yeah.
I found encoded transmissions on FX Hash, but where's the other one? I don't see the other collection.
They were on the Hick at Nunk contract back in the day, so they'd
okay.
be on
Okay,
TO
yeah, no,
or-
I'm clicking around. I was trying to find them.
Yeah, so if you go to my collections, if you go to Hick at Nunk collection,
I'm in there now.
they'll be in there.
I'm on it.
They're the ones that look like beads that light up in different patterns.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I was looking at these. Okay. I was going to say, yeah, it would be really cool. They're probably, you'll be surprised one day somebody will come to you and go, all right, I figured it out.
I figured it out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Right? That's right. Okay. Yeah. No, I do remember looking at these. I just didn't realize. I'm really bad for reading sometimes. I'm really bad for reading what's on, like, what the piece is called on the main page.
Oh, yeah, me
but
too.
once I click into it, I'll read usually the info, but not really correlate it.
Doesn't retain either in my brain.
No, Willie and I have learned that though over the past years that, man, it's very important. You need to read those fucking notes, man, to know what the hell you're looking at. It'll shed a whole new light, right?
And bookmark stuff you care about, because you will forget.
Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed you will. What's your another question for you before you go too is who do you like to collect? Do you collect art active?
I have a massive Tezos collection. I mostly collect on Tezos just because I love it. ETH, I have trouble collecting on ETH when gas. I'm the only time I ever want to grab stuff on ETH, the gas is crazy high, and then I'm like, I'll forget about it. But I do collect some of my friends on ETH, but mostly Tezos and mostly just everything that's awesome. I love Max Capacity, Empress Trash, Wonder Mundo, Haida Rocket, Mr. Reborn. Who else? Man, there's so many. You can, if you just go to tia.art/PURZ and check out my collection, you'll see.
No, for sure.
Sutu, everybody.
Willie probably already has done that. I'm not much of a creeper crawler, but yeah, for sure.
I haven't done much wallet creeping in a long time.
Yeah, my main collection's right on my Tia art collection thing. You can see it all there. And there's like deep diving my collection is a great way to find some incredible artists. I highly recommend doing so.
I was going to say, and
Estelle Flores, Sky Goodman. Just trying to remember people off the top of my head. I'm so bad at this. Billionaire.
Rich Sanders.
Yep, Rich. Can't forget Rich.
How many NFTs do you think are in there? Just to guess, a wild guesstimate.
In my collection?
Yeah.
I lost count.
We got 50 pages on Object.
Yeah, I stopped counting. Can I tell from Biker's Tools maybe?
There's 24. There's 24 on every page, so 24 times 50. What is that? Somebody math, because I'm not mathing.
I think we all have phones, don't we? We could probably figure that out. Nobody's gonna look. I'm gonna do it.
I didn't know there was 24 on each page.
Was that like a buck 25? I thought it might
1200.
depend on how your
1200.
On how your resolution's going, but like a buck 25 per page.
Probably
or something.
close to 1,000 all over the place.
No, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good collection. Yeah.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I just buy stuff when it looks dope. When I have the wherewithal to pick it up.
Hell yeah, 100%.
Your addiction's not as severe as mine, but still, that's pretty good collection.
I never thought, dude, when I got into this a year and a bit ago, when I came into this world and had my first Tezos wallet, I never thought I'd have more than like a couple. I don't even know what I have anymore for however many pages, but
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. It's addicting, and there's so much that's good. Like I just fucking came across this one of yours called Sorting Machine, and I'm staring at it on my computer monitor right now, and I'm like, oh my god, I fucking love this. And it's like I want it. What is it? All right, we should buy this. That's the other thing with your stuff too. Once again, your pieces. Well, I shouldn't. Almost all of these pieces that are created are to see them on your phone is one thing, but people need to look at this stuff on bigger screens.
Yeah.
Like it really, really like, especially some of like, well, this right now, like I'm watching it. I mean, it's only a 30-inch screen, but it's fucking impressive in front of me. I love this. It's so all of your stuff. I was on Sunday night. I was flipping through your stuff while I was shooting the little promo advertisement video thing with our coasters, and
that was cool. I feel like that was really dope.
Yeah, they're fun. And anytime, so if you ever make it to Miami on a Art Basel week,
nice.
You can pick up your coaster from me personally.
Sick.
I guess you're Canadian though. I might if I ever make it out that way, I'll bring it.
Well, I might try to make it down next year for that because that looks really fun.
Oh, dude.
I wanted to come this year. I just couldn't make it work.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. Fun is definitely a word you can insert there.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. But yeah, no.
Meet everybody.
Yeah.
IRL.
First, did you when you came into Tezos, like, were you like saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna be an artist and that's it," or did you have the thought you were gonna collect from the get go?
No, I watched Tezos for 3 months before I minted, and then as soon as I minted, I literally just bought shit. Like, as soon as I made money, I bought shit. Like, it was just even when I first started, I was just so obsessed with the idea of collecting all this amazing art on the blockchain that I was like just fiendishly buying stuff because I just liked having this really cool collection of art, and I still love having that really cool collection of art. So for me, these pieces aren't really investments. They're like they are, I guess, in the sense that they can appreciate in value. But I bought it because I like it, and I like it because it's cool, and I wanted it, and it's mine now, and it's in my wallet. So like, I already won. You know what I mean? Everything else is just cake.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
When I got into Tezos, I had just been in a really bad car accident, and I don't know if you guys know Banjo Funk, but I always have to give him credit because he sent me 2 Tez to get started.
Oh, nice.
And
yeah.
My son brought my desktop computer and set it up over my bed so I could do it because I had several broken ribs and internal injuries and cuts and scrapes and bruises and all that. And so I had to stay in bed for almost 4 weeks. And my son brought the computer in there, and Banjo Funk sent me the 2 Tez, and I started minting. And as soon as I made a sale, I tried to pay him back, and he told me, no, just pay it forward to the community.
Exactly. Yeah.
And here I am still. But the object for object was going on. If you guys don't know that, you pretty much gave your artwork to somebody. Actually, you end up more times than not giving it to the bots. But like you were meant to exchange for free, except for the tiny little gas fee, with other artists that were participating. And I just remember sitting there and trying to, like every tiny little sale I made, or just try to stretch it as far as I could because I loved every single piece of artwork, and I never intended to be a collector. I did not intend to be a collector. I just wanted to try to do something for my bed, to get out of my like my own head and stuff, and that's how it all started for me. And I always wonder, like, when people come in, were you planning? I mean, almost every Tezos artist has some sort of collection, so I was wondering, did they intend to collect, or did they just fall into it like I did?
Yeah, I think we all just saw our kin everywhere. Like we just saw, like, oh man, they make stuff I love. They make stuff I love. They make stuff I love. I know how it feels when I get a sale. I want to make somebody else feel that way. Like, there's so many reasons to buy a piece of art on Tezos.
Take a wild guess at how many NFTs I have first.
I don't know, 2,000?
I'm going to say 5,000.
Any other guesses?
I'm going to say 12.
6,200.
12,000?
Mike says 12 NFTs.
No, 12,000. Come on now.
You're closest. You're the closest. Last time I counted, which was last October, I had over 15,000 NFTs on the Tezos blockchain. I have bought a few since then, but I haven't been able to buy as much as I used to buy. But yeah, so I don't even know who all I have. But here's the thing: this is the first time I'm meeting PURZ. Isn't that crazy? And he's been around, it sounds like, for a while. And it's like you can never find everybody.
I know. It's a small world, but not really.
Yeah, Willie and I have found that it's like every time we interview a new artist, there's always new people. There's always, and it's not all. I mean, there's also the people, the random folks that just pop into these spaces or whatever. But it's like there's listeners that come in that are interacting, and then the artist will just drop the name of who the person, oh yeah, so and so down there, and it blows me away. It's like, because people say that all the time about how this, especially the Tezos community, is a very, very, oh well, it's everybody, and it's like, no, there's always those people you don't know because they don't collect the way that you do, or what have you, right? Like, for sure, we've always found newer people. Never mind when you start talking to people that are from Australia, then you get all kinds, like, it's like day and night difference.
Well, I just popped into the Discord for Tezos India, and I'm meeting all kinds of new faces over there as well. Like, I don't know, for some reason I migrated to Asian cultures early on, but somehow I didn't, like, I haven't seen, maybe I know a handful of people from India, but there's a lot of people from India that I have never met, and they have some really good art.
So much out there. Once again, we're back to that. Technology and the World Wide Web allows us to connect with those people and figure out, find all those different pieces of art right at our fingertips, man. Once again, if 1%, if 1% of the people in the world like what you like, well, you can find them here on the old interweb. Throw some coal on the fire and get the interweb fired up.
I was wanting to tell you guys, I don't know if you've heard much about NFT Bali. Monomil is going to be there. She's going to be doing a couple of panels and speeches. I couldn't go. I wanted to go, but I couldn't get the funding. I had opportunities to do, I think, total of 7 speeches and or panels, but I had to cancel them all. But Monomel is doing a couple of them. There's a gallery going to be of just Tezos art that Tezos Collective put together. She's going to be sort of moderating that, I guess, if that's the right word. I don't know. I hope you all know who that is, Monomel. But I was just talking to her earlier today about how, no, was that? Yeah, that was today. About how when we first met, she was still struggling to learn Tezos and struggling to learn English. And like now she's like really a huge leader in the Indonesian community and in the Tezos community in general. I just like amazed at her growth. So if you get a chance to give her any kudos, yeah, she's doing a huge thing there. It's a lot of work she took on, and she's gonna have to bring her son with her and everything. And she's still, up to the challenge. So kind of cool.
Cool.
Awesome.
Valley. That's close to Toronto, I think. Center of the world there, Toronto. Center of the world, Toronto. No, it's a big joke. It's a joke.
We're close to everything.
It's a good Canadian joke. Good Canadian. Just give a little Canadian hockey stick poke.
New York City.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it.
And then if you go to Bali and don't continue on to Australia, then I think you're missing an opportunity.
Let's go.
I mean, it gets you that much closer. That's what I always thought. At least I couldn't do one without the other.
That makes sense.
I plan to go next year.
Traveling that far, might as well. Man, dude, this
the other side of the world.
This Kubert piece that you did, PURZ, is dope.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm glad you
Holy fuck, that's so cool. Man, I'm glad I don't do any buying. I use my phone to run this Twitter space. and I don't do any purchasing.
Yeah, I
because,
tend to look at NFTs on my phone because I can't buy NFTs on my phone.
Yeah.
And so I have to get up and go to my computer to buy them.
well, it's funny. It's funny because I have my computer in front of me, but I don't fuck with my phone when I'm running these spaces because I don't want to ever risk like shutting a space down. So, but yeah, same idea. Yeah, no, 100%.
I'll bookmark stuff and then I'll go back and get it later.
Dude, if I could buy Tezo's artwork on my phone, I'd be like really broke.
I know.
Like I gotta draw the line, man.
Yeah. I downloaded that non-wallet on my phone, and I won't send any funds because I don't trust myself. I don't have funds to send, but if I did, I would have sent them to my phone.
Just sitting on the toilet at work.
Oh man,
buying NFTs.
Amazon has done that for me. I remember one day I literally, toilet stories, came out of the toilet and I was like, I just fucking spent $500, like $480. I'm like, oh my God. On the toilet. Like, damn.
What did you buy?
It really is the future.
It was an Amazon day. It was
a bidet.
Yeah, it was a bidet.
A really nice bidet.
It was a really nice bidet. I can't remember what it was. It was an Amazon. It was shopping on Amazon. It was a big Amazon
it was
shop.
Something you really needed a bidet.
Totally. And it's gonna.
Was it fancy dancy?
It was
fancy dancy.
Mike Nash. It was fancy dancy, and I was hoping the bidet was gonna show up before I was done on the toilet, but Amazon Prime didn't come through that day, so I had to use.
You got to get the one that warms the water up first.
Right? Oh goodness, I've never used one.
Water should always be 72 to 76 degrees coming out of the ground. You don't need to warm it up. Even in Canada, you shouldn't need to warm it up.
I don't know, man.
I think the ground's about 56 or something. I mean, in Fahrenheit, I don't know, like well water or whatnot.
That depends on how deep you go, but generally, water coming out of the ground because
if it's coming out of like a street service or something.
Yeah, it's not usually that deep. It's usually only 3 to 4
It's like
feet deep, not
12
30
to
feet
24
deep,
inches or something.
Yeah. So it'll be somewhere around 72 to 70.
I don't know.
That sounds
Either way,
pleasant
it's nice
to
and
me.
cool when it's 100 outside, and it's nice and warm when it's 30 outside.
Oh yeah, that's right on the money.
So yeah.
I don't know. I think you're underestimating Canada's cold.
When I was looking at places to go to Bali, I found out some interesting facts. So you may need to know if you ever want to go. It's like if you rent one of some like Airbnb rental or something in somebody's yard or whatever, they often say they have Wi-Fi, but if you read the fine print, they often also do not have electricity. So good luck using the Wi-Fi for very long.
Oh, it's probably our Skylink from our homies over at SpaceX.
Right?
Yeah, maybe.
Like floating around in the lower orbit.
Hey Elon, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Uncle Elon?
Yeah,
Uncle Elon.
Man, old Uncle Elon used to pay my rent.
Thanks.
Hey, he's been good to us tonight. Let's not.
Thanks for giving us a consistent space tonight.
Yeah.
I think my phone's about to go, but I just wanted to say thanks so much to everybody. Thanks for having me. This is really fun.
Thank you, man. It's been a long time in the making that we've wanted to talk to you. So it's glad to finally be able to have you on and be able to chat with you.
Yeah, this was
really
super
appreciate
cool.
it.
Nice to meet you, PURZ.
You too.
Yes, absolutely. And you're definitely welcome back on our space at any time for the mic to just come and hang out, just to chat about something. If you got something you want to talk about, and our platform can help you out, like by all means, man. Because definitely, this has been a long time. You're now no longer on the jerk list. We're gonna move you over, right? Just like Fendel. Fendel was on that list for a little while, but we get it. Like people, there's things that happen where you don't. No, just kidding.
No, I hear you. Just slide me over.
No, that was cool. That was really that. I mean, it was, it was meant to be. When we talked to Rich, it was totally meant to be that this was finally. It was time for us to have you on. And anytime we can help you out or do anything, retweet. We always retweet some stuff and shit like that. Like we're here, man.
Very much appreciated. Have a good night, everybody.
You too, buddy. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take off, eh?
Y'all pick on Fendel so much, but here he has been in the room, like, up on the speakers for like a half hour, and he's not even said hello. I don't think so, anyway. Maybe I missed it.
He's just waiting for his turn to take the stick and talk shit.
Oh shit! I feel really bad, actually. Fucking, I hope you didn't want to ask a question. Fuck, we left.
Oh yeah, I did want to ask. What the hell, guys? No, I'm just kidding. It's all cool. how y'all doing? It's great to hear you. Great show, everybody.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Fendel.
Thanks.
Glad
Fuck.
you're here, man.
I queued up a Glue Leg tune I was gonna play for him before he left too. Fuck. Oh well, next time.
Close the show with it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's a
Hey,
pretty.
man, I gotta hear this Glue Leg.
It's a pretty heavy.
Yeah.
I'm halfway disturbed by the name and halfway intrigued, and I'm thinking it's like a spaghetti incident or like one of those kind of jammy things.
No, it's. They were a good band.
What are we working with?
It was interesting. Well, here, I'll play a few seconds of it. Okay, fair enough. Okay, here. I can play just a little bit of outplay. I don't know. Maybe I don't. I feel it's like I kind of worry now. It's like I don't want us to have pumped it up like so much that like we're like touting it as the next fucking Led Zeppelin or something. But if you think that's your jam,
I don't know. Give it to the Americans so we can talk shit about it.
Let's see here. Yeah, so they were kind of they came out in the late '90s where they were like it was the grunge, but they also had like a horn section and everything.
Oh,
so
dude, okay, yeah, I was wondering like what era, circa what year.
Yeah, probably like '96.
There's this one band that I'm in love with called the Voodoo Glow Skulls. That's more like kind of psycho Billy ska, but has the horn section and then has that kind of post-hardcore feel. I might be able to get down with that.
Yeah, though they were awesome. It was different. I mean, it was just really weird. Like at that time, like when grunge was the big thing, to go and see this band that also had a dude playing the trumpet, a dude playing the saxophone, and a dude playing a slide trombone standing in the back there. Like that was it was wild.
And they all had gauges in their ears, right?
Yeah, and it was interesting because like both the guitar players, the bass player, and the drummer, they all sang, right? Like everybody sang, which was another thing that was really kind of fucking cool too. Like they all took their turn singing in different songs, which I thought was kind of fucking. Speaking of really cool shit, Mike Nash, I'm going to see Social Distortion at the beginning of July.
Oh man!
Yeah, dude.
Oh boy, where are you seeing them?
Here they're coming to town. They're on
in
tour.
Calgary?
Yeah. They're fucking they're coming.
So they're not banned in Canada yet.
No. And it was funny when I bought the ticket. I bought the ticket a couple months ago, and it was really funny because I was thinking in my head like back when I first discovered Social Distortion in said time of like 1996 or whatever. It's like they were an OG band like back then. Like they had been around for a long time back then. Like
oh hell yeah, they
right?
were like the main like headlining band in this one great documentary movie, and I can't think of the fucking name right now. But it like followed them around. Jeez, oh Pete, I'll try to find it and come back to you. But hell yeah, man.
I've never seen that documentary. But yeah, no, I figured I knew that when I. Sorry, I was a little far from the mic. I knew that though when I bought those tickets. I'm like, oh, fucking Mike Nash would appreciate a little Social Distortion. Woo!
That band sounds great. I don't know, like the horn section, that whole band is killer.
Oh yeah, right? Little Glue Leg, fucking yeah. Fendel probably. I bet you they played. I bet you they played Seattle at some point in time back in the day. Who didn't? Really?
I'm sure. I mean, everybody had to in the '90s. I mean,
Yeah. No, that's what I dug.
For
That was the one cool thing, like with that band with Glue Leg, was like the horn section was very much there. Like it was not like it was just like an in the background filling in. Like they had really sharp, hard hitting parts in the songs, which was different. Again, in the grunge days. Dude.
man.
Yeah, dude. Social D. Another State of Mind was the doc, and they basically followed him around. I think they were maybe in a school bus or something. But gosh, Minor Threat and God, who else? Youth Brigade, I think, were part of it. But it was like a kind of Americana rockabilly, but then it was like straight Brit punk and like very abrasive. It was beautiful. It molded my youth for sure.
Cool.
I was just sitting here thinking, when's our band, Artezzo's band, gonna get together and have a rehearsal or a concert or something? Do we have to rehearse?
What is this Tezos band you speak of?
I mean, we should have a rehearsal.
What? Yeah, wasn't this the space that we were talking about? The band I was gonna play the tambourine.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I do.
Well, yeah, we've got a band put together. Management's being pretty shitty though on getting rehearsals done though. So
I played the old tambourine one once in my life, but yeah.
No, you're on bass, man.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate
yeah,
that.
you're on bass,
you're on
Mike.
bass.
I made the cut.
Oh, you don't want me playing bass.
No, whenever I didn't make the cut on bass, I'd go to rhythm, or I'd go to straight percussion, like just so I could stay on stage and be in the scene.
Yeah, fucking grab that triangle or the block of wood with the stick thing,
or just dance.
right?
You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in
yeah.
the ska
triangle as
days,
well.
like we had these like hype ska dancers on stage, you know, like boss tone style or whatnot.
I played the trumpet for 4 years. That's the only instrument that I ever really got into and played and knew how to play. I probably could still play it today, maybe a little bit.
Can you still do your scales? Dude,
I
I've got
probably
my
could.
scales, like my tuba scales, like I like do that when I get nervous. That's like my little thing to help me calm down.
Right. My uncle, I should next time I go visit my uncle, I'm gonna. I know he still has my old trumpet. He was the one that bought my trumpet off me when I stopped playing, and I know he doesn't play it, so I should fucking grab it and see what I know. It was interesting. It's interesting, but yeah, I knew many instruments half-assed, like totally many instruments.
Well,
half-assed.
isn't that like everybody, dude? It's like the game of golf or something. You're playing against yourself and you never win.
Right?
It's just wherever you are in your journey at that moment, you know?
Right.
My great grandfather was the conductor at the Chicago Conservatory, which meant he had to learn over the years before he became conductor how to play every single instrument in the orchestra. So he used to try to teach me, and I'm telling you, I'm pretty well. I can do the triangle and the tambourine. I think I can handle those instruments. And once I played a bongo drum pretty well, fairly well. So I think you can count on me for those things. Probably not much else.
I mean,
So
you gotta
backup
have
percussion.
rhythm and pitch, or it's like a very hard job to just be straight technical on that for sure.
Okay, I can be. I've decided I'll be the guy like Kiss has that dude that's like, the lights go down and he's like, "You want the best." You got the best, the hottest band in the world, right? I could just be that guy. I'll just
The hype man.
The hype man.
The
yeah,
hype man.
I'll be the
yeah,
hype man.
absolutely.
Yeah.
The hype man.
I want to be
the
Jay
guitarist,
Burns hype man, and I'm like in the running. I think I just have to like. He told me to send him a bunch of like Hayes and Yes and That's Right, and
That's right.
little phrases and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, like just like really excited phrases. And then I could find myself in a Jayburn release, which is one of my bucket lists. So I'll be doing that. Well, I've got all my recording shit down in the lab in Florida. I haven't been there in a while, so I'll be down there like in the next week. So maybe I'll just record a bunch of hype man stuff and send it to Jayburn. I think that'd be rad.
Send it. Do it.
Send it.
I can make like weird noises like does that help anybody? I don't know.
My dog can play. He just passed gas. He can do that. Jesus Christ, Rolo, man.
Does that have a sound?
Oh yeah, dude. When he's
or
on
could you put like the smell through like a generator?
No, I was gonna say when he sits on the floor, that's one of the one things that makes me laugh so fucking hard. Whether he's on the linoleum, the tile, or the carpet, like when he's sitting there looking at you, wagging his tail, like he farts on whatever he's on it, the sound changes. It cracks me up every time. My favorite one is the hardwood. It's a little squeaker, like it's a good seal. That's anyways.
Oh boy. Yeah, just keep that mic rolling, man.
Keep it rolling. I'm not gonna talk into it after I record that though. Gonna put that up to my face after. Ooh.
Oh, I mean, you never know. It could be a bits movement.
It could be.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah, Jayburn. It's really cool. Like on this space, like the Night Train, chatting with the artists and getting to know the artist is really awesome. But even when I have like one-to-one talks, like chatting with Hash Brown. I just chatted with Hash Brown, and I just chatted for a few minutes yesterday morning with Jayburn. It's really cool to, and even all you guys, like Lily and Fendel and Mike, of course, you like just to talk to you on like a chatting level is so great. Like not being all like professional and trying to be just to have good old fashioned talks is awesome.
Man, I don't know
just
how
wanted
to
say
be
that.
Professional, man. I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of like really run from that shit because it was like part of another life, and I like hate that. And that's one of the things about Web3 and decentralization and building your own destiny that I love. Is just like keep it punk rock. I don't know.
Punk rock. I like it. I just emptied my glass of wine. I think I should have one more glass of wine at least, so I'm gonna have to do that. But yeah, no.
I'm trying to remember. I'm going over the cast of characters in the band here, and I'm trying to remember who was on guitar. I don't remember who we had on guitar.
I remember. I do distinctively remember that night. I can't remember who the guest was or how or where we got there or whatever, but I do remember.
It was Proteon, and he was on keys.
I have Proteon on synth.
Oh, yeah,
and,
well,
and
basically.
Or keys,
yeah.
Basically.
Well, yeah.
Gosh,
we never had a drummer, so we got PURZ on drums now. Jayburn on
vocals,
yeah. Mike Nash on bass, Fendel covering the horns. Everything produced by Hash Browns.
Lily's triangling it up.
Bringing that triangle, that dinner
bell. And
tambourine. Sorry, tambourine. Pardon me. Yeah, you're right. Yep, tambourine party. Sorry.
I can do the tambourine and the triangle. I think so long as we don't have them in the same song.
Well, if you got it on a stand, you can rock it out. And if you have a tambourine on a stand with a pedal, then you could like maybe do 3 things.
Oh
but
my.
It just depends on like PURZ was saying, I mean, you got 4 independent limbs. It's just depending on how you can split up the brain.
Dude, that was fucking.
Have we met, Mike? Have we met? You think I can play 4 instruments?
We have.
I'm not that talented. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Maybe not like in any kind of ordered form, but sometimes mistakes are the perfection. I mean, gosh, I was listening to a song by, who was it? The Cold War Kids, maybe, where there's this really random piano part that was way dissonant and way off, but it like worked perfect, and it was like why I liked the song. So that could be a thing.
I can play the piano really nice so long as nobody's trying to play with me and I don't have to play the same thing again ever.
So just a simple pre-record on the piano. All right.
Oh yeah, that could work. I did that at church a
Yeah.
couple times. People thought I was actually playing the piano, but like our pianist was late or something, so I just played a pre-programmed song that was already programmed into the thing, and people were like, "Oh wow, you're so talented." I'm like, "I just turned the thing on. That's what I did. I flipped the switch on.
Hey,
It's not talent."
that's kind of what DJs do too. So I mean, that you did it. You nailed it. Hit it. I need that other glass of wine.
Was that Bits saying that's what DJs do?
That's what they push buttons. They push
Come
buttons.
on, homie.
They push
Like
buttons.
you're better than that, man.
No, then don't get me wrong.
You're
Don't
not
get me
playing the
wrong.
space bar. Come on.
Don't get me.
Playing the space bar.
Don't get me wrong. You still have to you still have to have the talent and the ability to put together a set that works and to read the crowd.
I mean, you don't make me make drummer jokes about you.
Oh fuck, dude, that was so prime, man.
Mike, you're killing me tonight.
When I was making those drummer jokes and then fucking he happened to drop out.
It was like he was like, "Fuck you guys, motherfuckers."
I loved it. That was so. That was
Because I was
so
getting ready
awesome.
to come with this one. It was like, how do you get bits off your front porch, you know? And it's just like tip them for the pizza.
That's Mario.
Wow, Vince, are you gonna take that? Oh my god.
Absolutely, I would. From Mike Nash, you betcha.
No, I'd invite you
so
in
Mike,
and spoon you all night long.
You took 2 months off of Twitter just to do stand-up shows or what?
Dude, I wish I could do stand. No,
because you're coming correct tonight.
Most of everything I do that's funny is unintentional. I don't remember anything, man. I've got a couple jokes that I picked up, like some dad jokes, if you want to hear them.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's roll some dad jokes.
We love good dad jokes around here.
Well, I don't know. They might not be appropriate.
Appropriate?
After everything that's been said in the space tonight,
I was going to say, where do we draw the line?
Man, I'm trying to think what they are now. No, I don't want to go there.
If
we
you
can.
Just toss them in. Just pepper them in if you think you will.
It was just like pepper them in like when the time is right, you know, like when we're talking about why the price of eggs is so high or something.
Yeah, why is the price of eggs so high? Let's talk about it.
Oh, fuck. No, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Gosh, I really don't want to be branded. Price of eggs is pretty high, though. It's just because there's a shortage of eggs.
Why is there a shortage of eggs?
Oh, boy. Okay, this is not my personal stand. It's because all the hens are identifying as roosters.
Oh. Hey,
that's something I learned in a very Texas institution a couple of months ago. So that doesn't come from me. That's not where I stand. But I thought it was pretty funny.
You know, to me that was good, clean humor to me. So I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I can tell you that right now. I am a person who, in modern day, when I was younger, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a comedian, like really bad, and I worked at it for a long time. And in this modern day, I'm happy I'm not. It's a rough ride, but I mean, it's like you're gonna always offend people no matter what. You know what happens when people get offended and they tell you we're offended? Nothing. You just go on with your day and you continue on. So that's the way I feel about that.
Dude, did you know that Lily White herself was a stand-up comedian under the same moniker?
Yeah, it's true. I was gonna post in the bubble a picture of me at Laugh Factory or one of those places, but Mike already spilled the beans. But yeah, I was. I've done maybe 20 to 25 shows over the course of my life, so nothing so huge or anything. But yeah, it's fun.
That's
in what region of the country?
Mostly in California because that's where I was living. I did a couple things on a Carnival cruise once because the comedian the comedian that was scheduled, his wife went into premature labor, so he left, and they said, "Oh, we have these two shows," and he says, "Hey, there's a comedian on the boat." So I got to do two shows and people were pretty drunk at the time, so they went over really good. But I tried to do one in Tennessee once, a show in Tennessee, and I bombed so bad in Tennessee. I can't show my face there at any nightclub of comedy show or anything now.
Well, it's gonna happen. Yeah, but that's.
What
I was just gonna say.
Joke? Try it out again. I know you've run through it in your head a million times.
Oh God, no. See, it's if you shorten it down, it's I mean, it's meant to be. Okay, first of all, you have to have at least one man of color in the audience,
Oh,
or
here
it
we
doesn't
go.
work. It does not work. Why? Is there a man of color?
No, I don't know. I mean, it sounds
Sure,
like it's going about the same
I'll be one
way.
day.
No, because my name is Lily White, and it also involves like giving up some other information about me, which is fine. I trust y'all, but this is a recorded space. But yeah, so if anybody wanted to find out,
you don't have to
no. If anybody wanted to find out about me, they could go look and find out that I was married to a man named Robert Black.
Black on white.
No, it's like
Am I getting close?
But we're not together anymore.
Oh Jesus!
I had to go back.
It's hilarious.
No, it isn't because but like when they say once you go black, you can't go back. You never go back.
Yeah.
So if you have like a really, a little bit drunk African American guy in the front row and you can direct it towards him, that joke goes over big because if he laughs, everybody has permission to laugh. So if you don't, apparently you can not get that, it's like taboo. It's like too racist. But it's really not because I'm just like during the whole set, I'm talking about myself and all the jokes are on me. But that one is sort of like just because, especially out of context. So I tried that in Tennessee and I got a few laughs at the beginning of my story, because I'm a little crazy in that. But then when I got to that part, like they'll shut down the whole audience. And I mean, I thought I was gonna have to have like the security guard walk me out or something because the scares were so pointed. I don't know. It was scary.
But I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing with comedy. Period. Even in days of past where things that normally wouldn't have been joked about were. It was tough back then. I mean, that's part of being a comedian is that you're making fun, and I mean, people are always going to be offended no matter what. It doesn't matter. But I mean, I think in telling jokes, you tell jokes, you own it. It's going to go over in some places. It's not going to go over in some places, and you just continue about your day. It's not necessarily. I mean, yeah. I was going somewhere else with that story, but I got sidetracked.
That happens to me all the time.
No, but it is. I mean, to be a comedian, I mean, like, comedians that have stuck with their guns and still continue to tell the jokes that they've always told and stuck with their genre, I support it. I mean, I don't think any of the comedians that say things that might be considered a little off, I don't think any of them are really those horrible people. They're making they're just making comedy, man. It happens. I mean, you can still make fun of Italians, right? I mean, we're dropping pizza off on your door all over the fucking place, so that was back to Mike Nash. That was supposed to be.
Yeah.
No, I got you, bro.
God damn it, you guys. Fucking get on this here. No, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with all of this, but I'm as a person who wanted to be a comedian when I was younger, I think the world has gone totally ass backwards.
Yeah, it's also made for better comedy though. You know what I mean? Like
True.
You can't.
We've got
You can't
Karens
make
now.
a rape joke or a trans joke if it's no good. Like if you're gonna make that kind of joke, if you're gonna make a very offensive joke,
Yeah, it better be.
Gotta be completely dialed in, and it's gotta be extremely well written.
Yeah.
Like it's gotta be so fucking smart that it actually makes you think, oh, well maybe.
Yeah. No, that's very true.
Like, so it's the PC culture or whatever is kind of created better comedians.
More material.
Well, kind of like being able to download and own one song as opposed to having to buy a whole album just to get the single. Created, in a sense, better singles. I don't know if that's a stretch or not. If you understand that.
I see the point that you're trying to make, Mike, but I don't know that I personally agree with that. I mean, just because I'm more of a fan of the longer form album. I'm a fan of the Led Zeppelins and Pink Floyds, who,
well, they wrote most of their stuff, though, and it was like basically the same subject matter, and it was all written and recorded in their own personal veins. Like, I guess I'm thinking more of like the Nashville songwriter, where it's just like this tin pan South kind of a machine of songs where the writers are pumping out like fucking gold, and it's just who's gonna get that one on their album. And then they get paid and taken care of, and then when it turns from physical, tangible, mechanical product, and it goes to more of a digital MP3 type deal, like some of those songs that might have been marginal but made the album like aren't going to get paid.
By the way, guys, I did put that picture of me at the Laugh Factory or whatnot down in the bubble down there. So enjoy.
Oh, check us out.
Takes a minute to populate sometimes.
Oh, I see it. Holy shit!
Oh, down.
Yeah, down in the tweet thread thing there. Look, there she is. Love it.
That's
Is that Long Beach or?
No, that's on the Sunset Strip.
Okay, I know there's a couple of them down there.
Awesome.
Yeah,
the things you
I didn't ever
learn.
go to the one in Long Beach, but there's one in Burbank called Flappers. Have you? I don't know how much you guys know about LA, but there's in Burbank is just north of Hollywood. It's close to where I used to live, and
I was just
Flappers.
there like 4 days ago.
I know. I was hoping you were going to be there this weekend. I was going to try to come down this weekend.
Oh man, yeah, I left early under circumstances that I can't wait to like create art about. But dude, the time I spent in West Hollywood there for about a week, and what I experienced and was it's in the books. Like I can't wait. Like I've got so many ideas for pieces that I can kind of tell the story without, like faces and names and all that. But it was a wild time. I spent most of it on Melrose. Wild time.
Wild time. Mike Mash, wild.
Are you going to tell us the story, or we have to wait?
Dude, there's so many stories. No, I kind of want to leak the stories in this new project of mine that I've been waiting like 2 years to do, that I'm finally gonna like, I don't know, start saying
the one project that I know about. That project?
The only one that
okay,
that matters.
Yeah, do it. Do it, man.
Send it. Fucking send it, bud.
Thank you. I just got
bud.
confirmation of my mentor in the whole deal that's totally on board and is pretty big in the space. So yeah, it's coming. And I've got so many, and there's 2 parts of it, and it kind of actually has a lot to do with what PURZ was talking about creating nostalgia from something that never actually happened.
Cool.
But something you can connect to. It's going to be wonderful, and it's going to include physicals. And I'm not trying to plug myself, but
please do.
But I'm
excited. I'm ready.
I got a bunch of new
physicals. Hell yeah.
When you're talking about physicals and plugging yourself, it means different things depending on what website you're on.
Physically plug my is that like a search term?
Yeah.
I
don't know if you want to.
You really want to derail this train? We can go on to that.
You'll probably find knob polishing on the same page, though.
And I just wanted to say, Mike, and this goes to all the homies of the space that know the space. Like, don't coming on and in especially in these after hours times and chatting about what you got going on or what you want, like, that's never ever. Don't ever consider that just plugging yourself or shilling or that you're fucking.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. Absolutely, that's why we're here.
Dude, I appreciate that because, dude, it's hard enough for me to shill myself in a shilling space, and I don't even like to call it shilling. I like to kind of call it promotion.
Just talking about what you're doing and what you're gonna do.
Yeah, it's like what you're up to, what you're into, what you're interested in, what you're thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, like in the real world and otherwise, I tend to lean towards a supporting role, and I don't know, maybe a lot of people like me that are like people pleasers with no boundaries kind of do. But the whole NFT art and Tezos community gives me a platform to kind of tell my own story, and I'm really looking forward to finally doing it.
That's how and why we met you and why we're such good friends now here, because of that stuff that you do and we want to know about.
Hell yeah, man. So yeah, I mean, I could just drop some phrases and you could be like, holy shit, what's this?
Yeah. I mean, even, and I extend that out to, Lexi Hartz is down there as well. I mean, one day she's going to come up here and she's going to drop us some alpha on what the hell she's doing and what's coming up and what's going on and some stuff she's pumped about. And I can't wait for that too.
Oh, dude. And like the Lexi's like progression in art and what I like is like the chronological mint, and how you can kind of follow someone's story, especially as an artist that's learning themselves and perfecting their craft. I can really follow Lexi's story, and I love that. It's definitely an inspiration to be able to see artists like doing that well. No matter what the medium is, to really kind of like documenting the vibe of the time, and then also like kind of hinting at your own personal ins and outs and everything. I don't know.
Experience, yeah. I was vibing with you there.
Same here.
Yeah, totally.
I was just gonna say, I'm so glad to hear that this trip has inspired you, like to proceed with that, because I'm privy to what the project's about, and I think it's a really good idea. And I know you've been thinking about this for a long time, so I'm excited to see like what you come up with, and I hope something soon. So.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I've got to put together some prototypes, and I got to get with, man, it was so crazy that somebody as big in the space like dug it so much that they would want to kind of guide me and mentor me in that direction, or at least give me like some sort of direction, and then me say yes or no. But and the project's kind of split a little bit as the context, but it's the same project. And yeah, it was super refreshing to hear what PURZ was saying about the history that never was and the nostalgia you never know, because that plays a part, in it, and yeah, I'm like super tuned up about it, and I don't want to. I want to like at least have some like works in progress to like kind of show you guys before I get too much into it, because some of the subject matter I want to pull from the community. I'm so it'll be like a interactive type experience where Bits feels this way about this, and that is totally incorporated into this piece, and there's all kinds of Easter eggs and stuff that bring it into the time in the present.
WXAPK blimp in there somewhere?
Oh, dude, it could be anything.
You know that's the thing, right?
I was thinking about like a nuclear mushroom cloud. No, I'm just playing. Just the bomb. No, but no, like fun stuff that takes a minute to understand, but works aesthetically, but totally speaks to the time and to the participants and the players in that time. But as a whole, like stands alone. It's something I've been working on for like 2 years, man. But it's coming. It's coming. Like one of the things out of this sabbatical that I've had is like being cool with saying no without explanation, that no is a complete sentence, and that I can do my own thing without feeling guilty about doing everybody else's thing. So I think it's going to afford me the time and the space to just be creative and not try to plan some sort of financial roadmap project, but be like relevant. And I've got ideas of where I would wish it to go, but I'm just going to try to be in tune and in flow with the universe and just take that next right step and see where, where it's meant to go is probably 99.9% better than what I could even imagine. Right. So I'm just excited about the whole thing.
Fuck, I'm excited too. Like seriously, like big time. I'm pumped.
I just want to know more. Like, yeah.
And I'm
super stoked.
I'm super happy for your personal discovery and growth and everything that you've done that you've on this journey that you've done the last little bit. Like that's awesome, man, and that's cool. And I like that you're embracing that shit and you're fucking gonna go for it. And it's kind of interesting that you say that you've realized it's okay to say no, and that's a full sentence. And it's like, wow, like how sometimes people take that for granted. But I know what you're saying, and I know how that is sometimes, where you don't want to ever say, you always want to keep going. People pleasing, right? I guess is what it is.
Yeah,
like,
man.
yeah,
right? Like,
yeah. I got
like
that.
if you
I'm
do
like
say
that.
no, you got all these explanations for why, and then like you're opening up like a world of judgment. But if you're like, like in the words of Casey Musgraves, if you're following your arrow, and if you're doing what you were meant to or created to do, then that's going to be the most impactful thing than just saying yes all the time, right?
Yeah. And I mean, with all of this, with what you've just said and everything, man, is you have to realize you're fucking Mike Nash, dude. In this space, you are fucking Mike Nash. You are a collector. You're an artist. You're a legend. So literally, anybody you would feel bad about saying no to is like, no, man, like you're that person. You're the Michael Jackson. Like you're the in control guy. Like that's how I feel about
Man, well, I appreciate that,
Yeah.
dude. Thank you. Because I don't feel that way. And it's crazy,
dude.
like being away from the space for like 65 days and like coming back to it. And I mean, that's almost like 2 months is like 2 years, right? I know like a big portion of it, there was a lot of drama, and I'm kind of glad I missed that. But I missed out on a lot of other things, and I'm playing catch up. But I also kind of, in the woo way, like I'm like trusting the universe in my next step to, where it's almost like a sixth sense that I couldn't even plan, and that it's the direction that I need to go. And like, dude, I'm super ecstatic that, like, I'm people know who the hell I am,
dude. And I think that's one of the things that, with you going away for the last, like you said, what did you say, 65 days? I think that's definitely a takeaway that you definitely have to have, is that, yeah, man, like that, and that ties in with what I just said about, like, no, you're in control here, because we knew who Mike Nash was, and we were concerned about Mike Nash, and so many people were, and we always knew you were around. It's like I said, the one thing that gave me comfort was knowing that you were out there still purchasing and pissing Willie off by getting into people's wallets and collecting before him. Like that's what I loved. It was like, yeah, Mike Nash.
Dude, I love that, man, because like low key, like what I had to do as part of my little journey sabbatical is get back to the grassroots of why I even came to Tezos, and why I stayed in Tezos, and why I believe in it and love it. And I just needed to go down the rabbit holes and find the shit that I liked, no matter what the project was, no matter what the roadmap was, no matter, and just support the art that I knew, like without a shadow of a doubt, is important for now and for the future. And I spent a lot of time doing that. That was basically all I did on Chain, was to really spend my time getting back to my own roots, and why I was even in the space, as opposed to chasing projects and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And it I mean, it invigorated creativity and energy in my own stuff too, like just like it did back at the end of 2020. And that was a big part of it, to kind of step away from the obligation and getting back to like just listening to my gut on stuff.
Cool, man. Inspiration.
Mike, I was wondering, do you have any idea? Are you gonna draw them on digitally, or do you have any? Can you tell us what tools you're planning on using, or is that top secret?
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna use all the tools, but they will all be very easily converted to physicals in many different kind of ways. So it'll.
Yeah, you can't say too much there without giving away too much about your projects.
No, but
So, like
I got people that put together. Say what?
I said, are we getting Funkos?
No,
Are we getting?
I don't know
fun?
what you're talking about.
Like
Bobblehead, those bobblehead
figures.
little action figures.
Oh, did you say Funkos?
Funkos.
Oh,
Funkos.
action
Funko Pop.
figures.
No,
I see.
oh, dude. I mean that would have to be something that somebody else like takes under their wing and runs with. No, sir. No, sir.
Oh my God! Can you imagine like a Skelly action figure and a Fendel cow, whatever that is that you got there, Fendel action figure?
Oh, I could imagine that, and I would mount that
Hell
shit
yeah.
to my dashboard.
That'd be
right?
fun.
Fucking right.
You know, I'd love to have a Fendel moose on my dashboard forever and ever.
Absolutely.
Is it a moose? Is it a moose or a cat? What is it, Fendel?
That's a moose.
I think it's a moose.
Yeah, I remember that. I looked at one of those mooses and I was like, I should have bought the one on secondary the one day. I was like, fuck. And then then all of a sudden Fendel turned one into his PFP, and I was like, dude, love
my
it.
dumbass sold a moose for like 9 Tez.
Did you? Was it Fendel's
Yeah.
moose?
No, somebody hit my DM.
I love the
yeah, sure, whatever.
this space is, I mean, this space is, it's a dream for me. Like all the whole thing that I've fallen into here, and I love hearing the journeys that we hear every week in on the night train, and then being around Mike Nash and being able to hang out with him in this space as much as we have, and to hear the journey. Like, we're talking about journeys again. You're talking about following Lexi's journey. Like, dude, we're right here with Mike Nash. Like, we're ground zero. Well, we're not quite ground zero. We're a little off center, but fucking man, we're right here. I just love it.
Hey, I was here since the second week, so I'm closer to. I'm just teasing.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, you know what I'm getting at. But yeah, no, and I dig it. Like, in the excitement and the enthusiasm is it that we hear week after week. I mean, there's ups and downs, right? Like, you hear people that are all bummed out, but then to the next week or 2 weeks later, to hear that person rejuvenated or refreshed, or 2 months later rejuvenated, refreshed, and like back on track to where they were. I love hearing that shit. Like, it's just awesome. Like, so awesome.
No, that's one of the best things about being a collector in the space. Sorry, Mike, I didn't mean to talk over you. Because when you see an artist and they're great artists, but they're just getting no traction, and you're like, dang, I've got to collect them before they do get that traction, because they're gonna get it. Yeah. And then to see them like come out, like the confidence they get, just like if you pop it. I've gone in to places where people were selling their art for half a tez or something, and bought up 4 or 5 of them, and then like it just give them that confidence to stick with it a little longer, to find their audience, because they're gonna find it. Like, and when they do, like the energy that comes off of that for the whole community is just something. It's just something remarkable. And I mean, Mike's been around. He's been putting in the time. He's been doing the work. So I mean, as far as building community and stuff. He deserves to make it more than most of us. Right. So I'm really excited to see what you're coming up with, Mike. Really,
he's motherfucking Mike Nash, for God's sakes. He's goddamn Mike Nash, folks. Like, seriously.
Oh my gosh, as Paper Buddha put it like 3 years ago in Miami, it's like, dude, you're Mike fucking Nash. Like, and that's like, it's really hard for me to even like say, man, because it's like,
well, like even just from a collector standpoint, though, Mike, like, I've been joking the past couple of weeks about, every time I go to look at a piece, you're in there, but like that's a serious statement, and I'm not mad about it by any means. Trust me, like it shows that you have that good of an eye, and that you're a great collector. Like, you collect a lot of pieces. Not even talking about your art, but people should know you as a collector too.
Yeah, that ties in exactly with what I was saying. We're like, Mike Nash, you're in this space. You're Mike Nash. You're somebody.
Even just as a collector, you're Mike fucking Nash, dude.
Well, it's like
you can't find a piece that you don't own. I've tried
earlier.
Oh, and try searching anything on object, and not finding a piece that you don't have a tag on that you created. Dude, you're fucking everywhere, and I love it.
He is the tag king of Tezos, for sure.
Yeah.
People have questions about tagging. I'm like, look, I can help you with tagging, but if you really want to get good, you need to talk tonight to Mike Nash, because he's the king.
Yeah.
The king
of I can also tell that Texadelic has learned the tags from you, because you'll see newer mints from him. Like, if you search something, you'll see newer mints from him. And keep going down a couple pages. Then there's a bunch of Mike Nash stuff, and it's like, okay, Tex picked up some tricks.
No, well, I'll say that Mike Nash and some of the other backstage passengers have like taken it to the next level with like guerrilla tagging. Like, I was never good at that, or never thought that like I could win at something like that. But it's been rad to see like how this kind of guerrilla tagging, and including different other tags and mints and projects, and it actually like works.
Are you talking about just in their mints or in their tweets?
in the tweets. Well, yeah,
in the tweets, it's crazy. Like they'll tag Coca-Cola and then spam or all kinds of
but
of weird shit.
It doesn't
What?
come across as like yeah, I'm trying to get engagement. Yeah, I'm trying to get eyes. It comes across like as part of the performance art piece in the storyline.
Yeah.
No, and that's like something that I think
you're
like
tagging
I could
in
not
the mint though.
give a lecture on that. Like I think it's like fantastic.
No, but if you go to your object.com and look at anything you've minted, I mean the tags that you've put on, there's like 500 tags on every one of
Go
your
to object,
artwork.
search tree or any random word, and you'll find a Mike Nash mint.
That's what I keep telling artists. Like, there's some artists that are horrible at tagging. I mean, I'm like mediocre, whatever, but there's some people that are just horrible at tagging their artwork. They have 1 or 2 tags, or maybe they have no tags. They don't even understand what a tag is, I guess. And to me, it's just like, okay, you know, I mean, yeah, like they said, if anybody searches anything on object, they're gonna pull up one of your artworks because I don't know what word.
But like I mean, there are a lot of artists that are very successful that have either no tags or very minimal tags. But what I would like, you know, if any of those artists are listening, you know, I don't know, you can't take my word for anything, but I would just say you've got the opportunity to give like the future world a better way to find you, if that's your grandkids or if that's like the curators of like 2025 or whatever. It's like you've got the opportunity. You might as well, like, even if it's, you know, just a color or something, even if it's just a date, even if it's just a vibe, even if it's just a file type, like I don't know. I just thinking, I'm trying to think of like when like my grandkids are trying to see what old grandpa was doing, you know, back in 2023, like give them a little bit more to work with when it comes to the search, which I hope I'll have assembled good enough wallets for them that have everything, as something just to kind of bestow or to leave a legacy or whatever you know. But yeah, I mean, I kind of think like to the future and like how it's going to be discovered, like way down the road.
I agree.
Probably the best at it.
I totally jive with what you're saying there, Mike Nash, because as I've like with this space with the night train, like I've been learning, and you're very right. Like you have that. If you have that space, that little block right there where you got to drop in shit so that people can find you, so that people can recognize, or descriptives or anything, it just makes sense. It's free. It's right there. And all you got to do is just like put that shit in there, man. Like it makes total fucking sense. So that the future generations can find us.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it comes from like, you know, starting out on Hickok Nook like so early, and it was and still is kind of artists supporting artists, but it's real art. It's fine art. It's trash art. It's AI art. It's glitch art. You know, like when people want to know what was going on in 2021, 2, 3, like let's make it easy for them. We got the opportunity. So I mean, that's just kind of what I think. I think into the future. You know, I don't know if my collection's gonna make me anything, but I know for damn sure it's gonna make my, you know, great grandkids something. And the beauty is that, you know, I can put that in place while I'm still alive. I don't know. I think I don't know. It's like one of those beautiful, like old school movies, you know.
Totally, dude. When was the last time that you ever went through your collection, of your own pieces of art?
Okay, so I love that question because I've gotten really comfortable with using the object tools to go through like most recent to oldest and to owned, and because I love going through the owned because dudes, I get airdropped some of the raddest art that I never even knew existed. Like some amazing artists will send me stuff, and it's like, holy shit! Like, somebody decided to give me this. And then I'll go through like the oldest, so I can like see what's been around, and I'll do all that. And then like when I really want to break it down, I'll pick the artist and look at like my history with that artist, kind of like I did with PURZ tonight. Um, but really like getting on something like Hickok Nook or Tia and just like seeing that chronological deal every time I like fall more in love with the whole thing, but I don't do it enough. I mean, I'm spending a lot of time on object.
Yeah, I was just asking that because I was literally just sitting here going through your creations again, and I'm like, man, it's like it doesn't matter how many times I fucking rolled through Mike Nash's creations, I always find shit where I'm like, why have I never seen this? What the fuck? Why don't I have one of these? I should get one of these. And then the other thing that I also like, I pop into when I look at your created collection is why the fuck are these still available? Why can people still buy these for 0.9 Tez? Like, why are these still here? They should be fucking all gone. That makes me mad, damn it. Like, who are these people?
No, it shouldn't make you mad, man, because
well, if you're talking about 0.9 Tez, I'm thinking about some of the ones that were the airdropped, and you know, people are unappreciative.
Well, I'm just
there's a lot. Like every time I get another 1,000 followers on not tic tac toe of Twitter.
Twitter.
But I'll do like a skelly animation, which is one of the things that I've always been remembered for, and I want to do something very special for the people that hold those pieces, and so I'll airdrop those, and a lot of times they're very high in editions. You know, the last one I think was like pushing 2,000 or something.
The New Year's Eve one.
Did I do one for New Year's Eve? No, I think
you did
the last
New Year's Eve one
was
last year.
The 5,000 one, the Skelly animation. But I'm getting ready to do a 6,000 one. But I just wanted to give those away, and I'm still like in the mindset of the old school Tez, old school Hickok Nook, is that, you know, get your art out there to as many places as you can, and then let the market decide. You know, like, hell, I've probably made more on just royalties of a secondary sale than I did on the primary sale, and I think that's fucking rad because people, they identify with me and they get it and they vibe. And we're building this community, and some are collectors, and some are other artists, and some are people that I've personally contacted with. But that's where I think that like Tezos lends itself, because, you know, a lot of the artists that are trying to make it in the space, like, they don't have the ability to collect, but they love your shit, and you know, and they'll like it, they'll retweet it, and I think that's super important too. Like, if you don't collect it but dig it, like it, retweet it. Like, let's build this little corner of homies in the ecosystem. So I mean, I think that sometimes is better than just somebody purchasing it and it going into a vault somewhere.
That's where I definitely, I mean, I fall into that category for for most. Like me, I support. That's the thing that I can definitely afford to do for everybody every time. And the amount of times that I have had artists just thank me either on my Bits account or through the WX8BK DMs just for being supportive and constantly, doing those things. Like, I appreciate that very much. And it's a big thing to do that. Just, if you can't buy, then at least fucking put your favorite artists up on a pedestal and shout it from the rooftops and let people know about it. That's what I fucking think.
I feel like nothing comes across my feed anymore, but
well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't, man. It's very hard. Like I've said it numerous times, ever since Uncle Elon took over, that I had this WX8BK running the Twitter. I had it dialed in, and I knew what was going on, and it was great to stay in communication with all these people. And then it fucking fell off the face of the earth. And now I have to work very, very hard. And it's like, the thing that I find shitty about that is that I don't want anybody to ever feel like we're forgetting about them or not. Like, but it kind of, what it does is that, like, as far as the WX8BK account goes, it's like I go through groups. It's like I have a group of people that are there and it's flowing and it's working, so I stay in contact with them. But it's kind of like half of that group gets cycled out every couple of weeks, but then others that I remember come back in, and then it's very interesting like that. It's hard. It's a job. Like, I have to definitely actively think about it to really stay on top of it. Because it's not like it used to be. Like, the feeds don't just give you everything, which it makes the most sense to me in this world. I think somebody we had on as a guest said, well, Twitter doesn't have to do that. They don't have to provide you with that service. But no, it does. If I'm following people, that's what I want to see first. Right. I want to see all or at all. Like, that's what I want to see, is those people. And they're like, I don't give a fuck about some random person that pops up in my feed for some reason for 3 days in a row. It's like, what's going on there, man? I don't even know who this guy is. Doesn't even have or person is.
Right. It's like okay. It's like object is the most basic form of follow, where it only shows me who I follow on object.
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't show me random artists in my notifications on my follow feed. It'll do that on the front page. Sure, that's what it's for. But not in my feed.
Yeah. Dude, Mike Nat.
Oh man, I got a killer Dehysence piece earlier today. She was one of, or the, like, showcased artist, and I got to pick up like a rad piece at Primary, man. It was super cool. I've been spending more time on their homepage, as far as like everything, like the showcase, the curated piece, and I love to track all the OEs.
Well, it's like somebody
pick up a one-on-one. You can pick up a one-on-one if you sit there. That's a pretty rad one-on-one. If you just before it expires or whatever.
I like
that's something that
it's got 0 buys.
Yeah, you guys inspired me to go have a look at some of my historical arts, and I was over here laughing my butt off because they're not priced by me, they're priced by whoever bought them and put them on secondary. And there's like some that are they're like, looking at the ones that are like 5 to 12 editions. Some of them are like 11 TES, and some of them are like 200 TES, and some of them are like 500 TES, and so like 100. I'm like, that's all over the map. I don't even know what's going on with my own art over there. It's crazy.
That's
cool. A lot of different kinds of art.
You've got your basic groups of collectors, right? You've got your buy it, and then if there's no other listings, I'll list it really high. I'll list it at a fuck you price just so that there is a floor. You've got your flippers, right? So that's your buy it at 5, listed for 550, and then you've got your long-term holders, which aren't going to list anything. So that's why you get all those random.
Or they're going to list it for like
kind of numbers,
$2,000 or something.
Yeah, those are your fuck you listers, your fuck you prices. Hey, Bitch,
absolutely.
quick
but every time one of those sells, man, I get this pit in my stomach, and I'm like, what did I just do?
Have you had some of those sell at like really like screwy prices?
Yeah, dude.
That somebody else listed?
Oh my God, man. I've had a few of those, and it's like, holy shit. And that's one of the things that just made me start holding everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
He lost his NFT biker that way.
Yeah, I lost my NFT biker that way. So I had a one of 10 that I paid 10 TES for, right? And I put like an FU price on it at like, I don't know, 59 or 62 or something. And that shit just disappeared. And then I was like, what is going on? So whenever I get like a big pull like that, I'm like, oh boy, I just fucked something up. I mean, it's the same thing with threesomes too.
No,
like when like a new utility comes into play, it's like, and something sells, it's like, ooh, I probably shouldn't have had that listed.
I did that once, and then threes, kind of roundaboutedly called me out in a fucking LFGB. I was like, yeah, that was me, and fucking he knows it was.
Well, I had my NFT biker priced at 250 TES, and the day that he announced that that he was going to, you had to have one of those NFTs in order to access the collector tools. I ran to take it off the market, and it was gone at 250 TES. But thank God I had one in another account, so I still have one, and it's the best one, I think, because it says "badass collector." So
Dude, I had to go back and buy, like at retail, like the same one that I spent 10 TES on for like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, it was over 100 or something, and just because I had it, but that kind of stuff is like part of the fun, and it kind of helps you like step back and realize like the value of these artists, not only in the retail value of the art, but what what else could be involved. I'm trying really hard not to say utility, but and it's driven me into being more of a holder.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
everything that I buy, I'm like, holy shit! Like in 3-4 years, this is gonna be like Warhol, or like, it's not just because I love it, but it's because this is like modern masters shit going on.
You're right. You're very
if it's
right.
for 1 TES, half a TES, or 9 TES, it's like, holy moly, like I have to have this because I want to enjoy it for myself, but because it's gonna be at Christie's or Sotheby's or whatever else.
Duncan's.
Well, the weird thing about
I like Dunkies.
What were you gonna say?
Willie said he liked Duncan's.
Oh, he likes Duncan's out. The weird thing about the NFT biker NFTs is that, because NFT biker and I came up together. I was a collector. He was building those tools. He's a collector. He was hosted a couple of the early he hosted the first Fear for Tez with me and Ezoteros. And anyways, he was just giving me a lot of times an edition when he minted anything. So I had like probably a dozen NFT biker NFTs over the years, and some of them I gave away to new people in the community as a welcome gift or something. I was like, dang, why did I choose to give those away? Like,
Well, but at the same time, how many of the people that you gave them to then sold them for 3 or 4 TEDs and now are like, oh shit,
Right?
maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
very possible because
These are the lessons we have to learn.
It's kind of where it boils. It kind of where it comes into play too. That I mean, that's where like, if you can afford to buy two of something at a time that you believe of something that you believe in, you should always.
yeah,
Or what is that old thing with the sneaker thing, Willie? One to
rock, one to stock, baby.
rock, one to stock.
Dude, I'm totally down with that. And I've never heard that term before in my life. And
it's a sneaker.
During the pandemic, I used to flip sneakers, but I was never really a sneakerhead.
So you never rock, you just stock.
Well, I'd see stuff that I liked, and I'd buy it on the same platform. I'd take better pictures, describe it a little better, list it on the same platform, and like make 100%. And that and like 100% in like the world that I came from, which was securities, is all you could hope for, like annualized. So like all this like 5 times, 8 times, 10x, all this stuff was like out of my wheelhouse. And since I didn't at the time didn't have all the emotional connections with the projects and the artists, like, but the artists loved me. I mean, at first it was like, man, when I acquired something, it was like I didn't even have time to enjoy it. Like, why do I want to sell it? And they're like, no, we like want you to move it. We want it to move. We want the royalties and all this. And I was like, oh shit, okay, so this is kind of the thing. So in order to get these artists that I love paid, it's like I got to sell it. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll sell it for 100% more than what I bought it for. So that way, like whatever I made, I'm kind of playing with the house's money, and I just keep rolling that into new art. And then like the initial investment like goes away. But then it like turned into this whole thing where it was like you were being kind of guilted into staying for 10x, 20x, 100x, and all that. And then that was something I had to learn, because coming from traditional art, most of the time we had to, I mean, the reason we bought it is because we wanted it to be in the family, and we wanted our kids and our grandkids to enjoy it, and it be a part of the family. But the whole new revelation of NFT art it was more like a playing card, a collector card, where you're flipping them and trading them and transacting them like they were Pokemon or whatever else. And the artists were cool with that because they were getting a piece of every transaction. So it took me a little while to figure that out and to realize, like, okay, so this is a game kind of like how trading securities is faceless and nameless and emotionless.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you can buy something and flip it the next day, and you're not chastised or looked down on for not like vaulting it for your ancestors. It took me a little bit to kind of grasp onto that, but once I did, and the artists that I bought were on board, then it was like one of these things. It was like, okay, if I can make 100% in a month, like I'm just going to do that, and I'm not going to listen to all the chatter. And that was like super successful on the front end. And I think like some of the parts of some of the projects were like, you're just a speculator, and you don't believe, and you don't want to hold, and all that, like, and just the emotional stuff started playing a role and then you started making decisions based on what other people think as opposed to like what your gut was telling you. And then it was different. I don't know. I'm kind of ranting a little bit.
Yeah, rant on.
Well, I'm in the process of pricing. I mean, it's taken a long time because I'm waiting for Teslas to come in whenever I make a sale. I actually made 2 sales today. One primary and one somebody sold something on secondary, but the primary sale was more than the secondary one, which is hilarious. But anyways, so every time I get some Teslas, I've been repricing everything that I have listed, not to the pricing. I just feel like a sale of 5 Tes right now on something I bought for 5 Tes when Tes was $10 isn't going to cut it, and it's not going to pay any bill or anything. So instead of that, I'm pricing it for what I think the artwork will go for in a bull market. And just trying to get everything priced up for that bull market because I feel like it's coming. I don't know when. It might still be another year away, but I just think it's going to come. And right now, I mean, I've had to take this job anyway, so let the art, it's not.
It's true. It's
I'd
true.
rather hold it than just give it away. That kind of thing. So I want it to be some kind of thing where it advances the art and it advances the artist more than just like just trying to move it along. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. I think it totally makes sense. And I think Willie and I have definitely had experiences with this in the last few months of grabbing pieces that people still have priced to back when like Tez was $4 or $5. And
oh yeah, those are the key pieces.
Yeah, right. Like I mean, dude, I think I got like
which I saw one today that you have listed, Mike. I think it's a PURZ piece. I don't remember which piece it was now, but you definitely bought it like almost 2 years ago, and then listed it, and now it's like got to be worth, or the dollar to Tez value has got to be 10 times less than what you thought it was when you listed it. So
gotta look.
You probably, I think you bought it for a half a Tez, listed it for 5 Tez or something like that. You're like, oh yeah, great, 1,000% gain. But the price of Tez back then was probably closer to $9-10. Now it's $1, so you're at a wash at best on that one.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what you plan to do with those Tez. Do you plan to reinvest them in new art? Do you plan to hold them or stake them for when it rolls again?
Yeah, I was just mentioning
if you're gonna keep it on the chain, like that's one thing. But if you're gonna just like remove it and either turn it into USD or like cash it into,
it's a different story, right?
Right, because
Well, I'm just saying it because it's kind of what I think what Bits was trying to get at, and those are like the best pieces to find.
They are,
or especially in like a higher demand project like a threesomes, where it's like, oh, you forgot you had that listed, and I might need that piece soon.
Holy fuck, that happens to me like all the time. I'm like, every time a threesomes piece sells, I'm like, I just lost.
You need to raise your prices, that's for sure, on some of those things.
Or stop listing until you want to like actually sell it right then.
I traded Willie for some Wag Me Wine pieces, and he got a good deal on a threesomes piece. But actually, I think I got fair deal as well. Fucking lately, man, I've been looking my threesome. I mean, I'm not active in the project at all at this moment in time. But like dude, the offers that I see come up for my pieces, I'm just like fucking floored. Like I could easily have like 7x on everything that I have, which is crazy. But the keeping on top of that's the one thing I was actually going to make this point earlier about with the Tezos community about a Tez being a Tez. And that's how everybody treats it, right? Like that's That's kind of where some of these pieces that are, being listed for less, that were purchased when Tez was like higher, and still staying at that listing now. It's like it's kind of just because a Tez is a Tez. It's kind of that mantra that gets resonated, right? So I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's a thing, man, and it's, I mean, it's totally valid, especially if you're on board with the whole idea of it. I think like the art part is probably kind of fleshed out to the point where like the foundation is like, okay, we've got you where you needed to be with art, and we're gonna let you guys run with it. And then now they're like saying, okay, we're gonna focus more on devs, and we're gonna focus more on game tech and fintech. So then it's like it's our responsibility to do the art part of it. But a Tez is a Tez, yes. But like when the bakers are selling their gains off, like I've heard recently, that's something to kind of look at and kind of track. I haven't really validated it on my own, but if the bakers aren't reinvesting in their chain,
well, I know someone who's selling their baker Dow. That I think at least. So,
for another currency, or
yeah, for ETH.
Yeah, that's something to be concerned about.
So yeah, I mean, there's definitely some concern to be had out there. It's not everybody who just let's all just turn away and like hope that it all fixes itself. Like I don't know what the solution is, but the devaluation of Tez is not as good as.
I've cut in because it's a really interesting conversation, but I have 2% left on my phone, so it is going to die, and about 1% left on my brain. But so I just want to say goodnight real quick, and I'll try to join you next week on my.
Speaking of bits, do we have anybody next week?
No, we don't have any confirmations.
Okay,
no.
I don't have any confirmations either, but I'm in a couple DMs.
I'd like to have. I'm hoping we have Iteration on, but.
Dude, I was just gonna say the same thing.
Yeah.
Like Iteration has been like the past two spaces, and is one of my favorite artists. Dude, I would love that, and it's part of the whole crew with PURZ and all that, and kind of the same vein. That was what I was gonna say. Sorry, I just like jumped in on that.
Yeah, no,
that's gonna be like,
that's totally cool. So, anyways, I am conversing with Iteration. It's again just up to her whether it works, how it works. So, but yeah,
okay.
But yes, Lily, definitely. Thank you for always being here and supporting us, and we hope to see you next week after you polish up some body parts.
Yeah, thank you, Lily.
Take care, Lily.
So, Fendel's still there. That's right on. Fendel's always there. I mean, even when you think that Fendel's like gone, nope, Fendel's there. I fucking love Fendel. Fendel's a rock star.
I'm on point. I'm here with you. I'm just vibing, like I love listening to you guys, just vibing and like, hearing about Mike Nash and like, oh man, fams.
We're easy to listen to. Like we say, like
excited for you.
That's why Laser Lou creates with us when he wasn't in tonight. Lou wasn't in tonight, but I was gonna say I'm super pumped. Like Fendel, if you DM me some musical folk, like DM me some people with music that are producing on blockchains and fucking get me in there. Like I'm starting this, so hopefully the first NF Tunes show, I want it to be Friday, but it's probably going to be the weekend is likely where it's going to fall in, this first one. I just realized there was a lot of things I didn't have totally nailed down and prepped, ready to go. Like
I think a weekend's going to be a better slot.
yeah, see, I was thinking that, but I was also
even a Sunday. Like
I was thinking a Monday was a really good a Monday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time was a good time as well. But anyways, yeah,
10, 6, 5. That's 5 a.m.
No, 8
a.m. on the West Coast.
But it's 8 a.m. Eastern, which is supposed to be more important. Anyways, not that it matters. Not that it matters.
In the traditional radio sense, yeah, you're right.
But yeah, no, I agree. The Friday to Monday window is what I'm looking at for release. After last week's space, and like connecting with me, Retratito, and then Max Utton fucking dropped a new one. Like, and he told us that on the space last week. So I was like, I kind of reworked it and rethought about it. So that's why it got stalled. But then I realized it's like, I didn't even have my like Tez account for NF Tunes in place and stuff. Like we had to, like you said, right? I got a Gmail going and everything now, right? Because it's like we got to keep all this stuff separate. Like Willie was very correct. Willie steered me straight. That, I mean, you can't have multiple spaces running and then run them all off of the same fucking email addresses and shit, because that's just going to get cluttered and not right. So yeah, I had to get things together. Plus I got some audience participation from some of the artists that I'm going to be featuring.
Well, I will tell you, like, it's a very interesting time because there's a bunch of, really great musicians that are moving over from ETH to Tez, and it's just happening. So it's just very interesting. And like tomorrow is the big DNS drop. They're about to have their first big drop with Kane Mayfield. It's going to be 10 Tez. I can't remember exactly the way it works, but if you buy more than one, like the top 20 collectors or something get an extra airdrop, and then if you're the top collector, you get like he's gonna write another song for you, like a one of one with you in the song. Like it's pretty cool. Interesting.
That's dope. Yeah, like if you got I mean, I know you got your own things on the go too as well, but whenever if you got musician friends or things that are dropping, and of course you as well, like make sure you're all up in my DMs like about that, because the more information I have for this new adventure that I'm taking with the WX8BK brand I think it'll be great. I've gotten lots of really positive feedback about it, and I haven't even released it yet. I'm overthinking it. I'm happy Willie pushed me. I'm happy that I
think you're totally overthinking it.
Yeah, I know, I am. And but I'm stoked. Like I'm happy Willie pushed me over the last 4 months or 5 months, even though it took that long. And I'm finally doing this drop. Like this is, and the formatting, I think the formatting and everything that I'm doing for it is just, it's bang on. It's the way that it needs to be. I've been going into a lot of spaces that have like music and rap or whatever the hell other terms for music have been in there, like genres. And dude, the spaces suck as far as I'm concerned. They're fucking nothing but the bro shilling pump spaces like that lots of people have talked about we don't like it's not cool. Like it's like I don't want to go into a space and just because your buddy's in there that just dropped a new album and then we just have to listen to him for like 4 hours and just saying the same things over and over again and then playing the same tracks over and over again. It's like, no, that's not the way it should work.
No, we need what you're doing. We need a curated music listening hour.
Yeah.
Just something we can tune into like a classic radio show.
Yeah, no, I like it. And that's where I kind of thought with like the Monday drop would be good too, because it's like,
so check this out.
Yeah.
Sunday, drop it on Sunday, then you can listen anytime you want on Monday.
Fair enough, yeah. And that's the beauty, and that is the other beauty.
You got to take it over like a Casey Kasem, man.
Yeah.
You got to take over that Casey Kasem spot on Sunday.
Well, and that's big Sunday.
Like this,
that's
this is the tune-in time.
Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of the beautiful thing about the way the format's going to be as well with the space is that it's going to be something you can listen to at any point in time. So it really doesn't even matter what day it is, right? But I do want to have you got to have the day when you release it all the time. But like it'll really float around. Like I want that's with the short format, like the podcast 20-30 minute format. That's all like bam bam bam, top 10 countdown, fucking MTV News, Casey Kasem countdown. Like that's how I want it to be, right? Like that's where I think it makes sense because it's easy for people to listen to and digest. But yeah, I had to fire up a new YouTube account. I had to fire up a new Google Mail. I had to fire up a new Kukai wallet. And then, of course, I had to get the Tezos domain name. Like, I was like, well, shit, you got to have that, right? And then it's like, I'm like doing all these things, and I'm like, fuck, man. So you got the Spotify podcast account. So, yeah, it was... I'm happy. I wanted to do it last week, and I'm happy that I postponed it, and it's fucking going to be different. Yeah, this week, too, this week, the first episode will be good. It's going to be dope. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to hear feedback.
Really nothing like it, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna smash this. It's gonna be amazing.
Gonna nail it. Gonna hit it out of the park.
I think so, man.
This first episode, I talked to Hash Brown about this Teztones project. So, if you're all interested in this Teztones project, listen to the episode. Dude.
Yeah, I mean, Teztones has a lot of momentum right now. There's over 40 artists and musicians that have signed up for the first. It's going to be a season, starting the round 3, but it's super exciting.
It is.
People all over the world.
I think it's amazing how many times, like, from the first round up until just we're coming up to the third round, and like how it's grown fucking exponentially each round, like
in such a short amount of time,
right?
Like we're only a couple months, right?
Yeah, like
crazy.
Yeah, we're actually trying to rein that in a little bit because we don't want it to get like completely out of control, like
unmanageable, right? I mean, yeah, you get too big, it's unmanageable.
Exactly, like like we have to so yeah, it's gonna be a season. Like I can't remember exactly how many times the teams will stay together, but it'll be like 3 or 4 rounds, and the teams will be the same.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty cool. It's all been fucking so great up until now. Like that actually sounded bad. It's all been great up until now, and now it's just gone for fucking shit. No, it's it's been phenomenal. Like because I did talk to Hash for this first episode of NF Tunes, and like we chatted a bit before I recorded our spot, and then chatted a bit after. Like I'm pumped for it. Like I've been pumped for it from the beginning. Like it's brilliant. There's nothing, like you said, there's nothing like Teztones. There's nothing like this going on, and the caliber of the people that are jumping in on it is something to be talked about as well, right? Like it's like all the pieces, like to be a judge and have to fucking make a choice, like holy wow.
That's actually something that we're changing to this time. We're going to streamline that, and it's going to be a public vote, and then for the judges, we'll judge like the final round. It'll be like a bracketed,
So like the public is gonna narrow it down, and then the judges will go from there.
Yeah, it'll be all public, until the final round, and then we'll have special judges for the final round. And I'm not sure if we'll add the public vote to that
the only problem with that, with a public vote, is it just ultimately becomes a popularity contest, right? And it's not about the art sometimes at that point, and that can dissuade other people from joining later down the line if they're like, if they don't have a 10,000 person following. They've only got they only have a couple hundred people on Twitter, but they want to join. Like, they're gonna be like, well, I can't win this. It's a public vote, like I don't have that kind of influence. I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
that's definitely
just
been
kind of my thought.
talked about, and I do like this subjective kind of nature of having judges. Like, why not? Like, just honor some really cool people in the community, and let them choose. And to be fair, I really feel like the pieces that won in the first two rounds were really excellent. They deserved to win. I was like, well, yep, that one was incredible. So I don't know. And all of this can change too. It's like, it's kind of,
Fluid.
Yeah, it's fluid for sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's no book on it, right? It's another one of the cases of, here we are,
Yep.
ground zero. Like, what do you do? I don't know. Well, this is the way it's going to be. So, yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm excited for all of this. I do wish I could spend a couple more hours every day on WX8BK and this kind of stuff, because I know I can make it. I know I could do so much better with what's available. But, I think we're doing pretty good otherwise on this end. I mean,
and
shit.
you do so much already. Like, I always got to give you your props. You definitely keep this train running.
Thank you, Willie. You're definitely
no doubt, and taking on a new project too, supporting the music, brother. I mean, that's beautiful.
It's cool. It's kind of a thing. It's something I've realized over, say, like, definitely come into fruition the last 3 months in my head, is that, well, this is my new thing. This is what I do. I mean, I got my projects that I work on in the garage and stuff like that, and it's like, well, this stuff is really, it's rekindled a lot of stuff for me. Like, I mean, I do miss being a DJ. I do miss that kind of thing. Not that I need to have, like, people, like, listening to me or paying attention to me or anything like that, but it feels good to be doing things that people react to and that people connect with. Like, 100%. And I mean, I get you guys, like Mike Nash is fucking dropping loads of hearts, and like and you, Fendel, as well, and any of the artists in the room. That I get it. Like, it's cool. It's cool to make that sale. It's cool to fucking have that piece, an object, and watch it all of a sudden wake up one day and go, holy fuck, that went out the door. Like, awesome. And then, never mind when somebody decides to resell it and somebody wants it and buys it for that price that's been elevated a bit. Like, that's dope. And when I see hints of WX8BK across the Twitter universe, it blows me away. Like, it's like I mentioned to Willie today. I don't know if Mike Nash, if you're familiar with, or Fendel. I think Fendel, well, he's come from somewhere, but the Paint Yeti, like, that he was in Teztones. He's in Teztones, is he not?
Yeah, he's in. He was actually on Hash Brown's team the last 2 rounds, I believe.
Yeah, so like the last little bit, I was going to say 2 weeks, but I think it's been more like a month now. Like, he tags WX8BK in like basically all of his posts all the time. It's like I said to Willie today, I'm like the Paint Yeti like fucking like tags us every time, and Willie's like, well, it's not coming across my radar. Who is this? And I like sent him the link, and he's like, well, I don't. I'm not following it. I'm like, yeah, well, like. He fucking tags us in every one of his posts, and I'm just like, okay, well, I should really talk to you and reach out to you a little bit. I think that's cool.
Yeah, we're definitely at the point where the whole is greater than the sum of parts.
Yeah. Wow, that was a good way to say it. An adult way to say that. Cool.
Oh, I just took a rip.
Oh, Willie's high. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, folks. But yeah, no, it's and it's been happening the last few months. Like the followers we've been getting and the things I've been hearing. I think it's neat. It's fun. And I do hope that, when the bull run comes around, I really hope that the WX8BK brand is still here and still going. And I hope that we get to reap something from it. Like I've always said, it would be, Willie and I both would really like this to be something where we can definitely monetize in some way off of it. But ultimately, in the end, if we can throw out an event once a year, that would be the most epic thing. And the other thing is if we could just fill our coffers with more of everybody's art, right? Like if we had the Tez to like fucking collect people's art all the time, that would really be good in the WX8BK account.
I mean, yeah, if we just got to a point where like if we have you on, you just airdrop us a piece or two,
drop
like,
us, yeah,
into the
right?
Gal wallet. Like,
even that.
I mean, shit, that'd be great.
That'd be good. No, that's cool. And I mean, hey, Miami last year was a really prime example of that. Well, if Willie and I can get to these events, we can definitely be taken care of and go to different things for free and hang out. And that's pretty fucking cool on its own as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Really. Now, when people start when we start getting airfare to this shit, that's when bits will be fucking at every goddamn
I'm not
one.
sure who's getting that yet.
Well, I don't know. That's what. Well, I'm saying that's the things that we grow to, right? I mean, WX8BK brand. Sorry, excuse me. WX8BK worldwide. Hashtag WX8BK
right.
worldwide. Fucking dude, every time I say that or I put it in a tweet, Willie created that just before in one of the posts for the 1 year anniversary, but it's like I'm always like fucking Pitbull. Like WX8BK worldwide. It fucking just makes me I love it.
I mean, the whole point is just to get back to Miami, right?
Right? It is. That's all I want.
Pitbull is very appropriate.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, Miami, totally, man. Like that's where my heart is. That event is fucking 100% where it's at.
Well, we gotta have a NFT Calgary.
Yeah.
Event.
Oh fuck! Every time I talk about fucking coming to Canada, everybody clams up except for fucking Fendel because Fendel knows where it's at.
Fendel's the only one with the passport.
10.5 hours. That's all it takes.
It is, man. It is.
What? 10.5 hours is all it takes for you to drive up to Calgary?
That's right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's close, man. I just did that going to fucking Arizona. I'd much rather drive to Calgary.
Yeah. Nope.
Yes, you would.
Yep. And I'm okay with coming down there to visit y'all. Well, I mean,
this is definitely gonna happen. Like, no doubt. Like,
you guys should come this weekend. It's my garage is 94 right now.
Come this weekend.
Definitely come out here this weekend while it's still nice and cool.
Okay, Willie. Mr. fucking Family Guy, it's easy for you to just sit there and fucking just show up. Come this weekend.
Yeah.
And then we get there, and then he's like, "Oh, the A."
Pop on over.
Then we show up there, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, well the A&R department says you guys have to be gone by 9:30."
No, she would never do that.
That's fucking funny. No, I really want to have an event here. I do, like NFT Calgary or fucking whatever I end up calling it. Like I want to. There was one thing when I was younger. I was at the tail end of the free rave, like the freedom of raves, like before they made really serious rules about raves and like after hours bars or clubs or whatever you want to call them and stuff like that, like and or being able to have a jam space. Like I was right at the tail end of that. I was literally just getting into that shit and like it was like a 2-year span, and then that was it. like the world wrecked it for everybody, and it all disappeared. And I miss that because I mean to just have a jam space, like to have some fucking random warehouse spot or whatever when you know create a jam space and like print your flyers out on a fucking Xerox copy machine at the library, like I was right at the tail end of that. And it's really hard to get that back nowadays because I mean there's lots of rules and you know insurance and permits and like they've just it's changed so bad, but there's also still ways to do that because I mean a lot of the times too if you rent the right rooms like a you know a community center for example, it's like you rent the room and they're like, hey, yeah, no, we have insurance and we can supply security and you know there's ways around it, but like I want those days. I want those promotion days. I want to be able to do that. I want to fucking have a gig.
People There's always a way.
Right?
There's always a way.
I mean, my backyard.
That's us right now.
My backyard's pretty badass, but y'all got to get here.
We're still pounding the digital pavement of Twitter, handing out flyers. Come to the space.
We are. 100%.
Can you imagine if Tez Tones does like an actual like IRL festival someday? Oh my goodness. I mean, check it out. Last year, middle of COVID, my friends threw a festival up in this like park, not too far from here, 10 minutes away. They were expecting maybe like 100 people. Oh no. It was like maybe 2,000 people showed up. It was insane. They just showed up. Yeah. People were just like ready to, you know, do something.
Yeah. What do you do? I'm gonna juggle 3 balls for 5 minutes. Come on down to the park, and yet people were there.
They were all hyped. There was like great bands, you know, like there was like 3 great bands, and just people found out about it. It was just free in the park, you know, and they just, oh man, it was nuts.
That's awesome.
Incredible. So I don't know, like I'm really in favor, and I'm really in favor of like people like trying to expand the idea of what's possible for, you know, IRL events and where they could be held, and, you know, trying to make it easier, you know, than all of these insane regulations, like, oh my goodness, and high prices for rooms, you know, or, you know.
Yeah. I think another thing is too, though, like when you talk about like the high prices of rooms and like where it's at, I also think too that the people who are putting on these events, that's also key too, because there's people that look at it from an investment point of view and like, oh, we're gonna make money, we're gonna put this on, we're gonna do this. Those are the people that that's where it costs a lot of money. But it's the old, if we would like to say it, take a piece from like Mike Nash would say, it's the punk rock style shit about this. That's the way you have to go. You have to go, okay, well, I don't need the main room at, you know, the Hyatt fucking airport hotel or whatever. It's like I can go to this piece of crap room, or a Legion for that matter. Like Legions, I don't know, you guys have Legions? Do you guys have Legions down there for your war vets and shit? Do you have that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think they call them something a little different. But yeah,
that hall or
exactly.
Yes, but I mean, even here, like that's another thing. Like I just thought about that, just popped into my head. It's like Legions. Oh man, Legions like fucking. They have rooms and space, and they if there's one thing that they're about, it's like fucking bringing in some kind of fucking revenue, right? I mean, you might be having a heavy metal show where literally like, you know, a dozen vets are sitting at tables over in the corner by the bar, like, but that's fine, right? Because that's what they do. It's their place. It's they belong there. But yeah, dude, like that's the other thing is like, that's where I think like with the high price of rooms, like I think there's so many other alternatives all the time. Like, and you have to, it's, I'm going to sound so old guy when I say that, but it's like people from our generation that know that really need to tap back into that there are other places and other things you can do. You don't need the fancy this is for Mike Nash. You don't need the fancy dancy shit, right? Because you can make the most interesting place, the most odd place, the most interesting place. And I mean what they did with that whatever it is, 4 acres, the factory in Miami. That venue is a venue. It's an old factory. It's brick walls and metal and shit like everywhere, and they have turned that into a fucking venue that hosts events like crazy.
Yeah, it's dope.
It is,
dude. All the Airbnbs that I've stayed in the past like 3 to 4 weeks, it's crazy. Like what you can get for the money and what is allowed. And if anything was ever needed to be in the Tennessee area, there's this crazy farm. It's a peninsula on Percy Priest Lake. It's like 170 acres or something that's private, but you can like fly in helicopters. It's gated. It's basically like having a private island. That would be something fun. And
are we playing Firefest too?
No, sir. This is going to be something that's real, that actually happens, and that isn't oversold, and it's just actually real souls.
Let's do it. I hope so someday. I would love nothing more for Willie and I and everybody associated to have a WX8BK banner flying at a WX8BK event. I would love that more than anything. It would just be fabulous. Even if I had to pay my own airfare. Like, fuck. Well, since we went past midnight, I'm just going to say we're going to go like another 12 minutes and that's it. 12:30. 5.5 this is what we're creating now. We're creating the 5.5, 6 hour space.
No.
Are we gonna play Ask a Real Canadian lightning round?
Well, if you're ready to,
if you got questions,
if you're ready to play it, like the Canadian's here and ready to go.
Hell yes, my bro. Let's do it.
Send it.
All right. Do you have a secret stash of poutines stored in your house?
No, but I do have all of the materials to make it.
Oh my goodness. This is important. This is very important. Okay. Have you ever used maple syrup as a condiment on something other than pancakes?
Yes.
That's a trick question. I have to.
Yeah, French toast.
And you pour it on the bacon and the sausage at breakfast too.
Oh, you could. Yeah, you definitely could. Yeah.
Have you ever celebrated Canada Day by wearing a full Mountie uniform?
No, just the hat.
Oh, you have the hat.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope.
It is actually, honestly.
I think so, for sure. Okay, favorite. No, I'm gonna save that one for the end. Do you have a backup supply of Canadian bacon, just in case of an emergency?
No, because Canadian bacon is a thing that Americans think that we fucking relish. So
it goes on that pineapple pizza you guys invented.
No, there's no bacon on a fucking pineapple pizza.
So what do you call it? Ham
bacon.
or something?
It's ham.
Ham.
Just ham.
Yeah, well, it's your ham.
Yeah,
bacon, and as far as the bacon thing, the Canadian bacon, when you go down to the States, you can get fucking Canadian bacon on a menu. But like up here, you'll never well, I won't say never, but you don't fucking see that. We just fucking regular bacon, man.
Well, we don't call actual bacon American
Well, you come
bacon,
to Tennessee and you get whiskey. I mean, it's I mean, it is what it is.
What do you want with your pancakes? I want bacon. Well, we got whiskey.
Or we got little funny circles of uncured ham.
Yeah, well, that's your problem.
Um, so when you go to a diner and when you ask for bacon, are you getting nice, like, are you getting like pork belly, or are you getting like
of
these
bacon.
weird circles of uncured ham?
No, just regular strips of bacon, like people buy a pack of fucking regular strips of fucking bacon.
Is maple syrup considered a
I gotta
beverage?
see for myself. I'm on my way.
I knew. Okay, I knew Mike Nash was gonna go all fucking Tennessee on my ass with this shit.
I'm on my way. I gotta see this for myself.
No, man.
You
me,
come,
me and
you
my homie,
you know
Nikki,
what?
Nikki Dimes, we're gonna come up there really quick in that Monte Carlo, and we're gonna make sure that you know what bacon really is.
I never thought about ordering bacon in Canada and wondering what I'm gonna get.
You just getting regular bacon.
Yeah, you get little circles of
no.
smoked ham.
No. When
or
I
are
go,
you gonna get some really nice shavings of pork belly.
when I go across the border into Montana, I go to this breakfast place and I have to ask for regular bacon because that's what they fucking serve down there is Canadian bacon. And it's like, well, this ain't Canadian bacon. We just have bacon. Oh, and I was going to say, circles of meat, and we were talking about meat. Have any of you ever not heard of like 100% Alberta beef? Like they import the beef that's made here where I live. They import that into Texas.
You mean export? And
no, they import it into Texas.
And I'm not sure that you know what you're talking about. That might be like something to make you feel better about where you live.
I did notice that about Alberta. Like every place that you drive, everywhere it says steaks. Like everywhere you could get steak. A hotel, you want to stay in this hotel? Steaks.
You can tell Mike Nash is.
Man, that sounds like Texas, dude. I'm a little salty about Texas in the way that they think they're the best thing in the fucking world.
We are kind of very similar to Texas and Alberta.
You got me fired fucking up.
You guys really struck a nerve with Mike here.
Dude, I'll tell you. I mean, even going to Austin, where the whole motto is like keep it weird, right? But it is the capital of the state, and most of the Californians of the world are moving there.
Yeah,
and basically Silicon Valley's coming there.
Yep.
But I don't know. It's still a proud people. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a very proud people, and everything's the best and the biggest and the anything you can think of, man. I've been told that like local beer from Fort Worth is the best beer in the world, and I've spent a lot of time in Belgium, and I know that ain't the case.
I love it. I love this fuck your proudism statement. I'm on board, Mike.
Man, we can keep going. I'm going to say that Texas knows how to do brisket, but they ain't got nothing on Tennessee ribs.
So, the only times on
Memphis
this space
ribs?
that the only times on this space that I have ever been in heated conversation with Mike Nash has always been over food. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to
really?
Yeah, no, seriously. The only times that we have ever things have gotten down to okay, well here how it is. No, this is how it is. It's always been food. It's interesting. But you know what, Mike? I'd fucking love to have you. If you fucking rolled up here, my man, I got there's a double bed off here in the fucking spare bedroom, man. Fucking it is yours all day long. And we will go have breakfasts, we will go have lunches, and we will go have dinners, and I'll fucking
Dude, I would love to come spend like 3 weeks up there.
Yeah.
Because I'm all about like experiences, man. It's like I don't want the jet ski and the gold chain. I'd rather spend that on an experience with my homies.
Yeah.
And dude, that'd be rad. And and I'd be willing to like put it to the test. for sure.
Yep. No, I think no, absolutely. That is an open invitation to you as well, for sure, 100%. You and Fendel, and of course fucking Willie, but Willie has to come with the family, so Willie will have to go get a hotel somewhere because fucking.
I'll have to.
No, we can set up camp, like a really nice camp.
Yeah, no,
we could all like build a fire and put up some nice, structures.
No, y'all are welcome anytime to come on up and hang up here. Fucking, I'll let the dog know you're coming and fucking.
When's the best time? Like July?
Well, I'd go July or August. I mean, you don't want to come here in December unless you're coming snowboarding.
I would love to snowboard, but no, if we're gonna do a food run, it'd be July. But dude, I'd love to come.
Well,
and
I mean, you
shit.
come up at the beginning of July. We have the Calgary Stampede, which is a world-renowned, rodeo and fair kind of deal thing that we got going on up here. So that's a good time to come. But yeah, July.
I feel like that has to be tested, Mike. What do you think?
I like the rodeo shit, man. My family's,
the world-renowned part.
In my roots.
Yeah,
we gotta test the world-renowned part.
I'm telling you, people that know rodeo and stuff like that, if you drop the Calgary Stampede in a conversation, they should know.
No, Calgary Stampede in Alberta is huge. Like, all you'd need to do is just go there once, and it will be referenced somewhere.
It's like going to like a Bristol night race or something.
Or we could go, absolutely. Or you could drop. I mean, if all else fails, you could drop the '88 Winter Olympics. I mean, like.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, right.
Do you still have any of the structures or anything to see and take pictures of?
They actually just decommissioned the tall high jump, the skiing high jump tower. They just decommissioned that, and they just decommissioned our bobsled track last year,
does that mean like it sucks for you now, or does that mean I can go off the high jump like with a skateboard?
Well, you wouldn't do that, but it's just not available anymore. Dude, we've got a great. Our fucking they built a great skate park down fucking downtown here. They built a fucking loop-de-loop fucking dealy thing that Tony Hawk came. He was supposed to do it, but
is it a pump track?
We do have a pump.
He's talking about the like a full loop.
Yeah, no, it's like an upside down loop. But
we
do it.
He's known for that.
Yeah.
But like a pump track's really fun because
they're dope.
Do you know about them?
Yeah. We have on the other side of our downtown. They built a pump track, one for BMX and one for skateboards.
Okay, so I know all about them, and I've never experienced one. And there's one in Miami that I haven't experienced, and I feel like I'm a little bit low on the totem pole because I think that would like suit me just well.
Yeah, no, it's a good groove because it's just skateboarding. I would imagine would be fucking quite the goddamn leg workout. Mountain, like a bicycle pump track, I'm okay with. I've done, but like fuck, man, a skateboard. God damn.
Yeah, but the thing is that you can like cruise it without having to put your feet down, or you could like take advantage of the momentum and like really like rock out, some transitions.
Yeah. Yeah, they're fun. I've done a couple of them. I haven't done the one downtown here. They just opened that during COVID. But like I've done a few around at the different mountains and stuff like that. And fuck yeah, man. They're an amazing. Definitely take some thought when they fucking build that shit, I'm sure.
Yeah, I did. I mean, the snake runs in Texas during the pandemic were one of the things that kept me sane, dude. Like I could go out there and really hurt myself, when all the kids were locked up.
Nice. Well, at least nobody would be there to laugh at you when you fell, right?
Right. Yeah. Right? I was wearing all the pads.
Yeah. It's fucking funny. Well, folks, I think it's safe enough to say that we can call it for tonight. I think we could pull the night train into the station. I think we've had a good fucking run tonight. Right? Right? I think I got... Oh, no, I don't have it queued up. But anyways. So next
you
week...
got Tom Hanks, like, screaming?
No, it's on the other page. I fucking don't even want to fuck around with it right now. I'll end up, like, crashing us into a mountain or something like that. It'll be horrible.
Dude, that new, like, little short movie with him is pretty rad, actually.
Which one's that? With Tom Hanks?
Yeah.
Which one?
The Life of Otto, the new one on.
Yeah,
Netflix?
Otto.
Oh yeah, Otto. Yeah, I want to watch that. You watch that? That looks good.
It's worth it. Just to plug, just to plug something on the show. Mm-hmm. No, it's a weird take on anything, but it works, and I think it's pretty rad.
I'll have to check that out. I've been meaning to check that out. Now that it's summertime, it's like I won't fucking watch any TV. I won't do. Well, I guess The Life of Otto that came out back in the winter time, didn't it?
I fucking don't know.
I don't know.
But you're gonna be running around the glades with your pup.
Hell yeah. That's what it's about, man. It's summertime in Canada. I do not fucking want to sit in the house.
Are y'all catching ducks and geese and all that?
Oh yeah, we're frolicking with deers and cougars and
riding moose.
You got cougars?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, man! How do you feel about those? Have you ever like met one face to face?
Well, why are you asking me these questions? I mean, don't you live in an apartment building with a whole bunch of them in Florida?
Yeah, no, I meet them face to face in the elevator every day.
So cougars, when I was on the West Coast, I lived on Vancouver Island, which is the largest, most dense population of cougars in North America, and that's where I saw the most cougars in my life. But all 4 of the cougars I saw there in 3 years was probably because they were sick. But that's the thing with cougars, man. You don't really see them. Typically, if you run into a cougar, it's because it's been stalking you and it's fucking jumped on you and you're done. You don't see, they're scary animals. Like where my cabin is.
So there's no story to tell.
No. The one time when I was on
you're out of the game.
You're out of the game, man.
Most people don't tell the story.
No, that is facts with cougars. When you see a cougar, it's because it just bit onto the back of your neck or something like that. Like, I've seen the 4 times that I saw them up close was fucking absolutely surreal. The one time we were in a campground that it was before the season had started, so you could go camp for free, and me and Buddy went there. And there was another guy that was like 6 campsites down, and we were cooking breakfast in our site, and we heard him yell something, like said something, and I just kind of looked up and I stood up and I waved to him, right? Like I was like, yeah, hey, good to see you, buddy. And about 25 feet away where the road was that came to the end of our little camping spot and came around, this cougar just like cruised on by. And I was like, holy shit, that's what the guy was yelling about.
Just like, gave you a little nod.
Yeah, just like said, hey, how's it going? I'm like, you're going over there, I'm going over here. Okay, fuck you. The next time that I saw one was, I didn't see it. We were camping on a lake again early in the season, in the camping season, and I had put my tent on a tarp. I put it like a fucking 10 by 10 tarp underneath my tent, and I woke up in the middle of the night to something walking on my tarp. Like there literally would have just been inches around the edge of my tent, and it walked by and it went, and I was like, what the fuck was that? And then I stayed up for like, I don't know how, it seemed like forever, but it was probably a couple hours until the sun came up, and I went out and discovered that a cougar had walked right past my tent and stepped on my tarp and went to drink water out of the fucking lake.
Holy moly.
Yeah, it was fucked up, dude. And then the third time, me and Buddy were at the same campground that I talked about earlier, and we had gotten this really cool camp spot that was like had high bushes all the way around it, so it was like you were kind of like in this little world. When you went down, you drove down the road and it curved a bit, and then you were just in this little tiny world that was like there was like 10-foot bushes all the way around you. So we're like, oh yeah, we got that spot. So we're sitting there after we had done some river rafting, and we're sitting there hanging out, and all of a sudden the bushes start fucking rustling like crazy. This fucking cougar pops out of the bushes. He's about 10 feet away from us, 12 feet maybe, and he comes out, he stops, he turns and he looks at us, and then he fucks off through the next bushes and he's gone. All of a sudden, we hear an even bigger ruckus coming from the bushes, and I'm like, holy fuck, what's going on now? Like, we just had this fucking cougar, like, right there. And these two people come out of the bushes, a husband and a wife. And we're all like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, there was a cougar that just went through. Whoa, whoa, you got to stop. And the guy, he was from French Canada, from Quebec. And he's like, yes, my wife, the cat, we want a picture with the cat. The cat came up and sniffed my wife's hand, and we want to have a picture. And I'm like, what? and I'm like, slow down. And so he told us again, and I'm like, so you're telling me that this cat came out and came up to your wife and sniffed her hand, and you want to get your camera and you want to take a picture? And I'm like, dude, like, and then we explained what a cougar was, because they don't have them in Eastern Canada. And his wife like started crying and like losing her shit because this thing was like right there. But this one was emaciated, and the ranger actually came and darted it later on in the day in the campground. But anyways, that's my cougar stories.
I don't know what to say.
Right? Scary. Cougars.
No, you had 3 cougar stories.
Yeah, right. And then, so then my fourth cougar story was this. So I was at a bar one night, and then this lady comes up, and she's wearing this. No, just kidding. Anyways. All right. Yeah, cougars. You don't want to fuck with them. Yeah, if you know that a cougar's around, it's usually a bad thing. You're already dead. That's horrible. All right, folks. Let's cash out. Let's check in next week, same time, same place. Y'all have your seats, and they'll be ready for you. We're pulling into the station. I'd like to thank y'all for coming out tonight. PURZ was a great guest. I'm looking forward to hanging out with PURZ again sometime in the future, and I'm really stoked that some people got to hear from him for the first time tonight on our space, and that was really awesome as well to hear that people that have collected him that have never heard about him or never heard him or spoken with him directly. That was really cool. Next week, we'll see who we have on. Special guest, we don't know, but we'll be here. We'll have a guest. It'll be fucking wonderful. Maybe it'll be iteration. Maybe it'll be not iteration. Or maybe it'll be dreams. I've reached out there.
Might be Daniel W.
Could be who knows? We'll figure it out. We got lots of time. But we'll be here. NF Tunes is coming up this week. Keep your eyes out, folks. The WX8BK NF Tunes will be launching this week. We'll be letting everybody know when that happens. The space will be here. There's some Jayburn, there's some Fendel, there's some Mibra Tratito going to be on there. So make sure you keep your eyes out for that. Willie, thank you for hosting the space with me again tonight, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Couldn't do it without you. Fendel, Mike Nash, you guys mean the world to us here at WX8BK. And we appreciate both of you. So we hope to see you again next week. Take care of yourselves and each other, people. We'll see you on the flip side in 1 week right here on the Night Train. Psh.
It's actually one of the things, and I'll scream it from the rooftops, and I have been for the past 3 years, that this space is one of the only places on Earth or in any universe or whatever that you can get to know somebody's soul, their blood, sweat, and tears without having all these micro judgments of age, race, gender, color, nationality, geography, all this stuff. You can get to know people and their souls without, making up your mind about somebody. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Web3.